Welcome to Blood Moon Publishing.
Through shadowed woods, a beast runs wild. A curse awakens, unveiling Averey. In a world where fate binds mates, Averey Wilcott is the unfortunate. But freedom comes at a cost, and heart. Joy sparks in unexpected bonds with Hayden and little Toby. But tears flow as secrets unravel, a brother's burden, a friend's betrayal.
I had to protect you.
Action ignites in border clashes and shifting storms, while drama peaks in forbidden loves and shattered alliances.
And then thrust her into the Alpha Throne. Lilith's flight is broken. York's escape leaves chaos.
Will Averey conquer the trial, mend her pack, and embrace her destiny, or will the unfortunate fall?
Chapter 41. The tarmac is full of people when the plane lands, and York is immediately taken off the aircraft and carted into an ambulance, which speeds off quickly. He mumbled some other words while they were on the plane, but nothing of note, and nothing useful that would indicate any idea of what happened to him. As soon as Averey gets off the plane, she curses, her face paling immediately. One of the guards turns to her in fear, nodding his head to ask what was wrong. "We forgot my dad," she groans, and the guard also pales. She pulls her phone out, ringing her mum nervously. Before Maria can speak, once she answers, Averey blurts out what she has to say. "Mum, we left Dad. He wanted to run, and I forgot to tell him we were leaving early because we needed to get York home." She hurries, and Maria is silent. She's now concerned about her mate as well as her child, but she is ultimately more worried about her son. "Ring him and let him know so that he isn't just sitting around waiting for you guys." Her mum finally responds, and Averey rubs her face, climbing into a car with 3 of her guards. "Okay, I'm so sorry," Averey mumbles, and her mother sighs. "It was more important to get your brother home than to worry about your father. He's a grown man. He can figure it out himself," Maria reprimands, and Averey stays silent. "Okay, I love you, and I'll see you when I get home." Averey nods finally, and the two end the call at the same time. The guards fill the vehicle with luggage, and one of the chattier ones sits in the back with her. "How's your brother?" he asks, and Averey shrugs. "Not sure, we'll find out soon. Keep it to yourself, you guys. My mum will no doubt brief you, but with York incapacitated, I'm the acting alpha. I won't command you, because I trust you all," Averey states, and the 3 guards exchange nervous looks. "Should we bring an extra guard with us, Alpha?" one of them asks, and Averey doesn't respond for a second because she forgot that the title of Alpha would be what they called her. She feels power briefly spark in her body at the title, and she straightens up. "No. We need to get back to the pack as soon as possible. I have to alert the other alphas to be on the watch for whatever this is." "We don't know if York was a target or a victim of opportunity," she grimaces, and the guards all nod. The car takes off down the road, and Averey sighs, closing her eyes before she mind-links her father. "We really messed this one up," Sonia mutters, and Averey is inclined to agree. "Dad," she asks furtively, and she gets a flood of happy emotions from him. "Hello, dear, is everything okay?" he sends back, and she can hear the delight in his voice at hearing hers. She cringes, not wanting to be the bearer of bad news. "York is really ill. We're back home already. We totally forgot about you in our rush to get to the airport quickly." "I'm so sorry," Averey groans, and Richmond doesn't respond for a moment. "Okay, I'll figure out a way home. I think some of your friends are still here. I'll catch a lift with them," he reassures his daughter, his tone calm. Averey calls him on her cell because she can't mind-link and communicate with Sonia, which she needs to do right now. He answers, and Averey sighs in relief. "Who's still there?" she asks, and her father pauses. She can picture him perfectly right now, squinting around with his nose scrunched up, his hand shielding his eyes from the sun. "The tall native boy you used to date," her father announces loudly, and Averey covers her eyes with her free hand. "If he heard that, I would cry," Sonia mumbles, shaking her head. "Scott, yeah. I can call him or his mate. They'll take you to their territory, hopefully," Averey murmurs, typing a text to him immediately. "Have you done it yet?" Richmond asks eagerly, and she can hear him walking, probably towards Scott and Callie. He's replying. Averey sighs, shaking her head. What did he say? Richmond immediately asks. Dad, you have to give the guy time to type. Averey snaps, and her dad goes quiet. Averey sighs, rolling her eyes a little. I'm sorry that I snapped at you. I didn't mean to. Averey groans, and her dad huffs. You're all so mean to me, he complains playfully, and Averey rolls her eyes. Scott responds, and Averey reads his text. That's fine, but I'm not doing it for you. I don't owe you anything, but I appreciate what you did for Callie this weekend. She said you were lovely to her this morning, and this is my thank you. Averey rolls her eyes. Of course, he has to be a little hostile. She takes the win, though, and sends him a thank you in capital letters. He said yes, go, quickly, Averey announces, and her dad lets out a little squeal of excitement. Since he retired, Averey has never seen him so carefree and happy. Oh, you're acting alpha now, her father suddenly realizes, and his tone is hesitant. Wait until later to announce that, he adds, and Averey clenches her jaw at his words. Dad, I was the original alpha. I will announce it whenever I see fit. She bites back, and her father releases a heavy breath. I know. I'm not underestimating you, trust me. I'm just concerned that the pack could see it as you trying to overthrow him. What's this boy's name again? Her father notes and asks his question hurriedly, a sense of urgency in his voice. Scott, Averey responds blankly, and her father sighs again. Of course, we know you're not trying to overthrow your brother, but others might not agree. Hello, Scott. Her father cheerfully states at the end, before hanging up on Averey. She stares at her phone in silence, rolling her eyes. Alpha, we're going to be at the pack soon, a guard calls to her, and she nods silently. As soon as they pull up, she climbs out, instantly greeted by Kathleen, her childhood friend, who works as a pack liaison. Hey, Ave, I missed you, she begins. I won't mislead you. It's really bad. I'll take you to see him now. Averey quickly hugs her friend as they walk, running a hand through her extremely messy ponytail. Have they figured out what it is? She asks nervously, biting her lip. No, they think it might have been poison, Kathleen sighs, and Averey freezes, stopping in her tracks. Get them to check for silver, wolfsbane, and garlic as a compound, Averey commands, and Kathleen quickly mind-links the doctors. I'm sorry for commanding you, Averey mutters, and Kathleen rolls her eyes, pulling her friend along beside her. You're an alpha, it happens, she replies, bursting into the medical wing with Averey hot on her tail. Room 36A, Kathleen shouts at a nurse, and the nurse widens her eyes, noticing Averey before anything else, before she takes the lead, practically running. The three enter the room, Averey immediately going to her brother's side. Averey, get away from him, her mother orders, and she lets out a strangled growl. No, she barks back, and her mother turns around, a syringe in her hand and a raised eyebrow on her face. What did you just say? Maria asks calmly, and Averey immediately steps back. Nothing, she quickly says. You? Maria asks, glancing at her older child. Fine, going to contact the alphas that were with him last night, she nods. Your father? Her mother asks, some concern leaking into her tone as she injects the syringe into the four attached to York. He's on a plane with Scott, Averey cringes, and Maria groans aloud. That won't end well. There was a reason he wasn't told anything about the breakup, her mother mutters, and Kathleen nods in agreement from the seat in the corner of the room. Well, we needed to get him home somehow, Averey groans, and her mother shakes her head. He could have walked, Maria argues, and Averey flings her hands up. You didn't say that when I called you. I didn't know that was an option. She responds indignantly, I didn't willingly choose for my ex and my father to be in an aircraft together. Another doctor enters the room, and everybody goes silent, waiting to see what he has to say. It was a compound of wolfsbane, silver, and garlic, like Averey suspected, he announces, and Averey grimaces. Averey, what does that mean? Her mother pries, and she sighs. It means the same person who tried to harm a young boy yesterday and Scott and I 6 years ago is the one who tried to harm York yesterday. She sinks into a chair, rubbing her temples as Kathleen gasps. Maria's jaw drops, and she shakes her head in horror. How could this happen? She asks, sitting down on the chair beside her son's bed. They probably spiked his drink. That's probably why he didn't die. He always drinks water after every drink he has, Averey whispers, and the doctor clenches his jaw. His organs are shutting down, he quietly informs them, and Kathleen immediately grabs Averey's hand and squeezes it gently, watching as her friend shuts her eyes. Maria lets out a choked gasp, and Averey stands up. I'm going to organize Dad's transport home. I'm going to contact Louisa and get her to come home as soon as possible, Averey murmurs, walking in circles after gently removing her hand from Kathleen's. She appreciated the comfort, but she needed to move right now. Averey, you need to sit down, her mother whispers, and Averey turns to her with flashing eyes. If I sit down, I will explode, she growls, before taking off out of the door, her claws descending and her canines appearing as she stormed through the halls. Everyone in her path throws themselves back against the walls to stay out of the way, all looking terrified of their furious Deputy Alpha. She blows into the office and slams her hands against the desk, letting out a rage-filled howl. The force of her hit causes the desk to break in half, and she glares at it, forcing herself to breathe normally. She snatches up the phone on the desk, beginning to make her calls. Chapter 42. Louisa can't come until the following week, which bothers Averey a lot. Her offer to speak to her Alpha was shouted down, and then Averey was screamed at for being inconsiderate of Louisa's pregnancy. She hung up that call even more agitated than she had been when she entered the office. Louisa's mate had to physically remove the phone from her hand to get her to stop roaring, and he apologized to Averey before he hung up, mentioning pregnancy hormones. Sonia disagreed, and she disagreed loudly with the phrase, "She is the biggest drama queen I've ever had the displeasure of meeting." Averey agreed with Sonia again. It was only 11 a.m., but Averey felt like months had gone by. Taking out her laptop, she quickly gets up a blank document and begins listing reasons why she shouldn't announce her accession. She can't think of many, and even though it may have been impulsive, she mind-links the entire pack available to meet at the pack's high school football field. Everybody is confused, but the meeting is set for 12. The beta hurries into the room, looking aghast that he wasn't kept in the loop. "Hello, Averey. Where's York?" He asks formally, and Averey rolls her eyes, her irritation spiking. "Jared, we've known each other too long. Drop the act. York is in the hospital incapacitated right now, so I hope you're ready to step up and do my job." She shrugs, and the man goes pale. "You heard me. It's time to be a real beta," she adds, her cold eyes taking in the pathetic figure in front of her. Almost the entire pack is waiting for Averey when she arrives, with varying expressions of shock or confusion. Everybody was expecting York, even though Averey made the announcement. "Good afternoon, everybody," she says as she steps onto the makeshift stage, flicking her ponytail over her shoulder. She had quickly changed her comfy clothes for a structured, sleeveless, knee-length ruby red affair, with black heels on her feet and her hair in a sleeker ponytail than ever before. Everybody echoes her welcome back to her, and her eyes rove over the crowd, completely at ease. "I have some bad news," she continues, nodding to the guards who are spread out throughout the crowd, looking for any sign of guilt or annoyance. As of 2 hours ago, Alpha York Wilcott is in a medically induced coma after an attempted poisoning, she announces, her tone cold and calm. Immediately, there are waves of shocked chatter, and some people look so horrified that they look ready to pass out. The guards take the names of people who look too shocked and of those who don't look surprised at all. Averey suspects everybody, and everybody who is suspicious will be investigated. Somebody raised a hand, and she nodded to them, waiting for them to ask their question. "Is this why you have returned?" she whispers, and Averey growls. "I have not returned to topple my brother," she snarls, and the woman shrinks back. "I meant to take care of him," the woman adds faintly, and Averey pulls back. "I apologize." "No. I am back because I have a job to do, and I was coming back regardless of Yerk's medical state. Averey nods, and there are ripples in the crowd again. What's going to happen to the pack with no alpha? Others have been shut down or broken up, one teenager shouts, and Averey straightens up, pushing her shoulders back. I will be the temporary alpha. Most of you know of my qualifications, and I was trained for this role, she responds, and other hands fly up. If you were trained, why didn't you take the position? One boy calls, and Averey grits her teeth. I had other things to deal with, she replies shortly, taking another question. What will Pax say about us having an unfortunate for an alpha? One older man asks coldly, and Averey meets his eyes stonily. They can say whatever they like. We are stronger than them, she says to him icily, before pacing on stage. The crowd stands in shocked silence, and Averey watches people being pulled from it to the side by the guards. The atmosphere is a lot colder than the pack is used to, and a lot of people are still shocked by the attack on their alpha. Averey knows this, and so she grabs a microphone. If any of you have any ideas as to who is involved in this attack on York, please let somebody know. You will not be thrown in the cells for giving us information. We don't care where it comes from. I promise you, I will not rest until we find the culprit and have them in custody, Averey announces and gets a mind link from a guard almost instantly. Alpha, a young woman here, says she might know about what poisoned the alpha. No information was released about it, but she mentioned silver. Will we take her in? A lanky guard asks, and Averey takes a moment to think about it. Bring her to my office, Averey orders, and watches the guard nod, leading the woman back towards the pack house. For the foreseeable future, I will be both your alpha and deputy alpha. Tonight, we will hold a vigil for Alpha York's speedy recovery, she adds, and one by one, people bow down to her. Averey is incredibly uncomfortable with this show of submission and clears her throat awkwardly. Thank you for coming. You can all go back to what you were doing. Please pass on this message to anybody who may have been absent. I will also need notes detailing those absence, she adds as a final note, before nodding to the beta, who stands on stage looking nervous. Usually, Averey stands in his place. His position is more for show, so that other packs don't think that the family is running a dictatorship. He has never actually had to step into the role of beta. When Averey was briefly the alpha before, York took the role as her beta. Her former title was a consolation prize. They should have called her beta for the past 6 years, but her father refused to let her be disgraced. Averey stands at the side, fielding questions and requests from the guards. Our alpha appreciates your presence, as do I, he begins, a slight tremor to his voice. His mate is standing a few feet away from him, and she grabs his hand as encouragement. For the absences, I need the person's name, age, rank, and the explanation for missing this meeting. Those who are excused from this are permanent university students, medical staff, and wolves who live with their human mates outside the pack. I will have a box outside the pack house, and if you could all put your slips into it, that would be appreciated. Jared manages to get out, and Averey is impressed with him. He thanks the crowd and steps down, and Averey claps him on the shoulder, a small smirk on her face. I'm proud of you and of that speech. Mind yourselves, Jared and Amira, she nods, walking away to where a guard waits for her. Where are they? She asks as they walk, and the guard looks at her out of the corner of his eye. The woman you requested to speak to personally is in your office. The others with information have been put into interview rooms, he nods, and she sucks on her teeth for a moment. Okay, provide them with tea or coffee and offer sandwiches and biscuits. We want them to be forthcoming, and we need to make them comfortable, she finally decides, and the guard mind links the rest of his colleagues. What is this girl's name? Averey asks as they walk quickly and purposefully towards the pack house. Freya. She's 26 and lives with her son, who is 7. Her mate isn't in the picture, but we don't know where he is or what happened with them. He fills her in, and Averey furrows her brows. That's odd. No filing for rejection or separation. She quizzes him. No, ma'am, nothing at all. We couldn't find any complaints either, and we barely found any information about him. He may have been a transfer from Moonstone Mountain if the rumors that were noted are to be believed, he adds hesitantly, and Averey nods thoughtfully. Okay, I'm going to call their alpha and find out anything they know about him. What was his name? She questions, pulling out her phone. Elijah Preston, the guard responds, and Averey nods, pulling open the front door and walking into the kitchen. She dodges chefs and maids and goes into the pantry, dialing Zeph's number. He answers after 5 rings with a cheery welcome. Hello, Ave, how are you? He sings songs. Rather awful, to be entirely honest. York was poisoned, and I need information on a former pack member of yours, Elijah Preston, she states, her tone betraying just how stressed she actually is. I don't know that name. I'll ask my beta. Zeph instantly responds, I'm very sorry about your brother. Yeah, we don't know who it was, but Preston's mate is currently sitting in my office with information. I don't know anything about her mate. He allegedly transferred from you guys to us, she rambles, leaning against the wall to take some pressure off her feet. Her heels are killing her. Oh, that makes it easier, Zeph mutters, and she can hear him clicking and typing on a laptop. Oh, I have him here. What do you need to know? He asks, and she can hear murmuring in the background. Lilith says hello, he adds. I need to know where he is, because he isn't here. I also need to know what job he has, and tell Lilith I say hello too, and that I'll call her later. Averey smiles a little at the mention of her friend, and when she relaxes a little, she realizes just how much tension she was holding in her body. Oh, he isn't with you guys because he's right here, Zeph voices, confusion heavy in his tone. What do you mean? Averey questions, her brows furrowed. He and his family are here, and have been for 3 years, Zeph says hesitantly, and Averey's brows shoot up. His mate and child are here though, she responds, and Zeph breathes out slowly. I don't know what to tell you, Ave. Our files say him and his mate Rebecca live here with their 3 kids. Zeph shrugs, and Lilith rubs his shoulders, looking increasingly concerned. That's impossible. Freya is his mate, and they have a son here, Averey replies, getting slightly frustrated. Oh no, Lilith gasps, and Averey hears that, and then silence. What? Averey groans. There's another moment of silence before Zeph inhales sharply. Ave, he's a chemical warfare specialist, Zeph whispers. Chapter 43. Averey slams the door to her office open, storming across the room. Where the heck is your mate? She snarls, lifting the woman out of her seat and slamming her against the wall. One of the picture frames on the walls falls and shatters as the force of Averey's movements makes the room shake. Beta Jared runs into the room, his eyes widening as he takes in the scene. Alpha, you can't do this, he nervously whispers, and Averey turns to him, her canines down, her eyes flashing, and her claws out. She's partially shifted, and her appearance makes Jared shrink back. Get out, she screams, and he quickly backs out, closing the door behind him and instantly calling for guards to stand outside the room. Where is your mate? Averey roars, slamming Freya against the wall again. The woman stares at her with tears in her eyes, her lip trembling and her entire body vibrating with fear. Elijah Preston, Averey growls, lowering her tone and forcing herself to be calmer. It's one of the biggest challenges she's ever faced. All she wants to do is force the answers from her, but she can't harm her yet. I don't know, the woman whispers, petrified. We know you do. And we know he's responsible for the attack on Alpha York Wilcott and previous attacks on a young boy and Alpha Scott Petty, Averey hisses, one of her hands moving to the woman's throat. I am giving you one last chance to tell me what you know before I begin questioning you further, she spits, and the woman opens and closes her mouth multiple times, her body shaking so much that her hands are hitting against the wall every few seconds. He's not my mate, the woman gasps, her eyes filling with tears. Averey pauses, her eyebrows raising. They didn't see anything about that in the files. Averey loosens her grip, but keeps a firm hold on the woman. It could be a ruse. If you don't tell me everything you know, I will command you, Averey says evenly, and the woman nods as best she can, which isn't very much due to the hand around her neck. I will, I promise, Just please let me down, she whimpers, and Averey gradually loosens her hold again, setting the woman back on the ground. Averey walks to her desk chair and sits down, indicating for the woman to sit opposite her. Her icy blue eyes never leave the woman's figure as she shakes and stumbles her way into the armchair. Start talking, Freya. We won't harm your little boy, but we need information to establish if we need to protect him, Averey adds, having let Sonia loose for a moment. I hate going through people's heads, her wolf grumbles, but hers is just scared. Scared of what? Averey questions. She knows she'll be protected. You guessed right, Sonia responds. She's terrified something will happen to her little boy. Freya breathes a sigh of relief and straightens up a little bit, clearing her throat. Water? Averey asks, proceeding to fling a bottle towards the other woman calmly. I'm going to record what you say next because other alphas and packs are in danger from this man, Averey slowly states, before pressing on a tape recorder and a microphone on her phone. Freya inhales slowly, sipping her water before closing her eyes and calming herself down as best she can. When she opens her eyes, they're flashing slightly and Averey is on edge. The woman reaches for her handbag and Averey stares her in the eyes while she moves around. I'm just getting my phone. I have text to prove I'm not lying, she whispers, and Averey nods as the device appears. Why would we think you were lying? Averey questions, and Freya sighs, massaging her temples. The story is pretty unbelievable to me, and I was there, she murmurs, shaking her head. Begin when you're ready. There are no guards in here as a courtesy and a sign of trust. I expect you not to try anything that could harm either of us, and I expect the full truth, Averey announces, sitting back in her seat. I met Elijah when I was 17, Freya starts nervously, fiddling with her fingers and looking hugely out of her depth. From what Sonia found, Averey knows this woman is a total introvert. She works in the orphanage as a cleaner, and she helps at the pack library on the weekends. She continually works to provide for her son, and Averey knows she won't let anything happen to the boy. As soon as Freya was brought in, Averey had ordered a protection detail to follow the woman's son. She won't let children be harmed, regardless of their parents' actions. Okay, where did you meet him? Averey asks softly, leaning forward in her seat to rest her forearms on her desk. I went to look at a university. I wanted to be a physicist, she mumbles, her face tight and her jaw clenched. He was a professor. He was really nice to me, and nobody was really nice to me in this pack, the mousy woman mutters, and Averey raises a brow. This girl was 2 years younger than her, and Averey could safely say she had never seen her before in her life. Were you born into this pack, Freya? Averey asks curiously, and the woman shakes her head. My parents were from Moonstone Mountain, but they disagreed with policies, and we moved when I was young, she whispers, and Averey nods thoughtfully. Yes, that makes more sense. You don't look native to this pack, Averey murmurs, furrowing her brows. Freya had pale skin, like Averey, but she had medium brown hair and amber eyes, which were shocking to look at. The majority of Rapid Rock had dark or at least tan skin, with darker hair and gray or brown eyes. The Alpha family stood out, as did the transfers generally. Most people were convinced there was some vampire in the Alpha family bloodline, and it made more sense to Averey than anything else. What happened when you went to the university? Did Elijah Preston do anything to you? Averey asks gently, standing up out of her seat and walking around her desk to sit beside the woman, who looks rather shell-shocked. He flirted a little, I guess. He would have been one of my advisors if I had gone to university, she mumbles, and Averey grits her teeth. When did he first assault you? Averey asks, keeping the anger out of her tone. That weekend, but I didn't think it was assault until I got home. I couldn't say anything then, it would have ruined my family, she whispers, and Averey inhales deeply. Okay, and did you see him again after that? Averey questions, and the woman nods. When? I need times and dates, if you have them, she asks, furrowing her brows and pursing her lips. January 4th, 2 weeks after my 18th birthday. He came to the school to give a talk, Freya responds, her face pale. Averey stands up, pacing a little. That man was in her pack. Okay, you were 18, so I was 20. I would have been at university. I'm so sorry this happened to you on our territory. Averey grimaces, sitting down again and taking the woman's hand gently. It kept going for so long. I thought he was going to kill me. I just begged him to end it so it would stop, Freya says faintly, her eyes locked on the clock behind Averey. He assaulted me for 3 hours when he was here, and when he finally left, he told me I should be thankful for the gift he gave me, she whispers, her eyes filling with tears. And what was the gift? Averey asks quietly, squeezing Freya's hand. He got me pregnant and left me in the forest. Trackers found me the next day, in a pool of my own blood, she whispers. Averey tenses, standing up slowly. Let me find the file, Averey murmurs, opening her laptop and typing rapidly. There won't be one. They didn't investigate, I don't think they wanted to know, she continues, staring out the window now. Did you meet with my father, or a doctor, or anybody? Averey presses, continuing to type, but splitting her attention between her laptop and her victim. I saw the pack doctor. I think she was the Luna, Freya mumbles. The other pack doctor tried, but I screamed when he came into the room, and I couldn't stop screaming. I was terrified he'd try hurt me too. Averey nods slowly, changing her search keywords. I've found your file, Freya. Is it all right if I read it? Averey asks softly, and Freya nods vacantly. It details all of my wounds, including the cuts he left on my stomach. He marked and branded me with a knife, just to remind me that I was his, she continues, her fingers absently tracing a word on her stomach. Averey reads through the file, her eyebrows raising slowly before she mind-links her mother. Mom, I'm sorry to bother you, but this is important. Do you remember Freya Arthur? She was an assault victim from almost 8 years ago. Averey probes, and her mother cuts her off. Found in the woods? Yes, I remember her. That poor girl. Why are you asking? Maria responds, sounding busy. She was assaulted by the same man who poisoned York. Averey replies gravely, and she can hear Maria tense. Her mother curses and then vanishes again, cutting off the link as quickly as Averey had started it. What happened after you found out you were pregnant? Averey asks, furrowing her brows. I met my mate, Freya laughs humorlessly, shaking her head. He rejected me when he realized I was pregnant. He didn't even stay around to file the papers or ask why I hadn't waited. He rejected me, humiliated me, and ran away, she continues, and for the first time in the whole conversation, Averey can hear anger in her tone. Who is your mate? Averey asks, and Freya shakes her head. Out of respect for his privacy, Alpha, I can't tell you that. She grimaces and turns her head back to look out of the window, her jaw clenched and her eyes full of tears. Averey nods slowly, raising a brow slightly, and running through a list of the officials who had mates that weren't bonded to them. What happened during your pregnancy apart from that? She asks softly. I finished high school, and as soon as I got a job, my parents kicked me out. I told them the baby was my mate's. I couldn't handle them knowing what had happened to me, Freya murmurs. Averey's heart clenches for the woman, and she can feel her wolf comforting Freya's. Did you ever receive counseling? Averey queries, and Freya shakes her head. No. I couldn't risk anybody finding out and taking Sam from me, Freya responds fiercely, and it's Averey's turn to shake her head rapidly. No, he wouldn't be taken. They would just offer support, trust me, Averey cajoles, going back to sitting beside Freya. They can't offer support for his constant texting, Freya whispers, her eyes welling up again. What do you mean? Averey asks cautiously, leaning forward a little. He texts every day, sometimes twice or 3 times a day. He never stops, no matter how many times I change my phone number. He threatens to take Sam from me every week, no matter what I do, she wails, squeezing Averey's hands as tightly as she can. He can't do that, trust me. Do you want me to bring Sam here? Averey proposes, and Freya nods shakily. Don't bring him yet, I need a minute to compose myself if you don't mind, she whispers, and Averey nods again. Of course, you take your time. Do you know where he is right now? Averey probes, and Freya shakes her head. No, but I can try to find out. We can say Sam is sick. I can get him here. He doesn't care about me, but he loves Sam. Freya hurriedly gets out, her entire body shaking. Freya, I will not put you in that position. I can call him, and you do not have to be involved at all. But first, I need to make sure you haven't lied about anything, is that okay? She asks gently, and Freya nods, squeezing her eyes shut. Sonia inhales deeply before she begins checking Freya's memory for any discrepancies or parts she left out. After a minute or two of silence, Averey is given a thumbs up by Sonia, and Averey clears her throat. Okay, I'll organize protective custody and a safe house for you right now, Averey decides, leaning over to get her laptop. Is Sam safe? Freya asks, nibbling her lips in worry. He's been with guards this entire time. I wasn't going to let anything happen to him, regardless of what you knew, Averey sighs, patting the woman's hand. Chapter 44. With Freya and Sam safely in a bunker, Averey quickly flew through interviewing some of the other volunteers. She only spoke to the ones whom the guards found useful, which was 3 out of 80. It would seem that anybody who had heard anything ever about York was coming in to suggest that it could be the reason for the attack on him. She was straight up not having a good day. She had spent 2 hours with Freya, comforting her and sitting in silence with her. She had sent a counselor to them and a teacher for Sam to distract him while his mother got some help for a while. Her heart clenched at the thought of how many other women the pack could be failing, and she had made an order for 3 nurses to go through every file and pull out any assault or suspected abuse files. She would look at them later, maybe with the help of Kathleen or her mother, and allocate funding to help for a crisis center. Which should have been done long before this, and she could have sworn she had ordered it before. What's it like being in control of everyone? Kathleen asked as they walked to the next interview, and Averey rolled her eyes. Ugh, just like it was 6 years ago, she chuckles, rolling her eyes at her friend. While I'm in this one, I want you to track down a list of possibilities as to who could be Freya's mate. There are penalties for not filing the paperwork, and although it's nothing compared to what he did to her, I want him to pay as much as I can make him. Averey grits out, and Kathleen nods. Perfect. I'll do that, and then I can sort out the files the nurses are sending over. We can sort them by age and gender and sexual orientation, Kathleen nods, speaking more to herself towards the end. That sounds perfect, Kath, Averey smiles, squeezing her best friend's hand before she goes into the final interview room, where a man is pacing up and down. She's instantly hit by the stench of rogue, and Averey gags, pulling back towards the door at the unexpected reek. You're not one of my pack members, she states the obvious, and the man rolls his eyes. No kidding, the man mutters, scowling a little. Why are you here, rogue? Averey asks, straightening up a little and making eye contact with the pale guard in the room. You lot wanted information, and I have it. Don't be dense, he smirks, continuing his pacing. Would you like to sit down, mister? Averey trails off, and the rogue looks vaguely insulted. Just call me Byron, he sighs, flinging himself into one of the metal chairs and almost sliding off it. Okay, Byron, what do you have to tell us? Averey asks confidently, sitting down opposite him as her senses adjust to his scent. Yours might, because mine haven't. Sonia grimaces. I really hate you for the situations you put us in. Averey ignores her wolf entirely, staring intently at the rogue instead. Promise I'll be released unharmed? He asks, and nobody can know I gave you this information. Averey rolls her eyes, but nods her consent, merely responding with deal. I have heard rumors about a coven reforming, he shrugs, sitting back in his seat. Rumors don't help me, Byron. I need names or a location, she shrugs in reply, continuing to stare at him. Oh my goodness, stop looking at me, he snaps, scowling a little. All I know is that they're near Alpha Petty's land. I even heard mutterings that they've infiltrated his pack. But I do know that they have a lot of the poison that they used to harm your brother with, and they're not picky about targets, he sighs. Okay, so he wasn't targeted for a particular reason, like a deal he made or anything? She queries, and the rogue rolls his eyes. Well, he's an alpha. They're testing the ways that it's harmful through different methods of ingestion. He was probably one of the first attempts at mixing it in a drink, the man mutters. But why him? Averey asks, having a solid guess now. Let him say it, Sonia warns, or it's just speculation. If it could hurt him and potentially permanently incapacitate him, what could it do to normal wolves? If they got it into the water supply, imagine how harmful it would be, the rogue whispers, his face paling. Do many other rogues know about their plan? Averey asks calmly, and the guard moves to stand behind her. Most of them are just focused on destruction, and nothing else at this point. There are about 5 of us who avoid them and the vampires, and we knew one of us had to do something, so I volunteered to come here, Byron nods, rubbing his scruffy beard in agitation. We do appreciate it, but how did you find this out? Averey questions, and Byron avoids her eyes. They poisoned my daughter. I've been tracking them since, he grimaces, and Averey's mouth opens a little in shock. She died? Averey asks quietly, and the man shakes his head. No, but she may as well have. She's in a coma, I believe, he replies, suddenly looking about 20 years older than his age. Where is she? Averey asks cautiously. She's in the Connors pack. I left to track down the people who did this to her, he snarls, and the guard points a gun at him as he releases the noise. I won't harm your alpha. I was a general in the Connors pack, I respect her power, and I know she could kill me in seconds. He merely shrugs, back to his former calm demeanor. The people you run with. Did they all lose someone to the poison? She asks carefully, and the man nods grimly. Yes. It's unfortunate, but we've been working together for 6 months. We heard about the attack on Alpha York this morning, probably before most alphas did. He rolls his eyes, and Averey raises a brow. How did you hear? She asks, furrowing her brows again. We overhear more than most people, he responds, and Averey sighs. You're free to go, or if you wish to stay for the night, feel free. I'll have somebody bring you a meal and a mattress with blankets. Averey nods, shaking the rogue's hand before getting up. Thank you, Alpha, he comments, and please find these culprits. Averey nods to him before leaving the room. Running up the stairs to the main pack house, she pulls out her phone as soon as she knows that she will have a signal. Dialing a familiar number, she inhales deeply before pressing call. He picks up instantly. Scott, you need to get Callie out of your pack as soon as you can. She rushes and hears silence on the other end of the line. Scott? She repeats, trying to keep her nerves at bay. She can hear heavy breathing on the phone before a growl. Why? Scott snarls, and Averey shuts her eyes. A rogue has told me there are vampires in your ranks. You need to get her out of there, she snarls back, her canines on show. Where the heck am I supposed to send her? She can't go back home, her pack are useless, he groans, and she can hear him sit down. She can also sense his panic, and she bites her lip. Send her here, she knows me, Averey says after a moment of silence. No way, absolutely no way am I sending her to you, he hisses, and Averey groans. She'll be more comfortable here, she adds, running a hand through her hair. What will people think? Your brother is unmated, I won't have her there, Scott grunts, and Averey shuts her eyes. He is no longer the alpha of this pack. He was poisoned, and he isn't waking up. I have taken over, so let people say what they want. We can say it's a diplomatic mission or something for women's empowerment, Averey hisses, trying to keep her temper in check. She really liked the quiet girl that Scott brought along with him, and she wasn't about to let her get needlessly harmed. Let me talk to her, and I'll call you back, Scott finally says, and Averey nods, then realizes he can't see her, and then says a quick, that's fine. Moments pass, and while she drinks the stiff drink she poured for herself, her phone rings. She said yes, she'll be there by morning, Scott states gruffly, and Averey nods, rubbing her face. Okay, she replies. I don't trust you, Ave, but I don't think you'd hurt Callie, so I need to trust you right now. Please don't give me a reason to come to get her, he warns, and Averey sighs. Scott, I wouldn't hurt her. You can't be with her 24/7, whereas I can. She isn't of alpha blood, you can say I'm training her, she suggests, and she hears a heavy sigh. I suppose that will have to do, he mutters. I appreciate you watching out for her. I wouldn't let anybody get hurt if I can prevent it, Scott, and you should remember that, Averey retorts, feeling slightly insulted by his lack of faith in her. She pushes her feelings down and instead channels them into organizing, hanging up her phone and going to her office to get started on the files awaiting her, ignoring the ever-present worry about her brother. Chapter 45. The moment Callie arrived, she was put to work. She was given the task of helping Kathleen organize the suspected abuse files because it gave her something to do, and it meant that she was near Averey almost all of the time. Averey sighs, hearing Kathleen and Callie chatter before she walks into the room, swinging open the door nonchalantly. "Good afternoon, ladies," she smiles, and Callie laughs. "It's 11 a.m., Ave," she corrects, and Averey shoots her a mock glare. "Don't ruin my entrances, little worm," she chuckles, and Callie sticks her tongue out at her. "We have 5 files left, Ave, and then we're done." "I can't believe this took 2 weeks," Kathleen sighs, sitting back in her seat. "Brilliant. That's really good to hear. At one point I thought you'd never finish," Averey teases. The 2 girls roll their eyes at her with smiles on their faces. The energy around the pack is calmer this week. York was still in his coma and showed no signs of waking up, but things had moved on. Freya and Sam were still under armed protection, and Averey had every available tracker hunting down Elijah Preston. She had put her energy into leading and setting an example for other alphas. Maybe the only alpha she hadn't spoken to on the phone in the past fortnight was Roman, and she had spoken to Carolyn instead. The woman was understandably upset that Averey had left without saying goodbye, and what was meant to be a 2-minute informative call turned into a tower gossip session. Apparently, Roman had gotten suddenly strict when he had arrived home, banning relationships between couples who weren't mates, only giving permission if they had both been rejected. Carolyn was disgusted by this rule, as she was the one who had to console the families who had been ripped apart. A lot more than usual, unfortunates had families in the Lancaster pack, and most of them had settled down among themselves, or with rejected wolves, which was rare everywhere else. Averey had offered to speak to Roman, and Carolyn shut that idea down almost as quickly as she had suggested it. They had a weekly phone call booked in now, and the next would be in a few hours, while Averey got her hair done. "Have there been any phone calls?" Averey asks, sitting down at her desk and spinning on the chair for a moment. "Yeah, Alpha Addison wants you to call him back, and Meredith McConaughey used some aggressive words when commenting about how long it's been since you spoke to her," Kathleen chuckles, shaking her head. "Ah heck, what does Zeph want?" Averey mutters to herself, clicking on the answering machine. Checking her emails first, she spots no subjects of note, so she decides to reply to them while she gets her roots done. "Girls, if you want to take a coffee break, go ahead. I'm not sure what this call is about, and I don't want to startle Callie if I shout," Averey warns, and the 2 women get up from their seats on the floor, carefully avoiding the stacks of files. "We were going to take one soon anyway. Unlike you, we were here at 8 a.m., Kathleen taunts, and Averey sticks her tongue out at her friend while she waits for Zeph to answer the phone. "Averey?" he asks tentatively, and she lets out a noise of confirmation. "I'm here, what's up?" she asks curiously, kicking her legs under her chair aimlessly. "We found where Elijah Preston has been hiding, and we arrested him. We have nothing to keep him on, though. We can't prove that he was the one who made the toxin." He sighs, and Averey sits up a little. "Charge him with assault. I have his victim, or at least the one we know about." "In my bunker," Averey shrugs, picking up a pen and scribbling notes onto a page beside her. "Do you want him transferred there?" Zeph asks, and Averey pauses thoughtfully, tapping her pen against the desk. She has had to replace it 3 times since she became Alpha, something Jared never failed to remind her in their daily meetings. "Will his mate and children be safe in your pack?" she questions, chewing on the lid of her pen. "Yeah, we've gotten them a security detail in case some of the vampires try to get them," Zeph responds. "It wasn't the vampires I was concerned about, more what the other kids and mothers will do when they find out what he did," Averey mutters, putting her pen down. "How's Petty's Luna?" Zeph asks, as he always does when they're on the phone. "She's okay. She's out of her shell now, and we've had some laughs together," Averey smiles, looking out the window. "That's good." Lilith is still uncomfortable being in my pack. She hates being in the boardrooms. He sighs, his tone hushed as if she's nearby. You can send her here for a week or two. You could send her with the prisoner transfer, Averey suggests, and that way she can socialize a little more with my ranks. We're a lot more relaxed than your pack would be. She can actually hear the wheels in Zeph's brain turning, and he finally sighs. If she wants to, I have no problem with it. It would be nice for her to be with somebody other than my father or me. She really hates him. He grumbles, and she chuckles. Are you surprised? None of the stories about him are complimentary, and all revolve around human sacrifice. She grins, and as she says the words human sacrifice, Callie walks back in. The short woman raises her brows and then shakes her head, not wanting to know what Averey is talking about in the slightest. Tell her to text me, okay? We can arrange it between us. You'll have to send some of your guards to watch her. Mine are spread pretty thin at the moment, covering Callie and training Lancaster's soldiers. Averey rolls her eyes, grimacing at the mention of Roman's surname. I don't see why you don't just send them home. He would deserve it. Zeph grunts and Averey rolls her eyes. Yes, he might deserve being stabbed or shot, but his pack aren't responsible for his actions, and all of them were very welcoming when I was there, Averey reminds him, and Zeph makes a noise. Right, goodbye, Avenue. I miss you and look forward to seeing you again, he sighs, and Averey beams. I knew you liked me. She declares triumphantly, and Zeph groans. Goodbye, Wilcott, he snorts. Bye, Zeffie, she grins, hanging up on him. Was that Alpha Addison? Callie asks curiously, and Averey nods, leaning back in her seat. Yeah, his name is Zeph. His mate is called Lilith. She's the one with blue hair that was at the conference. She might be coming to stay for a few days with us. Averey nods, and Callie bites her lip nervously. Averey notices this and tuts loudly, which makes Callie release her lip. She's really nice, I promise. I know she looks scary, but she and her mate are two of the wolves in power that I've ever met, Averey adds, looking into Callie's eyes. Callie nods reluctantly, her posture a lot more tense than it was previously. I'll trust you, but I can't guarantee I'll like her, she whispers, looking down at the files. Averey stands up after checking the time and pokes Callie's nose. She's really sweet, and I'm not sure if she's definitely going to stay with us or not, so don't be getting upset over something that might not happen, Averey whispers, quickly hugging Callie before straightening up and fixing her posture. I'll be back at 2. I'm going to get my hair done. She calls over her shoulder and gets a grunt from Callie, and a squeal from Kathleen, who's walking back to the office. Thank goddess, I couldn't look at that silver hair anymore, she cheers, slamming the door behind her after she says it. Averey snorts and rolls her eyes, walking out of the house with a smirk on her face. Some of the pack children are playing along the pathways, and they all shout hello to her as she walks down to the main town. Her heart fills with happiness as the kids all run up to her and say hello, getting excited when they're acknowledged by their alpha. She receives about 50 high fives in the 3-minute walk, and as she swings into the hair salon, another burst of excitement comes from the children getting their hair cut for school. Hello, enjoying your midterm breaks? She asks some of the children near her, and they nod eagerly. The receptionist spots her and beckons her over, a broad smile on her face, too. Over the past 2 weeks, Averey has pushed community engagement to an all-time high. She decided that a break from school would be best for the children, as they hadn't really had a proper one in a few months. Parents were enjoying the time with the children, too, as Averey had suspended unnecessary businesses for the week with full pay. There was a nightly vigil for York, and then there was a brief meeting where everyone, including teenagers, could speak about any issues they were having. Averey had installed support groups for various things, such as alcoholism and wolves that couldn't shift, as well as extra support for mothers who had lost children or mates. Averey was slightly appalled at how lax her brother had been on community issues, but she was doing her best to fix what he hadn't done for 4 years and a month. Averey is planted in a chair by her regular hairdresser, who looks at her roots in horror and then slaps her on the back of the head. You're reflective, Mabel grumbles, shaking her head at the alpha. Mabel, you've been booked up for 2 weeks, she shrugs, relaxing back into her seat. If you had booked with your own name, I could have rearranged everyone. Everyone knows how ridiculous your hair is, Mabel lectures, and Averey throws her hands up. In my defense, I didn't want special treatment because I'm now your alpha, she whines, and Mabel scowls at her in the mirror. I sincerely hope you didn't have any meetings with hair like this, she gasps, parting Averey's hair and then mixing up her concoction. How's your brother? She asks with a sigh, and Averey shrugs. He's hanging on, but I don't know if that's a good thing, Averey sighs, and Mabel lets out a tut of sympathy. Poor kid, I remember when he started high school, Mabel murmurs, shaking her head as she applies the bleach to Averey's roots. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, Averey mumbles, opening her emails and responding to a few while she sits. I'm gonna have to take a call once you have the bleach on if that's okay. Averey checks, and Mabel nods. Yeah, it has to process, so that works perfectly for me, she shrugs, working quickly. As soon as she finishes and folds the last foil, Averey presses the call button and prepares herself for Carolyn. Hello, you absolute menace, she hears her mumble, and Averey snorts, remembering it's 7 a.m. there. Good morning, you angel, she mocks, you're the one who said this was the perfect time for a phone call. I forgot about the time thing. How's your hair? Carolyn yawns, and Averey can hear her moving around and opening and closing doors. Hopefully less gray after this, Averey sighs ruefully, glancing at herself in the mirror and grimacing. Yeah, what's with that, you old lady? Carolyn teases, and she can hear the other woman wandering down the stairs, probably to breakfast or her office. I got the bad genes in literally every aspect of life, Averey laughs, swinging on her chair. At least you're tall, Carolyn snorts. You got that gene. I'm taller than most alphas, Averey protests. Well, at least they have to take you slightly seriously, she cackles, walking around the pack house and grabbing a pastry. How are you? Averey asks, examining her nails and glancing around the salon, which has emptied pretty significantly in the half hour she's been there. Exhausted. Michelle is teething, I think, which should be impossible, but that child is a nightmare, she groans, and Averey raises a brow. Have you tried the things with cold water in them that you use when they're little? Averey suggests, furrowing her brows. Teething toys, a mother whispers to her, and Averey repeats it with a grin. She bit through one, the little demon, Carolyn mutters, shaking her head. And what's Ryan doing about it? Averey asks. He takes the night patrols to avoid it, she grumbles, and Averey snorts. I would hand her over to Uncle Roman for a night, say you two need a date night or something and escape, she laughs. Michelle will not go to Uncle Roman, because Uncle Roman looks like somebody ruined his mood and, oh, here he comes, Carolyn mutters, and Averey can hear her clear her throat. Who are you on the phone to this early? Roman asks Carolyn, and Averey feels her heart jump a little when she hears his voice. My sister, Carolyn shrugs, and Roman gives a grunt of acknowledgement. After a moment, she sighs. He's gone, we're free, Carolyn jokes, and Averey exhales deeply. Do you miss him? Carolyn asks her curiously, and Averey furrows her brows. Well, I miss his presence, but not him, if that makes sense. He's so temperamental, especially around me, she grumbles, peering at her eyebrows in the mirror in front of her. He's a stroppy brat, and you can say that to me, Carolyn snorts, and Averey lets out a laugh. You're not wrong, she admits, shaking her head. Before they know it, an hour has passed, and Mabel is back to rinse the bleach out of Averey's hair, so the two hang up and remind each other about next week's phone call. A friend. Mabel smiles as she removes the foils. The female beta from the Lancaster pack, so yes, a friend, Averey laughs. I forgot you went there. Is Lancaster as dreamy as everyone says? Mabel chuckles, rolling her eyes. He's cute, I guess, she shrugs, closing her eyes and letting Mabel work her magic. Chapter 46. Averey feels unstoppable. Her hair is all one color again, she has the brightest red lipstick she owns on, and her brows are cooperating. With this all in perfect condition, she sets off to the bunker, holding all of her files and her laptop in her bag, her phone in her hand and a smirk on her lips. Her phone rings and then stops, Sonia taking the message instead. "Are we ready for this?" Sonia asks nervously, and Averey snorts inwardly. "What are we not ready for?" Averey retorts, and Sonia doesn't respond. Unlocking the door and scanning her eyes, ears, and fingerprints, Averey is finally allowed into the bunker after typing in 4 codes and giving a blood sample. She has everything locked down, and nobody goes in or out without her say-so. "Good morning, Freya," she beams, and the woman looks up at her from the table she's sitting at. There's sweat on her brow, and she jumps up in an anxious flurry. "What did they say?" she asks, hurrying up to Averey and looking up at her. Averey pauses and then smiles. "He's being charged with your assault, darling, and not only that, he's financially liable for Sam and you, as he caused you to miss out on college." Averey smirks and Freya gasps, sinking into the couch cushions. Freya begins to sob and Averey frowns, quickly dropping her stuff and putting her arm around the woman. "Is this not a good thing?" she whispers, rubbing her back soothingly. "It's so good," Freya whimpers, her body heaving with her cries. "I just never thought it would happen." "Well, the jury saw your brands, and they somehow managed to come to the conclusion that you maybe didn't want them, or to be assaulted." Averey smiles, and Freya sinks against her in relief. "So he's going to be jailed?" she asks, looking up at her alpha. "Even better. He'll be jailed here," she nods, "so we can control exactly what happens to him and where he's put, since the crime happened here." Freya gnaws at her lip, forcing herself to breathe normally. "Thank you so much, Alpha," she whispers. "I don't know how I'll ever repay you." Averey shakes her head, patting her shoulder. "Repay me by helping me organize a crisis center. We can model it off what you would have wanted when you were attacked." Averey negotiates, and Freya's jaw drops. "I asked around, and I know you organize everything for the library, from events to new releases. You're definitely capable of helping run this," Averey whispers, squeezing the woman's hand. "I'd love to," she admits truthfully, "but what about Sam? You can do it part-time and work it around when he's in school. You're going to be paid a very comfortable amount that I negotiated for you from Preston's expansive bank accounts." Averey nods, handing her a file with that information in it. Freya schemes over it, her eyes landing on the monthly figure and her jaw dropping. "Oh my goddess," she whimpers, and Averey shrugs. "It's only for 30 years, but it's in a trust for you and Sam, and his actual mate or family cannot touch this money." Averey nods, and Freya gasps. "I thought he was just a professor," she whispers. "Turns out that he made a lot of money from freelancing. So, where better to give the money than his victims?" Averey shrugs. Freya sits in a shell-shocked silence as Sam runs in, throwing himself into his mother's arms. "Hello, Sam." Averey smiles, and the boy smiles back at her. "Alpha, I lost one of my teeth last night," he beams, and Averey laughs. "I can see," she chuckles, pulling a face at him. "Are you being good for your mom?" "I am. I've drawn lots of pictures for her, and we read all of the books you brought together, even the big one that Mum said was for physics." He nods eagerly, and Averey smiles. "Good. Would you get some of these pictures so I can see them?" she asks gently, and he grins and jumps up. Once he leaves the room, Averey looks at Freya. "Are you okay?" she quietly murmurs to the woman. "I'm just so shocked. It's been 2 weeks since we got here, since I told somebody, and he's in jail," she whispers, staring at the wall in front of her. "Now all you have to focus on is raising your amazing boy." Averey smiles, rubbing Freya's arm. "He's going to have the best childhood I can give him, especially now that I'll be able to see him more," she whispers, nodding determinedly. "I'm absolutely certain he will." Averey grins, standing up. "I'll leave these files with you. I'd like you to stay here another few days, just until we have all of the paperwork sorted out, if that's okay." Averey adds quickly, and Freya nods. "That's okay. We've gotten settled here." It feels safe. She smiles weakly, standing up as well, and surprising Averey with a hug. Averey pats her back awkwardly, forcing down her shock and mild claustrophobia. "Sam, come say goodbye to the Alpha," Freya shouts, and the pitter-patter of little feet is heard a moment later. "Goodbye, Alpha," he parrots, and Averey grins at him, ruffling his hair gently before she makes her exit. "What's on my list today, Kathleen?" She asks into her phone, and she hears a disgruntled sigh. "You have a few calls. Maybe deal with a prisoner or two. There's nothing too interesting," the woman grumbles, and Averey frowns. "Okay. Once I finish those calls, you and Callie can get out of there. It shouldn't take me too long." She nods thoughtfully, strolling along at a leisurely pace. Averey lets herself out of the bunker, walking back to the pack house deep in thought, when her phone rings. "I forwarded you a call." He rang early, Kathleen quickly babbles, and Averey scowls a little. "I guess we'll have a working lunch," Sonia grumbles. "I swear this is the only time any of them will ring early." Averey takes a moment to compose herself, sweeping her hair over her shoulders and tilting her chin into the air. "Alpha Wilcott, who is this?" she asks coldly, her tone full of power. "Guess," a deep voice growls, and she rolls her eyes. "What do you want?" Averey snaps, her voice instantly 20 degrees chillier. To talk, Roman finally sighs, and Averey grinds her teeth a little. "About what?" she asks, genuinely, slightly confused. "What happened between us," he replies quietly, and Averey clenches her jaw in an attempt not to snort. "What do you mean, what happened between us? Do you mean the argument we had that offended you so much that you decided to place a ban on unfortunates being, I don't know, happy? You can't just break apart families because I didn't fall on my knees and beg for your attention," Averey spits, slamming open the packhouse door. The kids in the entryway stand back, getting out of her way. She's in alpha mode, and they can tell by the power radiating off of her that she's royally annoyed. "You can't just keep talking to my beta female and not me," he retorts, and Averey is actually speechless. "Actually, I can. The guidelines state I can speak to any of your officials, not just you." "I don't have to speak to you. I'm not obliged to report my every move to you," she responds calmly, her tone spiteful as she opens her office door. Callie and Kathleen look at her with wide eyes, and Kathleen can spot her alpha's jaw ticking. Kathleen pulls Callie off the floor and leads her out quickly. "You don't want to be there when she explodes, trust me," Kathleen mutters, bringing Callie to the kitchen. "You should be speaking to the alpha, your equal," he barks, and Averey sits down in disbelief. "Goddess, this must be the first time you've said I'm your equal." She scowls, and "Don't you dare avoid answering my questions. How dare you separate families? You have no idea what it's like to have no mate." She quietens down after that, realizing she may have stepped on sensitive territory. "I have banned unfortunates and rejected wolves from being together because it's unnatural," he scowls, and Averey snorts. "Right, so you should get over yourself if you think it's unnatural." "Thank goddess we didn't do anything except kiss if that's how you feel," she hisses, and Roman seems to realize his mistake almost immediately, trying to take his words back. "I'm sorry for trying to make you tell me about what happened between you and Alpha Petty," he groans, and Averey gasps. "Oh my goddess, no. That apology should have been given almost a month ago. I appreciate it, but don't you dare try to use it as an excuse for getting out of this conversation." She snarls, "I'm reporting you to the council." "Reporting me for what?" he asks, aghast and running his hands through his hair. "For your disgusting practices of casting out unfortunates. We're already outcasts. We don't need help from you," she sneers, her temper at its peak. Roman sits back in his seat with an eyebrow raised. "You say we, as if you know the life of an unfortunate who is cast out," he notes, and she grimaces. "When I was branded, my mother couldn't look at me for 2 months. My sister wouldn't speak to me for a year, and my father practically had to denounce his title," she snarls. "My wolf vanished, and I was without her for 2 years." Roman is quiet. He doesn't really know what to say to that. "I think that's the most you've opened up to me in all the time that we've known each other," he shrugs, and then hears the dial tone. Chapter 47. Sonia is trying to force the shift as the office door swings open. Averey turns around, her snout in place of her nose and mouth, and her claws out, ready to attack anybody who goes near her. As useless as ever, a red-headed woman sighs, shaking her head as her eyes land on Averey. Averey forces her shift to stop, and her face reverts to normal. Louisa. I thought you were too busy to come to see your brother, she mutters, her rage still simmering. Well, I have to tell Mom and Dad about little Junior here. Her sister shrugs coldly, holding her stomach as if she's expecting somebody to attack it. Cool. Go do that, then, Averey responds, raising a brow. I heard about you getting close with an alpha. I'm surprised you're here. I expected you to be under him. Her sister snipes, and Averey clenches her jaw a little. No, unlike you, I care about my family, and I'm where I'm needed, Averey retorts, opening her laptop and ignoring her sister. Louisa grits her teeth and then hears footsteps. A devious smirk comes onto her lips, and she suddenly bursts into tears. Mom, Averey called me fat. She cries, and Averey looks up, startled at the sudden outburst. No, I didn't, she sighs when she realizes the noise is from her sister. Averey, be nice to your sister. You know she isn't as thin as you, Maria warns, and Averey shakes her head irritably. She continues typing on her laptop while her mother consoles her sister. She's always been so mean to me. Why can't she be as nice to me as I am to her? Louisa blubbers and Maria sighs, patting her middle child on her shoulder. She's so wild and crazy, she adds, letting the crocodile tears run down her cheeks. Get out, Averey shrugs, looking up from her laptop and pushing her glasses back up her nose. What? Louisa asks, looking slightly angry at the dismissal. Averey, be nice, Maria scolds, and Averey turns to stare at her mother briefly before her eyes return to her sister. I am acting alpha, and I have a lot more to do than deal with a hormonal she-wolf who can't fight her own battles, Averey calmly responds, so either shut up and sit down or get out of my office. Maria frowns, shaking her head and trying to usher Louisa out of the office. You don't have to be so rude about it. You could just say you were working, she snaps, and Averey stares at her blankly. Did you think I was playing Candy Crush or something when I was typing? She asks coldly, putting her head back down and completely ignoring her stroppy sister. Even her wolf is annoying, Sonia grumbles. When the door to Averey's office closes, she sits back in her seat. She really didn't need any more drama this week, or on this day alone. She has the Roman situation to deal with. It was improper of her just to hang up, the York situation, and the Louisa issue. Where her monstrous sister went, her apologetic and irritated mate was sure to follow. She fills out some files and responds to some emails for about an hour and a half, just to fulfill her admin quota for the day so that Kathleen doesn't murder her. Averey runs a hand through her hair a tad more aggressively than she intended to, almost ripping some hair out. Heck, she mutters, remembering that it was curled to perfection before she started messing with it. Okay, she murmurs, pacing the room agitatedly. She could deal with Yerk first. At least he couldn't speak back. Walking to the hospital building, she flashes her pass and makes her way to the private wing, finding her brother's room robotically with no effort. She scoffs when she notices there's nobody in the room and clenches her jaw as she sits down. Hey, Yorkie, she begins, sighing. It's weird without you. Sonia says Ezra isn't speaking to her either, so the sooner you wake up, the better for both of us, she laughs weakly. Louisa is here. She couldn't help but make me look bad in front of Mum. Roman called. He apologized, but we definitely didn't end that call on a good note. He isn't letting unfortunates in his pack have relationships with rejected mates. So basically, they can't have families, she murmurs, summarizing her day as she always does for her brother. I finally got my hair done. I don't look like a badger now. Mabel sends her love to you, she adds, staring at the wall as she holds her brother's hand. She thinks she feels his hand twitch, but when she looks down at him, she realizes it must have just been her. The man who assaulted Freya and made the poison that did this to you, I told you about him yesterday, has been arrested and is being transported here. I'll get answers out of him somehow, Averey sighs. I wish you were here to make your stupid jokes. I really miss you, she whispers, her eyes tearing up. She blinks them away fiercely, rubbing at her eyes aggressively. She sits in silence for a few more minutes with her younger brother before she fixes his pillows and moisturizes his face. I have to go now, but I'll be back tomorrow. I think Louisa will be with Mum, so for the goddess's sake, don't wake up when she's here, or she'll think she's a miracle worker. Averey rolls her eyes, pressing a kiss to York's forehead before she leaves. When she's almost back to the pack house, she gets a message from her father, telling her to go to their home. She isn't sure why, but she feels so drained that she doesn't ask any questions, merely touching up her lipstick and fixing her hair in her phone camera before she arrives. Her pale green dress is silky and long, perfect for the changing weather in their pack. It's supposed to be summer, but it's still breezy and sometimes chilly. She rings the doorbell to the house while she fixes the low neckline of her dress, ensuring that she won't flash her family when she walks. Lou is home, Richmond mutters, his face grim. I know, Dad. She came to visit me in my office, she mumbles back, her face similarly murderous. Your mother showed up here with her, fawning over her. How long is she staying? Richmond asks in a hushed tone as they walk into the kitchen. Hopefully 2 days maximum, or I'm going to go on a vacation as far away as possible, Averey responds quietly and Richmond snorts. Book 2 plane tickets. You're not leaving me here with them, he chuckles, clapping his oldest child on the shoulder. Why did you guys want me here? She asks and Richmond shrugs. Your mum told me to get you, and I followed her orders, he sighs, and the two sit at the table. Did you know she was coming? Richmond links Averey, and Averey shakes her head. I asked her over a month ago when York first got sick. She said she was too busy, Averey responds, her tone mocking in the last few words. I'm so glad to hear that she's as considerate as ever, Richmond rolls his eyes. Louisa was his wife's creation. He had taken Averey under his wing immediately, due to her being the firstborn and technical heir. York had been taken by his father, too, due to being the only boy. Maria, though, had taken Louisa. She had pampered her and spoiled her, and Richmond took no pleasure in or credit for his middle child. Maria and Louisa flounce into the kitchen, and the two at the table stare at them with matching blank expressions. Goddess, Averey, no wonder you can't find a man. You look like one, Louisa snorts cruelly, and Averey grits her teeth. Richmond opens his mouth to say something, but Averey beats him to it. Goddess, Louisa, she mimics, at least I'm not a horrible person who everyone hates. Louisa looks at her mother and pouts, and Maria gives Averey a warning look. Richmond notices this, and he clears his throat. Louisa, Averey is acting alpha. One more insult like that, and she can have you ordered to the cellars for the rest of your stay, he snarls, and Averey raises a brow. Thanks, Dad, she calls to him, and she can spot the barest hints of a smile on his lips. Richmond, you can't say that, she's pregnant, Maria squawks, and Averey rolls her eyes. And I'm an unfortunate, she retorts, leaning against the wall. Richmond shrugs, staring at his wife. Pregnant? Wonderful, he mutters, not able to hide his irritation. Dad, come on, you can't be so mean about it, Averey quickly sends to him, and Richmond looks at her in surprise. She's such a horrible person, he groans. Yeah, but that horrible person will decide if we get to see my niece or nephew in the future. It's up to us to make that child a decent person, she reminds him, and he grits his teeth. Wonderful, a baby. My first grandchild. He forces himself to be happy, but he can't help but feel pity for Averey at the same time. It should be her giving him his first grandchild, and to him, this is just another reminder of what Averey will never have. Maria hasn't had this thought cross her mind yet, and is instead consumed by images of bows and flowers and baby toys. You guys should go tell York, Averey suggests. He'd kill you if you woke up and didn't know. I don't really want my baby exposed to a vegetable, Louisa says mockingly, and Averey stands up from her seat. Mom, shut her up, or I'm throwing her in the cellars for disrespect to the alpha, she warns, and Richmond stands up too. Maria is extremely displeased with what Louisa said, and she gives her an angry look before she wraps her hand around her daughter's bicep and squeezes. We're going to see your brother. Don't be so unkind, her mother scolds, and Averey resists the urge to snort at the so-called reprimand. Louisa is tugged out of the door, and when they open the door, a figure is in the way. Is Averey here? It asks, and Averey scowls, folding her arms. Yes, she is, and she doesn't want to see you. She responds for herself, and Roman steps into the light, sweaty and slightly mucky. Averey doesn't look anywhere but his face, although Louisa does. Oh my goddess, the redhead mutters, and Averey scowls at her, too. Chapter 48. We're going to go see York, Maria says after a moment of silence before she drags a gawking Louisa out of the hallway. I'll be in the main office, Richmond scowls, slamming his shoulder into Roman's as he walks out of the house. Averey stares at Roman in silence before she turns her back on him and storms into the kitchen. What the heck is wrong with you? Averey snarls, slamming a glass down on the counter and pouring some iced coffee into it. Look, I'm here to explain, he protests, and she grits her teeth, spinning around with a can of whipped cream in her hand. No, you don't get to explain. Hanging up a phone generally means that the conversation is over. It doesn't mean you run here, Averey scowls, turning back around and putting some cream on top of her coffee. No, Roman sighs, grabbing Averey's shoulders and turning her around. I want to talk to you, properly, he firmly says, and Averey raises a brow. Yeah. I can't talk to you if you don't put some clothes on, she shrugs, breezing by him with her coffee in hand. What clothes do you suggest I put on? He grumbles, and she sighs. Goddess, do I have to do all of the work? She mutters, pointing to a box clearly marked clothes sitting in the corner of her home office. He mutters something that Sonia doesn't care to listen to. While she settles herself in her seat, she holds her coffee in both hands and observes his muscular back and glistening tan skin. He is so attractive, but he's such a jerk, Sonia sighs, and Averey absently nods her head. Once he dons a pair of shorts and a shirt, he turns to her, catching her staring. You see something you like? He smirks, and she glares at him. I'm not seeing much, she shrugs, opening her laptop and sweeping her curls over her shoulder. I like that lipstick, he comments, and she raises a brow. It would look better on me, he adds, and she rolls her eyes. There it is. I was wondering where that wit was hiding, that sheer charm that no doubt drags in all of the girls, she sarcastically responds, taking a sip of her coffee. Say what you want to say first, because I want to have a serious conversation about your new policies and what we can do about Elijah Preston, she firmly states, crossing her legs and getting settled as she puts a blanket over her legs. It's gonna be hard to talk to you about those issues when you look like you do right now, he breathes, and her eyes widen slightly before she purses her lips. Don't be such a jerk, she scoffs, and he raises a brow. Don't be such a prude, he retorts, and she glares at him. They sit in silence for a moment, the room awkward. Roman looks around the room, wrinkling his nose up. This office is so not you, he sighs, rolling his eyes. And what is so me? She asks sarcastically, her fingers making mocking air quotes in his direction. You like decorations, little ones. Trinkets, ornaments. And you have pictures in the other office, he comments, and Averey shifts uncomfortably. And? Averey shrugs, putting her glasses back on her face. Nothing. It's just an observation. I know you better than you think, he drawls, and Averey scoffs. If you knew me like you pretend to, you'd get on with this conversation so we can both leave each other alone. She rolls her eyes, sipping her coffee. He watches her like a hawk, standing suddenly. He leans across her desk, using his index finger to wipe something from her lip with a smirk. Still making eye contact with her, he pops his finger into his mouth, tasting the cream. What the heck, Sonia mutters. My sentiments exactly, Averey replies, feeling slightly frazzled. She clears her throat, sitting up and retucking her blanket around her. Okay, Elijah Preston. Did you find anything useful? She asks, ruffling her hair at the roots. He watches her every movement, which makes her feel immensely awkward. She doesn't like being watched. Suppose I did, what would you give me for my information? He asks, biting his lip. Averey's mouth drops open, and her eyebrows shoot up, barely able to hide her disgust. Are you always such a sleaze? What the heck happened to you? She scoffs, her upper lip curling in disdain. He rolls his eyes, lounging in his chair. What you'd get from helping, since you need to be given a reward system as a toddler would. is the satisfaction of helping an assault victim, and Goddess knows how many others he could have attacked with the poison he hurt York with, she snarls, her eyes flashing rapidly. Roman raises his hands, shrugging. Sorry. I'll be serious now, I was only having a bit of fun, he sighs, sitting up properly and taking his leg off the arm of the chair. This isn't a fun matter to discuss, so the sooner we get it over with, the sooner you can return to whatever cave you crawled out of, she grumbles, trying to relax her muscles. It's hard because every part of her wants to throttle him. She can't actually believe the difference in this man. He was soft and sensitive with her, but she supposes that this is what happens when you bruise a man's fragile ego. What do you need to know? I can have Ryan email you the file we have on him, he pipes up, his eyes never leaving her. Everything you have, and please stop staring at me, she mutters, looking out the window in an attempt to distract herself. He nods silently, his gaze intense even when his eyes are flashing darker than she thought possible. He sometimes does research in our labs, but he crosses our borders more than that, he announces after a moment. What does that mean? Averey asks, looking up from her laptop where she's typing furiously. She's typing everything he says about Preston in an email for Zeph. He has to talk to the family of that man and try to find out everything about his life. She doesn't envy him one bit, and she thinks every bit of information possible might make it a bit easier on him. It means he's on my territory for things other than research. I'm having Ryan look into it. I wouldn't be shocked if he had another child in our territory. We have a number of single mothers due to the safe haven law, he sighs, running a hand through his hair. I wish I were the one doing that, Sonia mumbles, and Averey shuts her out with a twitch of her lips. Her wolf provided much-needed comic relief to situations like this. If he does, we better hope that it isn't another Freya situation. She was so broken when I spoke to her. I can't have that happen again, she murmurs, running a hand through her own hair, appreciating how soft it is. I don't think it is, he pauses, furrowing his brow in confusion. I think his mother lives on my territory. His mother? I was told his entire family lives in Moonstone Mountain, Averey replies in equal befuddlement. His parents split up. She filed rejection papers when she moved to my pack. I'll have Carolyn go get her, he nods, and Averey bites her lip. His eyes instantly go to where her teeth are digging into the crimson flesh, and she notices. Releasing her lip, she clears her throat and straightens up. Okay, well, at least that's one matter sorted, she mutters, taking a long drink of her coffee. Can I have a break before we dissect anything else? He asks teasingly, trying to lighten the mood a little in the tense room. If somebody walked in without knowing the topic of conversation, the heaviness would make them wonder if somebody had just been told they were going to die. Yeah, whatever, Averey shrugs, turning her back and looking out the window. She hears noises behind her and swings around, laying eyes on Roman moving stuff around. What the heck are you doing? She hisses, watching him pick up her laptop and place it where he was just sitting. I did it to get your attention, he murmurs, moving the things off her desk. He places the pots and boxes onto the ground and stares at her with heavily lidded eyes. Did what? She asks, glancing between him and her stuff in confusion. I pretended to enforce those policies, he whispers, and she stares at him. Explain, she demands, a scowl coming onto her face. He prowls towards her, his steps quick and precise. He lifts her up, wrapping her legs around his hips and holding onto her thighs tightly, kicking her blanket away with his feet. What are you doing? She whispers, wrapping her arms around his neck and looking up at him. I told everyone to tell you, he murmurs, inching closer to Averey, that if you were speaking to them, to tell you about that policy. Averey pulls back, raising her eyebrows. But Carolyn dash, he interrupts her, a ghost of a smile on his lips. She thought it was real, he breathes, their lips almost touching. He puts her onto the desk roughly, keeping his hands on her thighs, one sliding up to her hip. This has escalated fast, Sonia exclaims, totally down with whatever is about to happen, I won't lie. I wanted to know what you and Scott had done because I was jealous, he murmurs, pressing his lips to hers briefly before continuing. I want you all to myself. Oh, Averey murmurs, pulling his head down to him and pressing his lips to hers again. They kiss for a few moments, their lips moving in sync slowly. Roman pulls away, and Averey opens her eyes in confusion, furrowing her brows. As soon as she opens her eyes, Roman pulls her hair, forcing her head up and leaving her neck exposed. While he trails a finger down her neck, she contemplates buying a comfier desk to distract herself. She notices Roman getting closer to the low neckline of her dress, and she glares at him. "If you rip this, I'll murder you," she hisses, and he looks up at her with a smirk. "Try and stop me," he quips, attempting to use his teeth and one hand. He fails miserably, and Averey throws her head back and releases a breathy laugh, rolling her eyes. As she rolls her eyes, she hears a rip, and she looks down as much as possible while he holds her hair still. "Roman," she groans, scowling a little bit. "I'll buy you a new one, I swear," he shrugs, barely able to hide his smirk as he kisses along her collarbone. A good day to forego the bra, Sonia smirks, and Averey barely refrains from rolling her eyes. "He probably would have ripped that too," Averey grumbles, and Sonia cackles. While she's deep in thought and communicating with her wolf, he seals his lips against her skin, and her back arches at the sudden sensation. Her arms give out, and Roman quickly stabilizes her, his mouth never leaving her skin as he lowers her down to be flat on the desk. "I didn't know I was that talented," he gasps out, laughing at the expression on her face. "I hope you choke," she mutters, watching him kiss down along her stomach slowly. "You'll be the one speechless in a few minutes," he murmurs, looking up at her with a devilish smirk. "Let's go," Sonia screams, and Averey has never appreciated her internal commentary more. As Roman takes off the rest of her dress, she raises a brow, lying on her desk in just her underwear and a cloud of irritation. "This isn't fair," she mutters, unwrapping her legs from around his waist and kneeling upon the desk. He smirks as she unleashes her claws on her right hand, dragging them down the middle of his chest and shredding the shirt. His eyes darken as she runs her hand along the panes of his chest, a smirk on her face as she unbuttons his shorts. Booker is having what sounds like an asthma attack in Roman's mind. "I can't believe this is finally happening," Booker howls, and Roman bites his lip, his eyes never leaving Averey. As soon as she unbuttons his shorts, she slides off the desk, lowering herself in front of him with a smirk on her face. "You don't have to," he gasps, his entire body tensing as she wraps her hand around him. "Trust me, I want to," she winks, and Roman swears Booker passed out. He lets out a strangled noise as she licks his skin, and she pulls back with a barely hidden grin. "So it is true. Every single one of you is controlled by your impulses," she smirks, wrapping her crimson lips around him. "Ave," he murmurs, one hand tangling into her hair and one hand bracing himself against the desk. "It would be terrible if somebody walked in right now," Sonia snorts, and Averey has to hold her laughter back as she kisses him deeply. "You could have at least taken the heels off before we did this." "I really think we're gonna fall over," Sonia comments, and Averey rolls her eyes. "We? There is no we in this," she responds, "and our calves will look great after this." Sonia retreats, deciding to remain silent for the rest of the experience. She continues her intimate kiss until she hears a defiant nope. Roman removes her, gently pulling her backwards before she stands up in confusion. "Not yet," he smirks, quickly putting her back onto the desk. She doesn't question it, and in the blink of an eye, he has her laid out, and he quickly removes her underwear. She stares at him with bated breath, and he runs a finger along her inner thighs. She leans up to try to see what he's doing, and as she does, he kisses her intimately. He touches her intimately, and she twitches. He pulls back and blows on her, and she furrows her brows. "What the heck are you doing?" she asks, her muscles tensing. Seeing how sensitive you are, he smirks, removing his finger. "Are you ready?" he asks, standing between her legs. "As I'll ever be," she smirks, and in a single move, he enters her. She would have flown off the desk if he hadn't put his arm around her. "This is fine," she gasps, wiggling her hips a little to try to adjust. He begins moving once she gives him the nod, and he kisses her for a moment. "Are you okay?" he asks hesitantly, and she raises a brow, digging her heels into his back. "I'm fine, but you won't be when I'm done," she smirks, digging her nails into his back. The encounter ends a few moments later, and he falls back into her seat. "Nice work." Averey manages to get out after a few minutes, trying to catch her breath as she remains sprawled on her desk. "Thanks, coach," he chuckles breathlessly. "So where do we go from here?" he asks with a nervous note to his tone. "The bathroom, I would say, to clean up," she suggests, confused about why he sounds so worried, until she realizes he means between them. "Oh," she mutters. "That isn't positive," he mumbles, standing up and scooping her up. "Direct me to the bathroom," he adds, walking out of the office shamelessly. "Oh my goddess, my family might be home," she hisses, instantly shrinking in his arms. "Up the stairs," she comments, staring him a little bit. "We can talk about us later," she mumbles, and he nods. "That's okay," he whispers, kissing her nose. "We have all the time in the world." Chapter 49. They had just reached Averey's bedroom in her parents' house when they could hear the front door opening. "Thank the goddess you're quick," she mutters, and he looks at her, feigning hurt until she realizes the possible double meaning of her words. "Oh heck, we left the clothes downstairs," she whispers, and Roman tries to hide his smirk. "It isn't funny, this is my parents' house," Averey hisses, flinging a pillow from her bed at him. "Well, they'll be able to smell it anyway," Roman shrugs, "so just relax." Averey cringes a little, sniffing the air around them. "Richmond is so gonna know," Sonia chortles, and she grimaces a little. "I don't know why I let that happen," she mutters as she walks into the bathroom, turning the hot water on. He comes up behind her and rests his hand on her hip, his body pressing into her back. "Get that thing away from me before I hurt you," she commands primly, and he steps back with a chuckle. "That isn't what you said 10 minutes ago," he snickers, and she glares at him as she steps into the shower. "I wasn't thinking 10 minutes ago," she responds, and Roman feels a little hurt by her words. "At least we won't have a kid," he suddenly comments, and Averey raises a brow as she turns to face him. "What do you mean by that?" she asks, "because I know you weren't careful." "Well, everyone knows that unfortunates have a really hard time conceiving, and that's when they're mated." "We stand no chance," he chuckles, shaking his head. Averey rolls her eyes and clips up her hair, not wanting to get it wet. Roman notices her uncharacteristic silence and stands up from where he's sitting on the edge of the clawfoot tub and leans against the shower door. "It wouldn't be bad if we had a kid, though," he sighs, trying to make things better. "I don't have time for one, and I highly doubt you do either." Averey rolls her eyes. "Trust me, a kid is the last thing on my mind right now." "Then what is on your mind?" "You need to communicate with me," he stresses, turning her back around to face him gently. "I'm thinking how absolutely insane it is that we were just intimate in my home office," she grits out. "I'm thinking that you're crazy for making up a lie to get my attention, and that you're absolutely insane for coming here after I hung up that phone. I came because I wanted to see you. We don't talk, and that's our main problem. If we tried communicating more, I think we could have a real shot at making this work," he reasons. Sonia is on his side, and it takes a lot of effort for Averey not to cuss out her wolf. "This? Is there a this now?" she asks coldly, and he rolls his eyes. "Don't do this, you're trying to shut me out. I actually want to have a conversation, and I'm not letting you leave this room until you start talking," he sighs, his eyes wide and pleading. She makes eye contact with him and feels herself getting sucked in as she gets closer to him, wiping an eyelash off his cheek gently. "You always get so distant or upset when I try to actually talk to you. I've known you 2 months, but I barely know anything about you," he continues. "I have no idea how you lost your alpha title 5 years ago. I don't know your middle name, or what you want to do in the future. I don't know why you pull away every time I try to get close," he pleads, taking one of her hands. "I don't know anything about you, but I know I want to," he whispers, drawing her into his chest. "Rose," she mumbles, and he pulls his head back a little to try to make eye contact with her as he looks down at her. "What?" he asks, slightly confused. My middle name, she grumbles, putting her head back against his chest. He smiles slightly, rubbing her back before he moves them closer to the stream of water. Are you going to answer the rest of the questions? He asks gently, adjusting the temperature of the water. I have no idea what I want to do in the future. I like being alpha, but it's York's position, and I won't take it from him, she sighs, reaching for her shower gels. Would the Luna position be of any interest to you? He asks curiously, and she shrugs. I've never wanted to be one. I practically was Luna of Scott's pack before he found Callie. They had all accepted me as theirs, so I know the role. I just never planned on being one, which was really cemented when I was branded. She responds quietly, her tone a lot quieter and calmer than it would usually be. I remember actually hearing about that. You two were the talk of the conferences, he chuckles, shaking his head. It was a scandal. An alpha not being with his actual mate was a shocker to a lot of the others. She giggles at the end of her sentence, and Roman grins at her. It took the attention off me nicely, so I appreciated it a lot, he laughs, rolling his eyes playfully. Do you want to smell like a happy coconut or energizing passion fruit? She asks mockingly, holding the 2 body washes in her hands and weighing them as if she were on a scale. He considers them so seriously that Averey releases a hoot of laughter, his face scrunched up in thought. I'll have to say the happy coconut fits today's mood, he finally responds, and Averey grins at him, handing him the white bottle and putting the yellow one back on her shelf. So you're happy? She asks, her cheeks slightly red once she does. You could say that, he shrugs teasingly, a grin on his face. Shut up, she mutters in response, nudging him with her shoulder as she swipes the bottle out of his hands. The moment is tender and soft until the bathroom door bangs open. Roman instantly leaps in front of Averey, covering her entire form with his canines, descending and claws out, his face beginning to morph. Oh, that's a sight you could get used to, Louisa cackles and Averey tenses, her fists clenching. Louisa, get out, she growls, forcing herself to stay where she is. Or what? You won't do anything, she taunts, and Averey releases air from between her teeth slowly. You never actually do anything, you just say you will, she drawls, and Averey grabs a towel from the railing beside the shower, wrapping it around herself and then handing Roman one. Roman is still furious, Booker having been disturbed. They had been having a relaxing and intimate moment until the interruption, and Booker had been enjoying himself too. The unwelcome visitor had read as an attacker to him. Averey steps out from behind Roman, her eyes flashing dangerously. You can't hurt me, I'm pregnant, Louisa states, her confidence faltering as her sister steps closer to her slowly. I can do whatever I want, I'm the alpha, fool, Averey snarls menacingly, and Roman puts a hand on her hip as he stands behind her. Richmond, having heard the commotion, appears in the doorway too. Oh, Roman, he mutters, taking in the scene in front of him, and nodding approvingly. His middle child tries to stand behind him, and Richmond steps to the side, shaking his head. She warned you earlier, he sighs, leaning against Averey's chest of drawers. The 2 alphas are both furious, and their eyes are flashing quickly between their natural colors and black. The power they're emitting forces Louisa to drop to her knees, much to her disgust. Let me up, she cries out, and Averey walks closer to her, bending down in front of her and lifting her sister's chin with one of her claws. You've disrespected not just me, but Alpha Lancaster as well, she whispers, her voice colder than Roman had ever heard from her before. You won't get out of this by batting your eyelashes at Mum or your mate, she snarls, and Roman pulls her back, his eyes never leaving Louisa. Get up, he commands, and she quickly gets up, her hands instantly going over her stomach. I expect you to come back here at 9 p.m. with your mate. Then, I will tell you what your punishment will be, he drawls, his eyes cold and empty. Louisa gapes at him, rolling her eyes. Averey won't let you punish me, she says cockily, and Averey can't stop herself from snorting. You have far too much confidence in my powers of forgiveness, she quips, shooing her sister out of her room irritably. Richmond releases a short peal of laughter once Louisa is gone, shaking his head. Maybe that'll teach her to knock, he mutters, walking out after her with a massive smile on his face. Roman releases a heavy breath and Averey tries to relax her muscles. That was interesting, she grumbles. I was having such a nice time too. It was going a bit too well, Roman grunts, Booker still in attack mode. Sonia is used to constant interruptions in everything and anything since she came back to the pack, so she isn't as distressed by the situation. She isn't happy, but she isn't ready to rip a man's head off. I'll get some clothes for you from York's room, she sighs, sliding another silk slip dress over her head, glaring at him when she's finished. You owe me a green one of these, she states, pointing at him aggressively. I'll get you whatever color you want, he sighs, rolling his eyes as he plants himself onto her bed. Averey wanders into York's room and picks up the first shirt and pair of dress pants she can find, along with new underwear and socks. When she returns to her room, she notices Roman staring at all of the picture frames on her wall, raising eyebrows. You have a lot of friends, he observes, and she nods. Yeah, I get along with everyone. The girl with the curls, yep, that one, is my best friend Kathleen. In those pictures, you can see Meredith, Luna McConaughey. I have so many more to put up, but I just haven't had time with everything going on, she sighs, unclipping her hair once she lays out the clothes for him. We could do it now if you like. I took it as an assumption that we would both take the rest of the day off. He shrugs, and Averey bites her lip. I think that sounds like a good plan, she finally says, smiling. Get the pictures and the frames. I'll get your dad to help me find some nails and a hammer, he grins, quickly getting dressed. As usual, the shirt isn't a great fit, and it's straining over Roman's arms, which makes Averey absolutely obliged to stare at them. We'd stare even if you were in a cloak. Scratch a cloak, even a muumuu, Sonia sighs dreamily. He's so strong. Averey has to hide a smile at her wolf's thoughts and the damsel in distress mentality Sonia seems to harbor. It always makes things interesting. Averey walks over to her chest of drawers and opens the bottom one, grabbing a pile of assorted frames out of it and then picking up a stack on her bedside table. She lays them out on the bed and wiggles excitedly as she sits down, a wide grin on her face. You're excited about this, huh? He asks with a smile, and she nods. I haven't had a chance to do this in so long. I'm usually always busy. I never have an afternoon off when I'm at home, she shrugs, tucking her feet under her as she settles into her spot. Anyone who wants to disturb you tonight will have me to deal with, he chuckles, settling on the other side of the bed. The first and only time we shared a bed was when you were so blackout drunk that you could barely walk, he chuckles, shaking his head at her as he takes the back off one of the frames. Oh, I remember it very well. Thank you very much, she cringes, slotting a picture into the frame and examining it closely. I think this works perfectly with the shape, she mutters to herself, and he watches her with a small smile on his face. The way your mind works is so interesting to me, he grins, leaning back on the mountain of pillows under him. Are you making fun of me? She asks, playfully glaring at him. No, he laughs. I wouldn't think a certain picture wouldn't work with a particular shape. Averey gives him a toothy smile and a wink. I'm certainly unique, she chuckles, and he grins again. I know that. I've never chased a girl before, but here I am with you, like a puppy with its tail between its legs, he mutters, shaking his head in disbelief while his smile stays on his face. He squints at one of the pictures, and Averey notices and frowns. You should have brought your glasses, she comments, and he looks at her with an eye roll. I should have brought protection too, and probably my phone and some clothes. I wasn't working off a list on my way here, he laughs, shaking his head at her. For all I know, this could have been some crazy master plan all along. She shrieks indignantly, sitting up on her knees and swatting him with one of the pictures. The one in her hand is one of hers, Zeph and Lilith, all grinning at the camera in their formal clothes. This is a lovely photo, he comments truthfully, and she smiles at him. I thought so. They're a really great couple. I talk to them literally every day, she laughs, slotting it into a rectangular frame and putting it into a pile. The next one shows her and Callie, covered in flour from when they tried a new recipe for bread out, and Kathleen accidentally scared them by appearing out of nowhere. She notices Roman's questioning look, and she shakes her head with a slight grimace. "We got a fright," she merely responds, looking at the next photo. It's of her, York, and Roman, and she doesn't remember it being taken. "Your brother looks so happy in that," he notes, and Averey bites her lip, her jovial mood suddenly squashed a little. "Yeah, it's a good one of us too," she manages to get out, and he gently rubs the palm of her hand with his thumb. "He'll be okay. We'll figure it out," he nods, and Averey bites her lip again. "I really hope you're right, because I won't be able to survive if Louisa is my only sibling again," she grumbles lightheartedly, rolling her eyes a little. "We should take a nice photograph for your wall," he decides, standing up suddenly. "What are you doing?" she asks unsurely, and he pulls her to her feet. He sets the phone on the dresser and sets the camera on a timer, pulling her a few feet away and wrapping his hands around her waist, pressing a kiss to her cheek. She grins just as the camera flashes, and she eagerly rushes to the phone, excited to see the result. The result is a slightly blurry portrait of the two of them, both looking giddy and excited. "Perfect," she winks. "When we get it printed, it can go on the wall as a reminder that you owe me a new dress." He groans at the mention of her dress again and shoots her a look, rolling his eyes. "I've already said I'll get you a new dress, and I stick to my word. No reminders are needed, I promise," he soothes, sitting back onto the bed. "Averey, dinner." Maria screams, and Sonia hears her, alerting Averey. "Oh, heck," she mutters, standing up abruptly. She quickly puts on a jumper and stretches her back a little bit, hopping around the room as she straps her heels back on. "Roman, you need to be on your best behavior," she notes, "because my mum might be on the warpath because of the Louisa thing." Roman wrinkles up his nose and rolls his eyes. "Are you for real?" "She was the one at fault, and I'll tell her that if she tries to blame you," he warns, taking her hand and gently kissing it as she leads him out of the room with her phone. "Just watch what you say, okay?" she sighs, biting her lip. He gently pulls her lip from between her teeth and slaps her behind a moment later, grinning at her quickly before she descends the stairs. Before she can say anything in response, Richmond appears and grins at them, nodding to Roman and hugging his daughter. "She's going to kill you," he mutters into her ear, and Averey rolls her eyes. "Louisa can go jump in a lake," Averey responds sweetly, and Richmond tries not to laugh as the three of them walk into the dining room. As soon as they enter, Louisa is glaring at them, a large plaster covering the bottom half of her face. "Sympathy vote. I barely touched her," Sonia snarls, none too happy with her sister. "If we wanted to hurt her, she'd be dead," Averey responds nonchalantly, and Sonia settles down near the surface in case she's needed. Roman and Averey take their seats across from Louisa and Maria, while Richmond sits at the head of the table. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, Luna Wilcott," Roman says sincerely, and Averey's eyes widen. Maria responds bluntly, her eyes scanning this man. "I think his arms grew," she links to Averey, who rests her forehead in her hands and shakes her head. Roman fidgets uncomfortably with all of the eyes resting on him, and Averey clears her throat pointedly, glaring at her sister. "Do you have anything to tell us?" Louisa sneers, and Averey smirks. "Yeah, before you interrupted us, we were intimate in my office. If you want the details, I'm happy to tell you, but it was really intense," Averey breathes, her eyes flashing. "Ave, that's not dinner conversation," Richmond reprimands, and Averey rolls her eyes a little. "Don't be such a prude, Dad," she sighs, and he gives her a quick look. "I'm not being a prude, I just don't want to hear about my eldest daughter's private life," he replies, looking around the room. "Louisa, where's Xavier?" he asks impatiently, and Louisa freezes momentarily. Nobody else seems to notice it, but Averey does, and so does Roman by the look on his face. She's never wanted to be marked more than the current moment, so she could mind link with somebody outside her pack. "He's supposed to be arriving next week," she coughs out, and Averey raises a brow. "So you're staying a week?" You were too busy to come for a day last month, Averey comments offhandedly, examining her painted nails and looking around the room while they wait for dinner. Two of the maids dish it up immediately after, and Averey relaxes back into her seat, her eyes boring into her sister. Well, things change, Louisa snaps, and Averey chuckles. I'll bet, she laughs, rolling her eyes and taking Roman's hand under the table. He smiles a little at the gesture, squeezing her hand lightly. Mom, make her stop, Louisa whines, and Maria sighs. Louisa, she isn't doing anything, she mutters, examining her dinner plate intensely. She's worried Roman will explode if she isn't fair, Richmond comments to Averey, seemingly engrossed in eating his jacket potato. He said he'd be standing up for me if she tried to blame me for Louisa's punishment later. Averey responds calmly, and Richmond nods. He would be fully entitled to punish your mother then, too, for trying to get her out of trouble, he replies. Averey eats her dinner one-handed, her other hand secured within Roman's, who eats with a smile on his face as he glances down at her every so often. Chapter 50. Don't be too mean, please, Averey murmurs as she and Roman head back to her room. I'll say whatever I want. It was disrespect to you, but you can't do anything because Louisa is your family. I'll take the hit, he whispers to her, bringing her hand up to his lips and kissing it gently. Averey smiles slightly at his caring gesture, and she can't help the slight blush that her cheeks take on. Okay, but please don't be mean, she pleads, because she is my sister. I'm the one who will have to deal with the consequences. You can go back to your pack at any time. She'll get what she would if she was any other pack member, he promises, clenching his jaw, although no other pack member would stare at us and mock you. His tone took on an irritated, almost angry note towards the end of his sentence, and she gently squeezed his hand, trying to force her independence down a little. Accept his help but don't depend on it, Sonia grumbles, slightly bothered by his need for dominance. Averey tries to cover her visibly surprised reaction at the fact that Sonia doesn't support Roman in something for once. He doesn't control us. We're an alpha too, so don't let him do whatever he wants, whenever he wants it, her wolf grunts. Roman arrives in Averey's room first and looks around curiously, sniffing the air suspiciously. I think somebody was in here, he mutters, quickly opening the wardrobes and checking behind the curtains and in the bathroom. Averey stays at the door, her eyes darting around the room and noticing the curtain moving a little. Row, she whispers, her eyes locked onto the area as she walks slowly towards it. Roman puts a finger to his lips and silently moves towards it quickly, his figure a blur. Averey finds herself unconsciously holding her breath, raising her hands to her chest nervously. Roman grabs the curtain and almost rips it down with the force he uses. Nothing is behind it, and they both look at the open window. Did you open it before we left? He asks warily, looking over his shoulder at Averey as he closes the window. No, I never open the windows here, especially not at night, she mutters, her brows furrowing and her lips pursing. Her stomach is in knots, and she can feel sweat building up on her back as her eyes fill up with tears. He notices and quickly crosses the room to pull her into his arms. What's wrong? He asks softly. This will be fun, Booker mutters. This won't end well. I think I feel like my privacy was invaded, she mumbles, laying her head onto his chest and letting him rock gently with her. Do you have anywhere else you could stay tonight? He asks, looking down at her in concern. Well, I have my house, she sighs, wiggling out of his arms and starting to pace. You have a house? He asks, sounding surprised. Yeah, of course, I have a house, she responds, raising a brow. I'm 28. Oh, he mutters, his cheeks turning a little red. I don't mean you should have a house. Your pack is close, you all live in one house. Very few people here actually live in our pack house. We all have our own homes for the sake of privacy and comfort. She shrugs, and he nods. Well, you can go there, he sighs, running a hand through his hair again. I'm not going alone. If somebody got into my room in the Alpha house, my own house doesn't stand a chance, she groans, shaking her head rapidly. I'll come with you, but I have some calls to make before we see Louisa, he warns, and she bites her lip. I don't care, I don't want to be alone, and you'll do, she comments, her back facing him as she quickly packs some clothes into her small suitcase. "I'll do." He snorts, Booker's ego slightly hurt by that comment. Sonia rolls her eyes. "Why are all of these men so sensitive?" She grunts, and Averey nods in agreement. They've never been told anything like it is before. Averey responds calmly, putting a neatly folded blazer into her bag, along with a pair of skinny black jeans. "I didn't mean it to be rude, I just mean that you're perfect company," she shrugs, proud of herself for what she thinks is a pretty good recovery. "Sure," he drawls, rolling his eyes with a smirk as he walks up behind her. He pulls her a little back by her hips, and she looks over her shoulder at him and glares. "My room was broken into. I'm not in the mood right now," she snaps, slightly irritated by his insensitivity. He pauses and then nods, stepping back a foot or two with his hands in the air. "Understandable. Where is this house?" he asks, and she closes her eyes for a minute. "It's near the forest. It's gorgeous, and it's mostly glass. I found a witch to enchant it so that you can't see in, you can only see out," she murmurs, a small smile climbing its way onto her face as she thinks of her nook of serenity. "Why do you have so much stuff here then, if you have a house?" he questions curiously, and she cracks her neck. "Because I like being around my parents, and I don't like going home to an empty house," she mutters, and he nods in understanding. "I think that's why I stay in my pack house. I may not get along great with my mum, but she's something to go home to. She's a constant, and she makes it all seem less lonely," he murmurs thoughtfully, staring at her picture wall intensely. Averey stays quiet and continues packing, throwing in some red lipsticks, brow gel, and a hairbrush on top of her clothes. She's totally packed apart from her laptop, and she cringes as she remembers the state they left her office in. "We need to make a pit stop before we go," she sighs, and he raises a brow. "Let Louisa know she can either be in your office in 5 minutes, or she can make the journey to your house for her punishment," he shrugs, cracking his fingers and picking her bag up. Averey mind-links her sister grudgingly, scowling the entire time. She hates being the messenger, especially to her sister, who no doubt will use some very colorful language at being contacted by her older sibling. "Louisa, you need to be in my office in 5 minutes, or you have to get to my house in an hour," Averey parrots, and she can hear the vibrations of anger from the mind link. "Tell him to go die somewhere," Louisa shoots back angrily, and Averey gives her time to reconsider her response. Sure enough, Lauja quickly recants what she said. "Don't say that, please, Ave," she quickly gets out. "Say it," Sonia encourages darkly, a scowl on her face. Averey and Sonia both don't give Louisa the time of day, because she'll never change with them. Averey has no idea how Xavier manages to deal with her sister every day, and she wouldn't be surprised if Xavier didn't come for however long her sister is staying. "What are you choosing, Louisa?" Averey asks tiredly, rubbing her temples. "I'll meet you in your office," she grumbles, and Averey sends her an agreement before cutting the link off. She exhales heavily once she stops messaging her sister and looks up at Roman. "She said she'll meet us in the office, so we should go down now and clean up," she sighs. Roman nods, letting her lead the way down the stairs while he cradles her bag in his arms. They open the office door together and are hit by the lingering scent from earlier. "We should have opened a window," Averey mutters grimly, opening her office windows and turning the ceiling fan on at the same time. The possibility of her family walking into her office in the state it's in makes her cringe. She doesn't care if they know what happened, but it's a bit unprofessional of her to have it in her office. "We were a bit too busy to think about windows," he chuckles, shaking his head at her while he mentally prepares to deal with Louisa Wilcott. "Don't sass me, young man," she mocks, making fun of his stern tone that he occasionally pulls on her. "Don't mock me, young lady," he responds in a similar fashion, rolling his eyes around his grin. Averey leans down and swipes up her ripped dress and underthings, putting them into the trash can under her desk. Roman walks by and playfully slaps her behind, a smirk on his face, which she doesn't appreciate. "It's time to be serious," she says more to herself than him, sitting in her chair and watching him put everything back onto her desk. When he puts something down, she rearranges it, sorting the desk to the way she wants it and usually has it. "You're so stubborn," he mutters with a grin, moving something an inch and having her move it back to the exact place it started. "You can't leave things alone," she grumbles, shooting him a quick glare. "Don't start a fight before he deals with your sister," Sonia warns, and Averey breathes in calmly. There's a knock on the door, and before anyone can say anything, Louisa storms in with a face like thunder. "What?" she demands, and Averey rolls her eyes. "Don't you use that tone with your alpha," Roman growls, his body language switching totally. His calm demeanor and teasing nature are totally gone, and he reminds her of a rabid rogue or something of the sort. Louisa straightens up a little, keeping her hand on her hip and her raised eyebrow on her face. "What's your problem?" Louisa asks, and Averey raises her eyebrows in shock. She knows her sister is defiant, but that's usually only of her authority. "Maybe we should call Xavier," Averey suggests calmly, and Louisa's eyes flash angrily. "This has nothing to do with him. What's my punishment?" Louisa snaps, red traveling up her neck. Averey observes the scene, watching her sister's face half shift. "Louisa," Averey reprimands sharply, "think about your pup, not your bratty little temper tantrum." Her sister turns to her, her eyes flashing faster and faster. Averey can sense that her sister is about to shift, so she leaps into action, hurriedly getting behind her sister and holding her arms. "Stop," she snarls, letting her alpha tone loose. Immediately, her sister slumps forward, Averey hanging onto her, being the only reason she doesn't collapse onto the ground. "Stand up," Averey orders, letting go of her sister once she stands back up properly. Louisa stands in her place, looking angrier than Averey has seen her in years. Averey returns to her seat, slightly irritated and extremely embarrassed by her sister. It's no wonder to her that Louisa doesn't go to any conferences with her mate. Averey knows that her sister can't be trusted to behave in public. Averey herself is short-tempered and can be admittedly catty, but she knows when she shouldn't talk or give out about something in public. She also knows not to insult other alphas unless she knows them, or they deserve it. Roman stands in silence, his eyes cold and hard as he stares at Louisa. "Louisa Wilcott, you are sentenced to 2 weeks in the cellars," Roman finally states, his face expressionless. Louisa's eyes widen dramatically, and her mouth opens a little bit. Averey closes her eyes and tries not to cringe too much. She knows exactly what's going to come next. Louisa straightens up and opens her mouth wider, looking like she could kill someone. Averey reaches for Roman's hand, her movements hidden by her desk from Louisa's sight. "Mom!" Louisa screams, and Maria hurries into the room, wrinkling up her nose once she arrives. "What's wrong?" Maria asks tiredly, and Richmond slopes into the room too, folding his arms and leaning against the wall. "He's sending me to the cellars," she whines, widening her eyes as she pouts to her mum. She can't move from her place due to Averey's command, and she doesn't plan on lifting that anytime soon. "For how long?" Maria asks, looking exhausted. 2 weeks, Lauja shouts, her voice scratchy and squeaky. "I'll kill her if she doesn't shut up," Sonia snarls, and Averey has to force herself not to smile. "That's nothing," Richmond interjects, rolling his eyes at his child's dramatics. "Dad, tell them not to be mean to me," Lauja whines. "Alpha Lancaster is being overly reasonable due to your family connection to Averey." There's silence after Richmond's statement, and Louisa looks at her mum for pity. Maria is quiet, and she does not react to Richmond's response because she knows it's entirely truthful. Louisa is angry at her mother's lack of support, and she shoots her a glare before turning back to Roman and Averey, who stare at her calmly. "When do I start?" She spits, and Roman shrugs. "Tomorrow morning seems like a good time," he sighs, refraining from rolling his eyes. "Good professionalism," Booker chirps up. "Fine," Louisa snarls, glaring at Averey until she realizes Louisa can't move. "Go," Averey orders, and Louisa promptly storms out of the room angrily. "I'll make sure she shows up," Maria sighs, walking out of the office after her daughter. Richmond lingers for a moment longer, looking between Roman and Averey. "Dad, close the door," Averey sighs, slumping back in her seat, Roman releasing her hand and rubbing her shoulder. Somebody got into my room, so we're gonna go to my house for the night and camp out there. She nods, and Richmond's eyes widen in horror. Somebody got into your room? He repeats, running a hand over his crew cut. I caught a scent, but it was faint. I presume they covered their scent, Roman grits, scowling at the window. Okay, how did they get into the house? Richmond asks, his age suddenly showing on his face. We don't know, but the window was open, and we didn't open it, Roman sighs. I'll get somebody on it. You two go to the house, I'll have some guards cover the perimeter of it, Richmond grimaces, and then looks at Averey. Actually, you can do that yourself. I'll organize sorting your room out though. I can't believe the person got past me and your sister's noses, he mutters to himself, walking out of the room with his hands behind his back and his brows furrowed deeply. Averey stands up, puts her laptop in her small suitcase, and picks up her cell phone. She quickly dials the head guard's number and instructs him to send 4 guards to her house. She isn't worried about her safety, she knows how to protect herself, and she isn't scared of anyone breaking in. She just doesn't want her house ruined for her by this mysterious person. Once she's sure she has everything that she could need from her office and has made the decision to do her work from her home tomorrow, she straightens up, satisfied with her decision. If you're staying tomorrow, you can grab one of the laptops from the cupboard in the corner, she calls over her shoulder, closing the windows to her office and grabbing her jacket from the rail in the corner. Roman nods, grabbing one of the spare laptops just in case he decides to stay. He pulls the handle of the suitcase up and waits for her by the door. Once she's ready, she joins him and leads him out of the door, heading straight for the forest. I thought it was just near the forest? Roman asks curiously, and Averey rolls her eyes a little. We're taking the shortcut, I don't want to walk for 20 minutes, she sighs, glancing over her shoulder at him quickly. This is where we met, he chirps happily, and she hides a smile. I don't know how we didn't meet before, she shrugs, a little skip to her step in response to that memory. I never really went to conferences, I'm usually at different PACs acting as the middleman for arguments or disagreements among officials, he grins, sliding up beside her and wrapping his arm around her waist. Why are you there now? She asks curiously, looking up at him as they walk, avoiding fallen branches and logs. I'd rather be here, he winks, and there are no issues that need my attention right now. She laughs at his admission of having nothing else to do, shaking her head teasingly at him. We're almost there, she chirps, looking around at where they are and being able to see lights in the near distance. Is your house on its own? He asks curiously, and Averey shakes her head. There's a little bit of space between my house and others, but I live in between 2 of the PAC nurses and their families, she smiles, they have their kids, and the kids love being in my garden because I let it go a little bit crazy. What do you mean crazy? He questions, and Averey grins. The grass is long and there are a lot of flowers. I haven't had time to fix it since the house was built, but it's on my list for the year, she giggles, shaking her head. Half of the year is gone already, and if it's as bad as you say, you'll run out of time at this rate. He shakes his head with a smile on his face. You could help me if you're that concerned that I'll run out of time, she suggests, wiggling her eyebrows playfully. I can try, but I'm not the best at gardening, he promises, swinging their hands in the air childishly. We can start tomorrow, she grins, and he shakes his head. Tomorrow, we are relaxing until I have to go home, he sighs, swinging their arms so high that Averey has to jump a little bit. Averey sighs, her face dropping a little bit at the realization that he has to go home. The surprise visit turned out a lot better than either of them could have expected, and the thought of him going home so soon doesn't make her the happiest. Don't get so attached, Sonia scolds. Do you not want me to be happy? Averey whines, slightly annoyed that her wolf won't agree with her on this. I want you to be happy, but I want you to be responsible too. You still haven't spoken about your feelings with him, having an old mate, Sonia reminds her, and Averey rolls her eyes. Why do you have to do this? I'll talk about it whenever I want to talk about it, she grumbles, and Sonia bares her teeth. You don't talk about it, though, you just go insane about it suddenly, Sonia points out angrily, and Averey abruptly cuts off their link, trying to hide her irritation from Roman. Is that it? Averey hears Roman ask, and she suddenly realizes that they're at her house. Yeah, it is, she nods, watching Roman admire her reflective house. Why do you have so much glass? He asks, and she shrugs. I like light, and we don't get much here, especially in the winter, so I like to let in every bit possible, she explains, and he nods along with her. Averey leads him up the steps, squinting at the houses around 100 yards away. I thought you said your neighbors were nearby, Roman laughs, and Averey rolls her eyes. They are, she protests awkwardly, leading him inside. How is it so warm here? He mutters, feeling the gust of heat hit his face. Underfloor heating, she grins, closing and locking the door behind him as he peers into the living room and kitchen. I really like the designs in here, he compliments, and Averey smiles at him. He wanders over to the living room window wall and stares out of the glass. Oh my goddess, he murmurs, looking at the view. I know, she grins, bouncing in her place as she gazes at the water in front of her house. I see why you built the house here, he nods, mesmerized by the crashing waves in the lake directly in front of her house. Roman stays by the window while Averey wanders into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator and feeling immense relief when she realizes that it's fully stocked. We pay for it to be even if we're not here, Sonia grumbles, extremely unhappy with Averey still. She pulls out some berries, ignoring her wolf while she washes them in the sink. What are we going to do tonight, Ave? Roman asks, strolling into the kitchen after her. Averey feels slightly uncomfortable at just how domesticated the scene is. Sonia wants me to talk to you, so I guess we'll do that, she mutters, leaning against the marble counters and eating some of her strawberries and raspberries. Roman snatches a blackberry out of her bowl, popping it into his mouth cheekily. Averey nudges him gently as she walks by him quietly, stunned by just how silent the house is. It's always quiet when she's there, but since she's not alone for once, it feels eerie. She climbs the stairs quickly, him following her, looking slightly confused. You can wait down here if you want. I'm just going to get into some pajamas, she shrugs, looking over her shoulder at him. Sure, he says, trying to hide his confusion and slight hurt. He wanders back downstairs, taking note of the bare walls and sleek furniture in the rooms he walks through. This doesn't feel like a very Averey house, in his opinion. Even when she stayed in his pack, she had loads of little decorative things around her room. This house is empty, and he doubts she spends very much time in it. Averey is upstairs, trying to figure out what she wants to say, not very happy that Sonia has gone radio silent all of a sudden. She sighs, putting on an oversized t-shirt and some sports shorts and clipping up her waves. Taking out her earrings, Averey wipes off her lipstick and puts on some fluffy socks before heading back downstairs to where Roman is. She moves silently, so when she gets downstairs, he doesn't realize. He keeps looking around the room, opening cupboards and drawers to find them all empty, bar one, which has blankets. Grab one of those for me, please, she smiles weakly before she plants herself on the couch. He picks up a gray one before he turns around, and he looks her up and down with a slight grin. No, don't smile at me, she warns. I don't think this will be a fun conversation. The smile slips from his face, replaced by concern, as he sits beside her and wraps the blanket around her legs. Do you want to just talk and get it all out? Or would you like me to interject, and we can converse about the issue? He asks diplomatically, and Averey can see why he's called in to sort out problems now. You can comment whenever you like, she nods, biting on her lip. He leans over and pulls her lip from between her teeth, gently kissing her lips and rubbing her cheek. Averey takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself to bring up what she needs to talk about. Sonia is right. If she doesn't talk about it now, she'll hold it in until she explodes. We need to talk about the fact you had a mate, she starts nervously, fidgeting with her blanket. Roman sits in silence for a moment and then reluctantly nods. He can see where she's coming from, but he doesn't really ever want to talk about it. You felt that connection and you've had a mate. I haven't, and I feel like that puts us on an uneven level, she mumbles, but he can hear her perfectly clear, so he doesn't ask her to speak up. He remains silent, letting her speak. I just don't know. Maybe if I knew about why you no longer have Max, I could understand a little bit more? She suggests awkwardly, running her hand through her hair. I don't like talking about her death, he responds, his tone slightly rough. Averey nods, biting her lips nervously. I don't know what I'm missing. You do. You've had a genuine mate connection before, she murmurs, looking away from him. There's complete silence for a few minutes, neither of the two looking at each other. No, I haven't, he finally states. Chapter 51. Averey stands up, her face going white. Her legs are numb, and her entire body is trembling as she moves. She feels like she's going to faint. What do you mean? She asks, trying to keep her tone level, but she fails, her voice rising as she reaches the end of her question. What the heck did he just say? Sonia snarls, and Averey is struggling to keep her in. Do you think this is all some sort of joke? Averey snarls, her eyes flashing rapidly as she begins pacing the room. She's trying and failing to calm herself down, her canines descending and her bones beginning to crack as they prepare to shift. Roman stays silent, which is possibly the worst thing he could do. Has this all been a funny little play-pretend game to you? She growls, her face slowly shifting, her bone structure changing quickly. It was never a joke, he murmurs, standing up and running both hands through his hair. If we're lucky, at this rate of running his hands through his hair, he'll go bald, Sonia grumbles. Baldness will be a blessing when I get my hands on him, Averey responds sadistically. Then what was it? Please, tell me, she roars at him, her spine cracking. She's livid, and her face is red with anger. Averey barely has a hold on Sonia. Her wolf is trying to surge forward to force a shift, and Averey is clenching every bone and muscle in her body to prevent it because she has no idea what Sonia will try. I just didn't tell you the whole truth, he snaps, his defensive side coming out. Sonia doesn't like this. She forces Averey down, and she turns to Roman angrily. No, Roman, you didn't tell us any of the truth, she snarls, her tone far more guttural than usual. Her wolf has almost entirely taken over. Was it all a lie? She asks quietly, her tone full of potential for anger. Roman stays quiet, and Averey storms up the stairs, at a total loss for words. She and Sonia need time to calm down, and she closes her bedroom door as soon as she reaches the room, sinking down along the wall and putting her head into her hands. What the heck is going on? She whispers, shaking her head and staring at her wooden floors. You need to finish that conversation, Sonia urges, and she grimaces at the thought of it. She knows she has to, but she feels extremely betrayed by his lies. So much could have been prevented if he hadn't lied. If his mate isn't dead, or he didn't have one, as he claimed, then how's he not an unfortunate? Averey leaps to her feet, her anger levels rising yet again. She flies down the stairs, her silent movements allowing her to appear directly behind Roman. She uses her claws to rip his shirt open from the back, running her hands over his shoulder blades. What are you? She growls, squinting at his skin. He removes her hands from his body, glaring down at her. I'm an unfortunate, just like you, he hisses, stalking off into the corner and leaning against the wall, forcing himself to breathe steadily. Tempers are flying high, and Averey knows she'll snap if he doesn't start explaining himself. So you're the unfortunate alpha? She accuses, pointing a finger at him abruptly. Well, I'm one of them, he scowls, Booker trying to make his human calm down. What do you mean one of them? Goddess, is everything that comes out of your mouth a lie? She snarls, flinging her arms into the air. Well, there's more than one, especially since you're one, he mutters awkwardly, and Averey glares harshly at him. If you're an unfortunate, where's your brand? She demands, scowling at him darkly. He stays silent, and Averey lets out a cold laugh. Of course, you don't have one. Conveniently, you have no evidence to back up your little story. What a surprise, she spits in his direction, storming into the kitchen to get a glass of water. You felt my back. It's there, he insists, following closely behind her with his face set in a stubborn state. His jaw is clenched, his brow hard, and his lips pursed. I felt nothing, she barks, slamming her glass onto her countertops. He grabs her free hand, and she shakes him off aggressively, scowling at him. Don't you dare touch me right now, she warns, and he grits his teeth. Feel my back again, he insists, lowering himself down a few inches for her convenience. She stares out of her window, one hand still on her glass and one clenched into a fist as she inhales slowly. After a moment of silence, bar their breathing, Averey turns around and runs her fingers over his shoulder blade, the movement making him shiver. She stares at his tattoo as she traces the outline of his bone, squinting at the dark ink of the wings. She feels a slightly raised patch of skin, and her eyebrows shoot up. How did you cover it? She questions dubiously, pulling her hand back almost immediately and turning back to her glass, filling it up with water from her jug. I found a witch, he mutters. So did I, and she couldn't cover mine, she sharply responds, looking at him out of the corner of her eyes. She used a special ink. I don't know what it was, he grunts, spinning around to lean against the kitchen island, looking around the spacious kitchen. Why didn't you tell me this at the start? She asks, scowling. Because it's embarrassing, he explodes, tugging on his hair angrily. I was literally paraded in front of you like a cow going to market, she fires back. Do you know how much guilt I felt at the idea of taking you from a dead mate? He flinches a little bit, rubbing his neck as he reels back his anger. I shouldn't have acted like I had a mate, he mutters. If you're so ashamed to be branded, how could you ever want to be with one? She asks coldly, sweeping by him with her glass of water. He stays where he is, his eyes widened and his mouth slightly open at what she said. I'm going to be in my room. Whenever you decide on what defense you want to use, she scowls over her shoulder, sloping up the stairs. She pulls her laptop out and brings it to bed, angrily typing out emails. Her phone rings and she picks it up immediately, furrowing her brows when she looks at the time and notices that it's almost 10 p.m. Who the heck needs our attention? Sonia hisses, still extremely irritated. Averey debates not answering it because it doesn't come up with a name. If we don't have them in contacts, are they that important? Sonia reasons. Averey is inclined to agree and puts the phone down. As soon as the ringing stops the first time, and Averey has a moment of silence to return an email, it begins ringing again, and Averey snatches up the phone. What? She barks as soon as she answers, and she hears a laugh on the other end of it. What do you want? She asks in a similarly sharp tone, standing up from her bed and going over to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out intently. Come and find me, a childlike voice sings, and Averey pulls her phone away from her ear in vague horror. Who is this? She demands, quickly hurrying down the stairs to find Roman. She doesn't like him very much at the moment, but he is her best protection. The voice starts singing a nursery rhyme, and as Averey bursts into the kitchen, Roman opens his mouth to question her entrance. Averey shakes her head frantically, putting her phone on speaker and putting her finger over her lips. Who is this? She repeats, putting the phone down on the island in front of them. She and Roman both stare at the device. The singing gets louder and louder until it becomes a relentless scream, causing Averey to immediately end the call. What the heck was that? Roman asks, his face ashen. Averey is spooked. I have no idea. They rang twice, she murmurs, looking through her call logs to see if she's ever had that number ring before. Okay, we need to call the council. This is getting ridiculous, he mutters, and she raises her brows. Call and tell them what? She asks, running her hands through her hair nervously. This is a direct threat to your life now, he states grimly, his eyes flashing as he mind-links his pack. How? She sighs, shaking her head. They've tried to contact you twice in the last 3 hours, he mutters. I'm staying in your room tonight. I'm not risking anything happening to you. Averey isn't happy or unhappy with this solution. She doesn't particularly want him in her room, but she will feel safer this way. Perfect, she responds calmly. Do you need anything or can we move upstairs? I have work to finish. He stares at her for a minute before slowly nodding. I'm ready, unless you can think of anything we might need, he asks, pouring himself a glass of water. He spills a little bit of it and doesn't do anything until he can feel an intense glare directed at him, which makes him pick up some paper towels from their holder and dry up the spillage. I'd never leave a mess in his house. Did he think I'd let him leave a puddle on my countertop? Sonia huffs, thoroughly irritated by the night's events. Averey reluctantly leads the way up the stairs, regretting having such a tall house as the stairs seem endless. You decorated this beautifully, Roman compliments, and Averey forces herself not to snap at him. She has to put up with him for at least that night, so politeness is essential. Thank you, I have some small touches to add whenever I have time, she responds pleasantly, shooting him a tight smile over her shoulder. It's very bare compared to your room, he nods, and Averey continues walking. He clears his throat, wondering if she heard him. As he's about to repeat himself, she sighs. Yeah, well, I've only had this place a year. I've had my room for 28, she shrugs, finally reaching her bedroom and flinging open the door, sliding along the wood in her fluffy socks. Roman peers in cautiously as if he were expecting to be attacked by something. Averey rolls her eyes at his nervousness, folding her arms over her chest and scowling at him. Nobody is in here. Just get in and close the door, she mutters, and he rolls his eyes. If you frown any more, you'll get wrinkles, he grumbles, looking around the room and his eyes landing on her massive bed. His mouth opens and his eyebrows raise in surprise as he blinks at it, shaking his head. Averey rolls her eyes, used to this reaction from her family when they came individually to inspect her home. She likes working from her bed, which means she needs to be comfortable. She would also sleep for a year if she could, so she needs space and layers to ensure temperature regulation. Her bed is ridiculously big. We could do so much on that, Booker sighs wistfully, scowling at his mischance. If you hadn't upset her, we would be doing something right now, he adds irritably, and then shuts his link off with Roman. Roman is exasperated with his snarky wolf, but he knows he should have been truthful from the start. Roman awkwardly perches on the edge of the bed, looking around the room uncomfortably. Averey rolls her eyes yet again. You look like a 12-year-old girl being in a boy's room for the first time. Nothing in here will hurt you, she mutters, opening one of her wardrobes and flinging a hoodie at him. He catches it in confusion, staring between it and her. I sleep with the air conditioning on, she states primly, settling herself back into her side of the bed with her laptop on her lap again. Whose hoodie is this? He asks curiously, staring at the university logo. Mine, she responds, raising a brow problem. He shakes his head quickly, feeling slightly jealous before slipping the hoodie on over the shirt he's wearing. She stares at him in horror, shaking her head. What the heck are you doing? She asks, gaping at him. Putting on the hoodie? He replies, his tone portraying how baffled he is. You put it on over a collared shirt, you horrible monster, she gasps, unable to tear her eyes away from him in horror. He slowly pulls off the hoodie he had almost entirely put on, and unbuttons his shirt quickly, never taking his eyes off her. Averey gets a glimpse of his chest and tries to remain unaffected, watching as he pulls off his shirt and deposits it on the bed behind him. He slowly slides himself into the hoodie, pulling it down inch by inch, and then yanking it down once it gets to his abs. Did you notice something? He asks, rolling his eyes and trying to hide a smirk that had crept its way onto his face. Nothing good, she responds huffily, going back to her emails. Her phone rings and they both turn and stare at it, the nervous tension in the room rising rapidly. The name flashes up on the screen, and Averey breathes a sigh of relief, snatching the phone up and answering it quickly. Hey Lil, she chirps, trying to push every ounce of enthusiasm she has left into her voice. How are you? Lilith asks, sounding extremely irritated. I'm okay, what's up? She quickly asks her friend, closing her laptop and giving her full attention to their conversation. I'll be at your pack in 2 days, the girl says abruptly, and I'm not happy, so be prepared for a big, huge ranting session. Averey raises her brows, glancing at Roman to make sure he isn't listening. He's staring at his borrowed laptop, squinting at the screen. Averey momentarily wishes he had his glasses, but she probably would have forgiven him if he had them on, so thank goddess he doesn't have them. What's wrong? Averey queries, settling herself into her mountain of pillows and blankets. I hate this pack, Lilith confesses, sounding rather upset. What happened? Averey asks, sitting up again. Roman turns to look at her when he hears those words, his brows furrowing in concern. Averey shakes her head at him, pointing to her phone, and he slowly looks away. Some of the pack members hung up on me today at the pack meetings, she mumbles into the phone, and Averey furrows her brows. Over what? Averey asks softly. Me going to your pack with the prisoner, she sighs sadly. What did they say, Lil? Averey quickly asks, hearing the girl's tone waver. They said I'm not a proper Luna, so I shouldn't be going to any packs, she mumbles, and Averey grimaces. I suggested to Zeph he say you were coming for training. Don't you dare let them make you think you aren't a real Luna, she warns angrily. Lilith sniffles, and Averey pinches her nose. I'm guessing most of those people are women, she grumbles, and Lilith makes a noise of confirmation. Ignore them. I bet they're just jealous, Averey reassures her, her heart aching for her friend. I don't believe you at all, Lilith laughs shakily, and Averey can hear her sniffling. That's okay. But if you don't come with the prisoner, I'll be coming to see you. Let that pack see their rogue Luna, Averey smirks, and Lilith laughs nervously. I'm not so much of a rogue anymore, she mumbles, and Averey skulls a little. You have that spirit, and if they try corner you or give out, let loose on it, Averey snarls, and Lilith giggles a little at her friend's tone. I have to go, thank you, Ave, Lilith murmurs, and Averey nods firmly. Okay, honey. Please ring me if you need anything, Averey responds softly, and Lilith sighs audibly. I will, but hopefully I won't need to. I need to get them to respect me, Lilith groans, and Averey smiles slightly. Trust me. Spread the word that you're coming to train under me. We can figure the rest out when you get here, she grins, and Lilith laughs. I'll see you soon, she smiles, hanging up on her phone. Roman raises an eyebrow inquiringly, and Averey scowls at him. He raises his hands in the air in a surrender position, shaking his head and rolling his eyes as he goes back to his work. Averey stabs her keyboard aggressively as she continues replying to emails, shooting glances at Roman as she works. I should be done in about 20 minutes, if that works for you, he mutters, and she nods stiffly. Maybe we should just sleep outside, like a dog, because you got us put into the dog house, Booker snarls, causing Roman to release a puff of laughter that makes Averey turn and stare at him. What's so funny? She demands, and he shakes his head quickly. Nothing. Booker just being ridiculous about a meeting we have to go to, Roman mutters, cursing at his wolf and threatening him with the silent treatment. Sure, Averey drawls, her tone making it clear that she doesn't believe a word that he says. Sonia is equally disbelieving, and she doesn't want to spend an entire night beside the guy. I'd rather go and find those creepy singing children than be here tonight, she grumbles, and Averey rolls her eyes. The 20 minutes pass in a flash, and Averey only has 10 emails to reply to tomorrow, instead of the 400 it had been before she got through some of them today. Satisfied, she nods and closes her laptop, putting it on charge beside her bed. You shouldn't leave things charging overnight, they could burn the house down, Roman states matter-of-factly, placing his laptop on the side of the bed too. Averey glares at him. I'm not that lucky, she grunts, taking her glasses off and starting to get comfortable. Roman silently mimics her, rolling his eyes and turning off the lights before sliding into the bed beside her. Move over, she snarls, I can feel how warm you are. He glares at her through the dark, his eyes shining golden as he looks for her. He wiggles out of his trousers and kicks them off, leaving them lying on the floor, which bothers Averey a lot, but not enough to get up and properly put them away. Good night, he sighs. I hope you choke in your sleep, she spits in his direction, the scowl on her face prominent. Chapter 52. Averey startles herself awake and feels slightly trapped for some reason. Slowly, she begins to comprehend the world around her, and through her bleary eyes, she sees a massive tree trunk arm trapping her to the bed. She blinks in surprise and looks at the body the arm is attached to, squinting to see the face the body is attached to. She can't see the face, it's buried in her stomach. She recognizes the curly hair, though, and sits up in irritation, flicking the face as she looks at her phone for a time. It's 10 a.m., and Averey raises her eyebrows. She slept for 11 hours. She usually gets 6 on a good night, she just isn't a deep sleeper. Wake up, you goof, she grunts, wiggling her legs to try to get him off of her. Roman wakes up slowly, and once he makes eye contact with her, he shakes his head and puts it back down onto her stomach, closing his eyes again. Roman, get up, she groans, and he mumbles something under his breath. At least he's warm, Sonia reasons. As Averey tries to free herself, a hand slips down and rests on her hip, which earns Roman a withering glare. He squeezes, and she punches his shoulder. Roman releases her with a grumble, retreating to his side of the bed. You think you're a lot cuter than you are, she mutters, sliding out of bed and wandering over to the mirror. She winces when she notices her hair and fishes the stray pin that she can spot out of her waves. He sits up slightly in the bed, his eyes glued to her, a lazy smile on his lips as he watches her move around the room and ready herself for the day. She can feel his eyes on her, and after a minute, she turns around and folds her arms over her chest. What? She asks, feeling both impatient and insecure. He's staring at her intensely. I would not complain, not even one little bit, Sonia confesses. We deserve it. Averey mentally raises her eyebrows at her eager wolf, and Sonia skulls back. Deprived. You deprived me for almost a year, her wolf reminds her, and Averey tries not to laugh. She forces herself to pay attention to reality, and Roman is still staring at her. What do you want? She asks again, pulling her shorts down a little to cover more of her. You, he simply says, crossing the room and trying to pull her into his arms. She puts her hand on his chest and keeps him away, a smirk on her face. You don't deserve me, though, she shrugs, pushing him gently a few feet away while she fixes her hair in the mirror. But you deserve to feel special, he murmurs into her ear, pulling her hands away from her hair. Leave it like that. It looks great, he whispers, touching her hair in admiration. Averey is slightly frozen at what's happening. Will we give in? She asks Sonia, already knowing her wolf's answer. This is the best kind of bad idea. Hugs and kisses. Gossip girl, Sonia quips, and Averey closes her eyes, inhaling deeply. If she's going to do this, she's going to be the one in control. Sit down, she orders him, her eyes darkening slightly. He complies with ease, strolling over to the bed calmly. Roman plants himself on the edge of the bed, his eyes never leaving her body. She slowly pulls off her long t-shirt, her eyes never leaving his. He makes a move to stand up, and she shakes her head, a smirk growing on her lips. He skulls slightly. Averey slowly steps out of her pajama shorts, and she can see the effect she was having on him. That makes her laugh a little, and she shakes her head. You're desperate, she snorts, and he glares at her. Only for you, he mutters, crossing the room and forgetting her little order. He picks her up, and she wraps her legs around his waist, a devilish grin on her face. He presses his lips to hers, and she pulls away for a minute. This doesn't mean I've forgiven you, she smirks, grabbing his head and pulling him back to her. He presses her up against the wardrobes, reaching down with one hand to steady himself. She holds his head tighter and presses his lips to hers with more force, and this time, it's her leading the kiss. She removes her lips from his and presses kisses to his neck. She accidentally brushes against where his mac should be, and his entire body jolts and shivers. He glares at her slightly, and she bats her eyes at him. Sorry, I didn't think, she shrugs, continuing to kiss along the base of his neck. He brings his hand up to her waist, and she slaps it away, shaking her head. You don't get to touch, she smirks. He stares at her in confusion, and then his eyes flash black and then gold. Averey rolls her eyes, knowing exactly what's going to happen. Don't you dare, she warns immediately, and as she says the words, he kisses her deeply. What the heck, she hisses, digging her nails into his shoulders as she glares at him. You can't just kiss me on a bed like a normal person, no? She asks sarcastically, and he gives her a grin. That would be boring, he shrugs, deepening their kiss. He adjusts his hold on her, and she suddenly shakes her head. Stop, this is a bad idea, she announces, and he stares at her. It wasn't yesterday, either, he reminds her, and she glares at him. That was per planning. I can fix that mistake, she mutters, and he clenches his jaw in frustration. Can I move yet, or are you going to keep talking? He asks irritably, and she gives him another glare. You can move, I suppose, she says after a minute, and he breathes out slowly, looking like he'd rather murder her than do anything else. Come on, be a good alpha, she encourages teasingly, and he rolls his eyes. I'll show you a good alpha, he scowls, kissing her faster and harder than he had before. Goddess, she whimpers, one of her claws running down his back in an attempt to lift herself back up. Stop attacking me, he mutters, glaring at her claws. Excuse you, she grumbles, and he moves them, landing on the wooden floor ungracefully. Before she can say anything, he's on top of her and kissing her again. Her phone rings after a while, and she groans aloud, lying on the wooden floor and not wanting to move. He pops off the bed and peers at the screen, rolling his eyes. It's your mother, unless you call someone else Mom, he mutters, throwing the phone to her. She groans, rubbing her face and answering the call reluctantly. Hey Mom, what's wrong? She sighs, looking at the time. Her eyes widen when she realizes it's past 1, and she quickly sits up. She immediately lies back down when the world spins. Your sister is waiting to be put into the cell, Maria sighs, and Averey raises her eyebrows. I'm sure you can lock her in yourself. Alpha Lancaster is on a conference call right now, Averey snaps, knowing her mother doesn't want to be the one to lock her precious baby up. Well, why don't you come down and do it? Maria asks, and Averey clenches her jaw. I can't do that, Averey responds calmly, examining her ceiling. Why not? Maria demands. Mother, I am the alpha. I can't just drop everything because of Louisa, Averey replies sharply, and then promptly hangs up the phone, dropping it beside her and rubbing her eyes. Your sister. Roman guesses, typing on his laptop. It was about her, surprise, surprise, she mutters, closing her eyes again. Do you plan on moving any time soon, because you're very distracting, he sighs, glancing over at her. If you're distracted, go somewhere else, she grumbles. I'm comfortable here, and I'm not getting up just because you're distracted. He rolls his eyes at her dramatics and continues typing, glancing at her in mild concern every so often. I need to go visit York, and finish emails, and check in with Callie and Kathleen, she mutters to herself, dreading the thought of having to move even an inch. Then do it, lazy bones, Roman sighs, shaking his head at her. Fine, I will, she snaps, dragging herself off the floor reluctantly. Her legs feel weak as she moves, and she grimaces as her legs nearly give up. I do not like you for this, she grunts, staggering to her dressing table and leaning against it to regain her balance. He smirks in her direction, feeling pretty proud of himself. I'll fix this, Sonia snarls, putting all of her energy into strengthening Averey's posture. Almost instantly, Averey stands up straight, and she cocks her head to the side in mock confusion. Oh, you thought I meant because of that? Oh gosh, no, I meant for the situation you created by lying to me, she sighs dramatically, flashing the middle finger in his direction and storming into the bathroom. She slams the door behind her and leans against it as she looks around her bathroom. Get ready, and then we'll go see York, Sonia encourages, and Averey inhales slowly and deeply, turning the shower on while she brushes her teeth. She lets the water run while she gargles her mouthwash, wrinkling her nose up at the intense mint flavor. Hopping into the shower once she clips her hair up again, she resists the temptation to whack her head against the tiled wall and instead shaves her legs. She scrubs her skin aggressively with a loofah, and she's bright pink by the time she emerges. She frowns at the vividness of her skin and rolls her eyes irritably. "You are so grumpy today," Sonia mutters. "I'm always grumpy," Averey responds. "Well, Miss Grumpy, you need to figure out who the heck rang you last night," Sonia reminds her. Averey curses under her breath, moisturizing and then unclipping her hair. "Who do I even ask about it?" "I'm not telling Roman. I'm sending him back to his pack today," Averey sighs, and she can feel her wolf wither a little bit at the mention of Roman being absent. "That's fair," Sonia mumbles, and Averey feels slightly bad. Her wolf has bonded with his, but Averey doesn't care that much. He lied to her more than once. Sonia can totally see her human's point of view, and so, she doesn't push the issue, instead electing to remain silent and let Averey deal with the problem at hand. Wrapping her towel around her body tighter, she walks out of the bathroom, floating over to her wardrobe and pulling out a shirt dress. She was going to wear skinny jeans that she brought with her, but she doesn't want to feel constrained, so the dress is the best option. She turns her back to Roman, who's focused so intensely on his laptop that she's slightly shocked that the screen doesn't crack. Slipping on her undergarments, Averey pops into the shirt dress, securing a belt around her waist to give it some shape. She squints out the window, and when she realizes that it's pretty cloudy, she puts on some thigh-high heeled boots. Moderately satisfied with her outfit, she puts her earrings in and puts her glasses on. Today will be a long day, she can just tell. "I have errands to run," Averey states, packing up her laptop while she occasionally glances at Roman. "Cool, go do them," he responds, looking at her over the laptop screen with a raised eyebrow. "I want you gone by the time I come back," she grimaces, and he pauses his incessant typing. "Oh, you're kicking me out," he mutters, and she stops packing. "Did you think I'd let you stay forever?" she asks. "You're not a puppy." He closes the laptop slowly and nods at her. "I'll leave now then, I suppose," he murmurs, pulling off her sweatshirt and leaving it on the bed. "You don't have to leave this second. I'm just telling you that you should be out of here in the next 6 hours, she drawls, zipping up her bag. "No, you don't want me here, and even a blind man could see that," he states calmly, standing up and stretching. "Let your border patrol know that I'll be in wolf form," he mutters, and Averey is surprised into silence. She didn't expect him to leave so suddenly, and even though it's entirely unreasonable, she feels slightly hurt. "You're the one kicking him out. If you want him to stay, say that," Sonia chimes in. Averey ignores her wolf because she knows that she's right. "I'll alert them." Averey nods stiffly, feeling hugely awkward. "Thank you for letting me stay, and tell your parents thank you for dinner," he responds formally. He begins to head for the door, and Averey runs a hand through her hair and almost stops herself. "Roman," she quickly pipes up, and he stops dead in his tracks, looking behind him directly at her. "I really want to talk about the reason you lied to me. But not today." Averey sighs, and he nods. "Of course, we can teleconference whenever you want," he replies. The room is quiet again as the two stare at each other, neither wanting to be the one who looks away. Eventually, Averey glances away, the tension proving to be too much for her to handle. Roman nods silently, a slight frown on his face. "Goodbye, Averey," he finally says, turning and fully leaving the room. Averey hears her front door shut quietly, and she closes her eyes, finally in complete silence. "I don't think that was our best idea ever," Sonia admits. "I agree with you. But now he's one less problem to think about," Averey sighs, and Sonia snorts. "You're not that good at ignoring your problems," she replies. Averey is slightly insulted by that response, so she tunes Sonia out and grabs her stuff, heading downstairs to her kitchen. When she gets downstairs, she turns on the radio, and some song she vaguely recognizes comes on, blaring out of the speakers in her walls. She gets a little start at the volume, and she turns it down quickly, bopping her head to the music as she scurries around the kitchen, making herself a smoothie. "What will I use today?" She hums to herself before Sonia suggests a mango smoothie. Averey goes with it, pulling her ingredients out of the fridge and freezer, and then throwing them all into a blender. She raises the music's volume while the blender is on, and she screams the words of the song as she dances around her kitchen. The best part of being an adult, if you can ignore the loneliness, which she absolutely can. Once her smoothie is done, she pours it into a travel mug and leaves the blender on the countertop, quickly letting her maid know that there's a slight mess. Once the lady responds, Averey leaves, locking her doors and setting her alarm system behind her. Walking down the steps of her house, she looks around intently, squinting in every direction. She won't lie. She would appreciate a companion in case everything goes sideways. She's on edge. She climbs into her car quicker than she ever has before, locking the doors as soon as she gets in. Resting her hands on the steering wheel, she forces herself to breathe calmly. Being outside for 10 seconds made her nervous, so she has no idea how she'll do the rest of the day. Inhaling sharply, she forces herself to put on her seatbelt and set off, gritting her teeth as she observes the road. She doesn't usually drive, and she never drives herself, but she has a lot to do, and she doesn't have the time or patience to wait for somebody to come and get her. She swerves to avoid some children playing in the road, and they shout a quick sorry to her as she drives on. She nods to them with a smile, letting them know that the kids should be kept inside that afternoon. It's overcast, which means it'll be dark all day. Night will come in minutes rather than hours, and she doesn't know if the thing that phoned her last night is in her territory. They're too close to the forest for her comfort, and when one of the parents asks if they could bring the children to the playground, she agrees. The playground is located right beside the training academy for a reason. Nothing would risk attacking the center of her pack. Nobody is that dumb. She pulls into her parking space outside the hospital, stopping briefly to allow people to cross the area. As soon as she stops driving, she drops her relaxed mood and is instantly on guard. Her eyes dance around the area before she gets out, and she only brings her phone and gun, quickly sweeping up to the wing where York lies. Nobody tries to stop her, they're used to her by now. Her gun gets some curious stares, especially from children, but their mothers make them look away, which she appreciates. She isn't sure why she has it with her, but she decided it was better to be safe and overly cautious than stupid. Strolling into York's room, she passes a nurse who looks exhausted. Giving the woman a nod, she slides into a seat beside the bed and prods York's arm. "Good afternoon, sleepyhead," she sighs. There's no response, obviously, so Averey continues talking. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours. Roman showed up, and so did Louisa. Louisa is in the cells now for disrespecting myself and Roman. Xavier didn't come with her, and I don't know what's happening there, but there's definitely something weird going on, she begins, cracking her neck and resting her feet on the edge of the bed. Roman and I had an intense encounter in my office at Mum and Dad's house. He ripped one of my favorite dresses, and I'm bitter about it. We talked, and it was going really well. Then we went to my house, and I found out he lied about not having a mate. Apparently, he's an unfortunate too. So he lied about having a mate, she sighs, putting her head back and looking at the ceiling. Sonia, will you poke Ezra and see if he's any closer to waking up? Averey pleads, and her wolf does as she's asked. Nothing, he isn't moving anytime soon, Sonia sighs sadly. They sit in silence for a moment until Averey hears rustling. She puts her hand on her gun, looking around the room. There's nothing, and she gets to her feet quickly, checking under the bed and outside of the room. There are no curtains or drapes to hide behind. What the heck? She mutters, severely creeped out now. She sits back down cautiously, looking around the room. She takes her gun out of its holster and rests it on her leg, sniffing the air intently. Somebody broke into my room at Mum and Dad's. I didn't check to see if anything was taken. We just got out of there as quickly as we could. Then, somebody rang me at 10 last night. I know exactly what you would say. Why would you answer the phone after 6? Trust me, I wasn't going to, Averey grumbles, her eyes scanning every corner of the room. I think I'll get Lilith to set up a meeting with the rogues for me, Averey murmurs, and she swears she could hear somebody gasp. Sonia didn't notice anything, so she stayed quiet. It couldn't hurt to have them on our side if things do go sideways, Averey sighs, glancing at her phone to check the time. Her eyes widen as she notices it's 2:30, and she quickly gets up. Okay, I have to go. I'll try to come back later. You try to wake up, silly, she mutters, pressing a kiss to her brother's forehead and patting down his hair. He looks so pale, Sonia remarks. We're no better, Averey reminds her, glancing disdainfully at her pale skin. She rubs her brother's hand gently before leaving the room, her gun in her hand and her eyes looking at the faces of everyone she passes. She recognizes them all, and there are no foreign scents. Averey gets back into her car, cracking her neck again and driving to the cells. When she arrives there, she grabs one of the files she has and puts it under her arm, her gun secured back in its holster. She climbs out, feeling like a jack-in-the-box. She flashes her security badge at some of the men who try to stop her, and they all quickly apologize. Averey makes a mental note of their names and badge numbers with a smile. If they hadn't tried to stop her, she would have been irritated. She's paying them as security. She finally gets into the office and runs a hand through her hair as she looks at the wall of camera feeds. Goddess, she mutters, peering at one of the screens, which shows some of their prisoners participating in group therapy. Most of the men look distraught, and Averey sighs, pulling back and looking at another one, which happens to be a math lesson. Her pack is big on rehabilitation for nonviolent offenders, and she has substantial success rates. This has been her pet project for 6 years, and she's proud of herself and her work. She scans the screens until she spots her sister. Louisa is in an art lesson, her only creative time in the day, due to her so-called crime. Averey rolls her eyes as she notices her sister sitting against the wall, not participating or even trying. Guards, I need to be brought to that art lesson, she orders, and one quickly raises his hand. This isn't class, you can just take me there, she mutters, appreciating his enthusiasm all the same. They take off at a fast pace, the walk going almost directly downhill. Averey stops for a minute, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath before they unlock the door that leads to the female wing. I believe that is the 4th level, she guesses, and the guard nods. It is. I can't escort you due to the gender policy, so I have called one of the women to meet you there, the man says stonily, and Averey smiles at him. Thank you, I appreciate your help, she nods, and he leaves in a marching fashion. She raises her brows, wondering how he's so stiff. Averey strolls down the corridor, her hand resting on her gun. Nobody has tried to take it off of her, so she wasn't suggesting it or drawing any attention to it. Kathleen's sister is waiting for her, and she grins at her. Jen, how are you? She beams, and the woman shrugs. I've been pretty good. I love this assignment. It's so much better than handling the incoming rogues, she laughs, hugging Averey quickly. Good, I read your boss's report on you last weekend. Very positive stuff, well done, Averey smiles, letting her lead her down the 4 flights of stairs. So you're here to see Louisa? Jenny asks over her shoulder. I am, unfortunately, Averey sighs. She disrespected Alpha Lancaster, and she only got 2 weeks? That's impressive, Jenny snorts, before her jovial expression is dropped from her face and replaced with a stony mask. Averey straightens her posture and erases any trace of emotion from her face, following Jenny calmly. Louisa Wilcott, Jenny demands as she opens the door to the lesson with her key, looking straight ahead of her. Louisa rolls her eyes, and the teacher nods to Jenny. Louisa walks out with a scowl on her face, clenching her jaw angrily. What? She spits at her sister, and Jennifer coughs. Disrespect may land you in solitary, she warns, continuing to stare straight ahead of her. Thank you, Jennifer. I'll be done in 2 minutes, Averey murmurs, and Jenny nods, going and standing a few feet away, far enough away to avoid overhearing any conversation, but close enough to diffuse any situation that could happen. You're settling in well, then? Averey asks grimly, staring at her sister. I'm pregnant and in prison. How do you think I am? Her sister growls, and Averey clenches her jaw. You broke a rule. You're lucky he didn't transfer you to his pack for your sentence, Averey retorts sharply, scowling at her sister. God, you're such an idiot, Louisa snorts bitterly, and Averey forces herself to stay calm. I'm not the one in jail, Averey reminds her coldly. Louisa is speechless for a moment and looks like a fish, opening and closing her mouth as she scrambles to form a sentence. Why are you here? She finally demands, and Averey rolls her eyes. I'm here to ensure you're not suicidal or causing any trouble, she mutters. Well, I might be suicidal, Louisa protests, and Averey forces her to let her search through her emotions. You're not. You're just a spoilt brat who's gotten her way her entire life. Averey shrugs nonchalantly, before beckoning Jenny over. I'm finished here. Jenny, I'll see you later. Thank you for your help. Averey nods, and Louisa gasps. You're leaving me here? She snarls, her shock replaced with rage in mere moments. It's not my punishment to lift. You disrespected Alpha Lancaster, and he punished you, Averey calls back as she walks towards the doors, her shoulders back and her heart feeling heavy. She isn't her sister's biggest fan, but she doesn't like hurting her. This is more true now that she has a niece or nephew on the way. Once she reaches the main level, she checks in with the guards in the office and thanks them for their help and work. She gets back to her car quickly and sits back in her seat, closing her eyes and trying to relax for a moment once the doors are locked. She gropes the seat beside her for her phone and rings her father while she gets ready to drive. Yeah, Ave. Richmond asks, sounding distracted and a little confused to be getting a phone call from his daughter at midday. We need to contact Xavier and find out where he is. Louisa is going to be in there a lot longer than 2 weeks by the looks of it, Averey states grimly, pulling out of the parking lot and onto the road to the pack house. I guess that much. One of the guards had to stop her from attacking him this morning. The only reason she hasn't been placed in solitary is that she's new, and the counselor wanted her to settle into the new environment, he sighs, shaking his head and stopping the work he was doing. Do we just leave her in there? Averey asks, biting her lip while her eyes scan the road. We have to, Richmond grunts. She made her bed. Now she has to lie in it for once. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, Dad, I have to go. I'm pulling up to the pack house, she responds, and her father makes a startled noise. Don't hang up yet. You need to come to dinner at our house tonight, then you can stay at yours if you like. Richmond hurriedly gets out. Alpha Addison and his Luna are coming to eat with us, and then I believe Lilith is staying with us for some time. It's Averey's turn to make a surprise noise. Oh, I didn't realize she was coming today. That means Preston will be coming too, Averey mutters, gathering her stuff to get out of the car. Yeah, he will be. He's being brought straight to solitary so you can interrogate him without any information being leaked to him, Richmond nods. Perfect, Averey mumbles, gritting her teeth a little. She doesn't mind interrogating people, but she doesn't have the patience that it often requires. She makes a mental note to bring Lilith, or one of her generals. Or maybe even Callie, she supposes, because that girl does need to build a backbone. That might be too much of a jump, Sonia warns, and Averey sighs. You're right, she can observe. Who should we bring? Averey asks, curious to see what her wolf suggests. Maybe your dad? Otherwise, one of the elders, Sonia, decides after a minute or two of silence, in which Averey remembers she's on the phone with her father. Okay, Dad, I'm going to hang up now. I might get you to sit in on the interrogation with me. I haven't decided yet, she sighs, slinging her handbag over her shoulder and pulling her case out of the trunk of her car. Okay, honey. Please be careful, I'll see you at 6, Richmond responds, before he ends the call and puts his phone down. Averey bursts into the pack house and makes a beeline for her office, handing her suitcase to one of the teenagers on duty as a porter. She makes a quick pit stop in the kitchen to grab an apple, and then she goes directly to her office, flinging open the door and making Kathleen and Callie both jump. Let's get to work, ladies, Averey announces, dropping her bag and flinging herself onto the floor beside them. Chapter 53. The piles of files are taller than Callie, and the 3 women look at each other. We only have 2 left, Averey mutters, wiggling on the floor to try to get herself comfortable. Too many, Callie whimpers, and Kathleen rubs her eyes. If I ever have to read again, it'll be too soon. She groans dramatically, flinging herself backwards onto the ground in protest. Honestly, Callie, you're going to be the most overqualified Luna out there, Averey laughs, shaking her head. I should win an award for filing and organizing, Callie chuckles, rolling her eyes. I was on the phone with Scott last night, and he thought it was hilarious that we were still sorting through these files. Averey laughs again, grinning ear to ear. He would think it was hilarious. Is his office still a bomb site? Averey snorts, and Callie cringes. He can't find anything he needs, and he expects everyone else to know where it is. She groans good-humoredly. You poor people, Averey grins, and Kathleen lets out a grunt. Can we get this done so I can go home and maybe drown myself? She grumbles, sitting up from her spot on the ground. Kathleen looks far more disheveled than the other two, and Averey has to stop herself from laughing at her friend. Is somebody missing their mate? Averey pouts, and Kathleen shoots her a withering look. Don't start on me, Averey Rose Wilcott, she grumbles, snatching the second-last file off the stack in the center of their sitting circle. I told you we could get him home, Averey shrugs, and Kathleen gives her a small smile. He wants to complete this round, Kathleen mumbles, picking up a highlighter pen and getting to work on brightening the page. Mitchell, Kathleen's mate, was a pack general. They met the day she had turned 17, and he was 21, which her parents had not been happy about. He was away more often than not at other packs, training soldiers or dealing with and de-escalating conflict. Kathleen was miserable when he was gone, and Averey was ready to station him permanently within the pack if he consented. Averey felt pity for her best friend, and whenever she was in the pack, she spent almost every night with her. Averey responds quietly, Callie placing the last file between the two of them. They go through it quickly, and when Averey looks up, she can see the entire page Kathleen is looking at. She's highlighted the entire page. Kath, that isn't a coloring book, she snorts, and her friend rolls her eyes. This file doesn't have a name. I want to figure out who it is, and every little clue could help, she sighs, sliding the file over to Averey, who reads a few lines and freezes. Her eyes widen, and her face pales, and she stands up abruptly. Do you know who it is? Kathleen asks, standing up too, being more careful of the piles of files than her alpha was. Ave, are you okay? Kelly asks nervously, putting a hand on her friend's arm. Yeah, I'm fine. I just recognize this file, she mutters, walking out of the room blankly. Can we talk about my leaving later? Kelly calls after her, and Averey looks over her shoulder. Yeah. Just get Scott to send me the papers, Averey responds, her tone sounding confused and distracted. What the heck was that? Kathleen mutters, furrowing her brows as she looks after Averey. I don't know, but she wasn't supposed to take that file out of the office, Kelly mumbles awkwardly, rubbing her neck. Kathleen stares at her, and then shakes her head, letting out a small chuckle. You're a good one for the rules, Cal, she grins, her brain racing as she tries to place Averey's reaction to that file. A moment of silence passes while the two sit back down, and then Callie bites her lip. That was weird, right? Like, I'm not overthinking it, am I? She asks nervously, looking hesitant to ask. Kathleen pauses, thinking over her response. It was weird, she says carefully. I think I know what could have happened, especially if the name was blanked out. Callie furrows her brows and shakes her head. Names are only blanked out if the victim doesn't give a name, or if they're from a ranking family. At least that's how it's done in my old pack and Scott's pack, Callie finally says, her dark eyes curious and darting. Kathleen runs a hand through her hair, nodding slowly. Yeah, it looked like a sexual assault case. Averey is probably gone to ask her mom if she knows anything about it. She probably would have been the one to handle the case, Kathleen nods, and Callie nods along with her. Well, we can finish with this one, and she can do that one, and then we're done, Callie exhales, closing her eyes for a few moments. Kathleen reluctantly picks her highlighter back up, and the two dive into the final file. Averey is sprinting to the hospital, her mind racing at 1,000,000 miles a minute. She knows her mom should be there. She was supposed to have rounds. but she could have canceled them to start making the dinner for the Addisons' arrival. She arrives, and a nurse catches sight of her looking around frantically. "Alpha?" she asks hesitantly, and Averey grabs her shoulders gently but abruptly. "Former Luna Wilcott, Dr. Wilcott, where is she?" Averey pants out. "How unfit have we become?" Sonia asks in horror. Since she got back and started working as the Alpha, her training has taken a back seat. The nurse takes a moment, looking frazzled at the sudden question. "I think she just left, Alpha," the nurse says unsurely, and Averey curses under her breath. "Okay, thank you," she sighs, hurrying back out of the door. Playing hide and seek with her mother hadn't been in her daily plan, and she was trying not to freak out as she hurried to her parents' house. She bursts in the door, and her dad nearly drops his cup of coffee. "Averey," he scolds, wiping the liquid that splashed onto his sweater off. "Where's Mum?" Averey gasps, one hand on her chest, as she doubles over a little to try to catch her breath. Richmond raises an eyebrow and points towards the pantry. "Don't scare her too. There are jars in there," he warns, before he sits on one of the high stools by the kitchen island. Averey follows where he pointed to, knocking gently on the pantry door before she lets herself in. Her heart is beating 1,000,000 times a minute, or so it feels. She feels like the organ is about to burst out of her chest. "Mum, where are you?" she calls, holding in a sigh at the maze of little inlets and storage areas. Maria pops her head out from one about 5 meters down the corridor, and Averey rolls her eyes, walking down to her. "I need to ask you some questions about a file," Averey carefully begins, and Maria raises an eyebrow impatiently. "Well, get it out then. What file?" Maria asks, snapping the file out of her daughter's hands and opening it to the first page. Maria turned a similar shade of white to the one Averey did when she opened it. "Oh, this file," Maria mutters, leaning against the wall quietly. "Yeah, this file," Averey mumbles, leaning against the opposite wall. "Do you remember it?" Maria asks hesitantly, running a hand through her hair. "I remember you telling me about it," Averey sighs, shaking her head. Maria grits her teeth and inhales slowly, closing her eyes for a moment. "What do you need?" she asks, keeping her eyes closed, her eyebrows furrowing deeper as time passes in silence. "I need to know everything that happened that night. And I need to put a name on it," Averey murmurs, and Maria shakes her head fiercely. "No, I won't allow that," she snaps, scowling at her daughter. "Mom, it'll be kept private, nobody will know," Averey groans, and her mother continues shaking her head. "No, it'll be on record," Maria continues, gritting her teeth. "I don't care," Averey exclaims, flinging her hands into the air. Maria goes silent, trying to calm herself down while she holds the file to her chest. "I will not have your pack know what that man did to you," she says coldly. "End of discussion, Averey." Averey's jaw juts out, and she snatches the file from her mother. "You're just worried about your image." "I'm filing it," Averey hisses, walking out of the pantry with tears in her eyes. Richmond watches his daughter leave, and he raises his eyebrows, his eyes zeroing in on the file she has clutched in her hand. "Maria," he calls once he hears the front door slam, rising from his stool and setting his coffee down. "What, Richmond?" Maria shouts from the pantry, trying to keep herself together while she pours some pasta into a pot. "What did you say to her?" he asks, walking into the pantry. "Richmond, I love you, but I'm not going to tell you," she mutters, kissing his cheek as she squeezes by him. Richmond sighs and follows his wife into the kitchen, grabbing a bar of chocolate on his way out. "You never tell me anything. If I ask Averey to let you tell me, will you?" he asks grumpily, and Maria barely spares him a glance. "I'm not the one who should tell you," Maria grits out, setting the pot of boiling water onto the stove. Richmond sighs again and lays his head on his wife's shoulder, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Okay, love," he simply murmurs, pressing a kiss to her cheek. Averey is trying not to lose her composure. Sonia agrees with her mum, but Averey doesn't care. She walks back into the pack house, walking directly to her office as calmly as she can. Kathleen and Callie are sitting there chatting, swinging on their spinning chairs. They stop and go silent when Averey walks in, and they both notice her watery eyes and slightly red face immediately. Ave, Kathleen cautiously says, and Callie moves towards Averey as if walking in the direction of a wounded animal. Are you okay? Callie asks softly, resting a hand on Averey's arm once she gets close enough. Averey gently shakes her off and sits down at her desk, resting the file in front of her. The room is silent, and the two girls look at each other to try to figure out what to do. Ave, Kathleen repeats, and before she can go any further, Averey cuts her off. It's my file, she murmurs quietly, but both girls hear her. Callie raises a hand to her mouth, and Kathleen raises her eyebrows in surprise. Okay, Kathleen finally manages to get out. Oh my, Callie mumbles, instantly going to Averey's side and putting a hand on her shoulder gently. Averey sucks her cheeks in, shaking her head. I wasn't sure, but my mum basically confirmed it, she sighs, sitting back in her seat blankly. When did it happen? Kathleen asks, sitting at her desk. 6 years ago, just after Scott and I broke up, she mumbles, looking out of the window vacantly. Kathleen recalls how upset her friend was then, and she nods silently. It wasn't Scott, was it? Callie asks, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open. She looks as though she's afraid to know the answer. Averey shakes her head, a small smile on her lips. No, he'd never do that. He's too good. He actually protected me, Averey nods, standing up abruptly and beginning to pace the room. How did he protect you? Kathleen asks, watching her friend walk around the room faster and faster. Averey looks anywhere but at her and grimaces. There was an alpha who kept sniffing around me before Scott and I got together. Scott noticed, and we were friends, so he acted like we were together even before we were to try to get rid of the creep, she mumbles, running a hand through her hair. Kathleen suddenly gasps. Oh my goddess, Alpha Leary, she hisses, and Averey nods hesitantly. Who? Callie asks, furrowing her brows in confusion. He isn't an alpha anymore. He got whipped to death, Kathleen recalls, running a hand down her face. Why? Callie questions in a small voice, her eyes wide. He attacked a human girl, Averey mumbles. The three sit in silence for a minute, and Kathleen lets out an angry shout. I knew something had happened, she growls, and Averey nods. The human girl happened a week after he attacked me. My uncle carried out the punishment. He was on the council at the time, she murmurs. Kathleen nods rapidly, and Callie is still in shock. He got his punishment, Averey announces suddenly. Are you not angry? Kathleen asks, her face a picture of anger. Trust me, he didn't die easily. Averey laughs humorlessly, shaking her head at the memory. Put my name on the file. I don't care, it is a private file. Nobody can see it unless it's ordered, Averey nods, sitting down at her desk for a moment. Kathleen picks up a pen and marks Averey's name on the cover of the file. She passes it to Callie, who puts it into one of the piles, careful not to knock it over. Why did you react so badly? Kathleen asks quietly, and Averey shrugs. I almost forgot about it. He kept me drugged. I barely remember any of it, and it doesn't come into my mind every day. I guess it was just seeing the details again after so long, she murmurs, opening her laptop. You guys can go, I just have 2 emails to do, and then I have to get ready for dinner. I'd prefer if neither of you guys said anything to anyone outside the room. My dad doesn't even know, she grimly states, and the 2 girls nod. I'll see you tomorrow, Callie murmurs, giving Averey a quick side hug. If you need me, call me, please, Kathleen whispers, kissing Averey's forehead before walking after Callie. Averey closes her eyes once the door shuts and gets to work typing up her emails. Her alarm goes off after 20 minutes, and she stretches quickly, before she hurries to her car, laptop in hand. She takes a minute to decide on her location and settles on going to her own house, knowing she has a few suitable dresses. She spends the drive in silence, fully absorbed in her thoughts. Sonia forces the negative ones away and instead focuses on her plans. She's ecstatic at the prospect of seeing Lilith again, and she's glad to know she can offer the girl a safe haven. Once she arrives home, He goes straight up the stairs and slips into a hot pink wrap dress. She slips on some heels and quickly applies some makeup, not going too over the top for once. Averey is rudely disturbed by her phone ringing, and she hesitates before she answers. Averey, hurry up. The Addisons arrived sooner than we expected, and your mother looks like she's going to faint. We need you to entertain them since York isn't back and Louisa is otherwise occupied, Richmond hisses, his tone sounding slightly distressed. You could have mind-linked me that, Averey grumbles irritably, deciding to do some eyeliner while she talks to her dad. A few quick flicks of the liquid later, and she has two relatively even cat eyes. She nods at herself in the mirror, and she can hear Richmond talking as he comes back to the phone. Averey, ASAP, he mutters before hanging up. Averey rolls her eyes, doing her mascara again. She then grabs a jacket and her car keys, hurrying down the stairs. She's so relieved that the nights are brighter now, or she'd be extremely creeped out in the house on her own. She gets into her car quickly, locking the doors as soon as her body is in the vehicle. The area is strange without the masses of children and teenagers around. The lake usually draws all of the teens to it, especially around now. Averey remembers she gave an order to keep the children away from the edges of the pack and from around the forests, and then sighs. She loves being able to hear the chatter and laughter from her office. It makes her pack seem a lot warmer and happier than it used to be when her pack was known purely for fighting and training soldiers. It's less brutal nowadays. Averey pulls up to her parents' house before she even realizes and steps out of the car. As soon as she steps out, a smuff-colored blob attacks her midriff, pulling her into a death-grip hug. Hello, she laughs, wrapping her arms around Lilith. I missed you. Thank you so much for letting me stay here, she grins, squeezing her friend before Lilith drags her into her own house. Where's that maid of yours? Averey asks with a laugh, feeling her sadness lift quickly in the presence of her friends. Averey feels a shadow come over her, and before she can speak, she's being swept into another hug. Hello, shorty, Zeph teases, and Averey slaps his arm, laughing. Let go of me, you goof, she squeals, wiggling around until he puts her back on the ground. It's so good to see you both, she confesses truthfully, her smile spreading across her entire face. Just before we descend into gossiping, Zeph grins, his smile faltering a little before he delivers his news. Preston is in the custody of your guards, and he's being entered into maximum security solitary confinement. Averey nods, furrowing her brows a little. She wasn't informed of this, but she did give those orders earlier in the day on a phone call. Brilliant, she nods again. Now what is this gossip you mentioned? Lilith grins shyly, grabbing Zeph's hand and biting her lip. Before she can speak, Averey screeches in excitement. Pregnant. She roars, grabbing Lilith's free hand. Lilith bursts out laughing, nodding as fast as she can. Oh my God, Averey screams, jumping up and down like an excited child. That's what I said, Zeph grins, looking down at his mate with a small and tender smile. How? Well, I know how, but when? Averey gasps, dragging the two of them into a hug. Before they can continue, she lets out another squeal. Who else knows? I need to plan the baby shower. Averey beams, and Lilith can't stop herself from laughing again. I'm about a month along, she smiles sheepishly, and Averey squints at her midsection. I wouldn't have noticed, Averey confesses bashfully, and Lilith grins. Yeah, apparently it's the way the baby is sitting, she shrugs, the smile never leaving her face. Who else knows? Averey repeats eagerly, bouncing on her feet. You and my father, Zeph nods, kissing Lilith's hand gently. Averey notices Lilith's face drop a little, and Averey feels her heart clench for her. Well, that's the whole family then, Averey abruptly shrugs. Auntie Averey is here and reporting for duty. Lilith gives her a smaller smile than before, and Averey pulls her into a gentle hug. You aren't alone, friend, she hisses into her ear, and Lilith lets out a giggle. She's struggling because her family aren't around. My mom is dead, so she doesn't really have any females she feels comfortable with. My pack still haven't fully accepted having a Luna, Zeph grimaces, his tone angry as he reaches the end of his sentence. I understand if you can't take her for a few weeks, as it will be an added burden on your security systems. Averey stares at him in shock and slaps his head. Don't worry about my security systems. Callie is going home soon anyway, so she can just have the guards Louisa should have. Averey shrugs, looping Lilith's arm into hers. The two have fast become close, and they call, if not every day, every other day, along with non-stop texting and social media interaction. Zeph nods unsurely. I won't tell anyone. It's up to Lilith to tell anybody she wants, but if she wants guidance for the pregnancy, my mum could be helpful. She had 3 of us, and she was, and technically still is, a pack doctor. Averey nods, speaking more to Zeph than Lilith. I can't believe this is only going to take 4 months, Lilith mumbles to herself, and Averey tries to hide her grin. Get ready for 3 more months of anti-Averey, she winks, hugging Lilith and Zeph again. Chapter 54. The dinner is relatively quick, and Averey's parents drink enough wine for the entire table. Averey decided to stick to water in solidarity with the pregnant she-wolf beside her. Zeph stuck to water due to the fact that he had to drive home after this little shindig. The party of 5 is in the dining room built for at least 10, and it's slightly awkward due to the vast unoccupied area. The conversation lulls a little after dessert is served, and the guests shift a little uncomfortably. So where's your sister, Averey? Zeph asks, sipping his drink as he looks over the rim of his glass, desperate to end the weird silence. Her mother butts in before Averey can open her mouth. The tension present for the entire dinner between the mother and daughter did not go unnoticed by anyone. Louisa walked in on her and Alpha Lancaster in a compromising position, so he sent her to the cells. Maria slurs and Lilith's eyes shoot open. Zeph coughs, choking on his drink slightly as he gapes at Maria. Walked in on what? Lilith asks, wondering if she was going crazy or deaf. Neither of the Addisons could believe the words they had just heard. Intimate. Averey and him. Maria repeats, rolling her eyes when she finishes. Oh, Lilith murmurs, sipping her drink and kicking Averey as hard as she can. Averey lets out a hiss of pain when Lilith's foot connects with her shin, and she shoots her a dirty look. That was uncalled for, she whispers angrily, rubbing her poor leg. You didn't tell me that you and him were intimate, Lilith fires back in a hushed tone. Zeph listens in, absolutely blown away by the revelation. He's so baffled that he has no words to add to the conversation. I was waiting until you got here, Averey mutters, and Lilith gives her a dig in the side. That could have been another month. What if I had died on the way here? I would have died without knowing you two got together. Lilith complains, and Zeph clears his throat. No mention of you and dying, please, he murmurs, kissing her hand gently. If it had been another month, I obviously would have told you, Averey hisses, rolling her eyes. So because Louisa saw him, he sent her to the cells? Lilith asks the table, raising her eyebrows in confusion. Yep, Maria pops her lips, and Richmond rolls her eyes. My middle child insulted her sister in the visiting Alpha's presence. She would not leave when asked, and so, she disobeyed direct orders and was just generally rude. She's in the cells for at least 2 weeks, Richmond sighs, shooting his wife a look. He knows that she has rose-tinted glasses on when it comes to Louisa, but it's getting ridiculous. That girl can do no wrong in his wife's opinion, but she's so much stricter on the other two. Maria rolls her eyes this time, shaking her head. I know what I heard, she complains, and Richmond stares at her. I don't think you do, sweetheart, he sighs, standing up and walking behind Maria's chair. I think that it might be time for us to retire, unfortunately. I think my lovely mate has had too much to drink this evening. You'll have to excuse her, he announces, hauling his mate out of her seat and pulling her into his arms. There's a moment of silence after the older couple leaves the room, and then Lilith turns to Averey accusingly once she can hear footsteps upstairs. You sneak. Lilith gapes, dissolving into giggles as she points at her friend accusingly. Averey puts her hands into the air with a grin. Was he good, though? She asks in a hushed tone, and Averey bursts out laughing. Zeph stands up, clapping his hands over his ears jokingly. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to be in there for 5 minutes. Please have your weird little talk over and done then, he teases, winking at his mate and shaking his head at Averey as he walks out of the room with a grin on his face. Once he's gone, Lilith shakes Averey's hand. Come on, answer my question, she laughs, pouting a little when Averey stays quiet. It was good, Averey shrugs, and Lilith scowls at her. You have to give me more than that. I can't survive with that much information, Lilith grumbles, pushing her chair further back from the table. We did it on 2 separate occasions. He was fine. We had a really good conversation, but we ended on a very whatever note. Averey sighs, and Lilith's eyebrows continue to rise towards her hairline. Fine? Is that all you have to say for him? She gapes, sighing in disappointment. I've had better. Averey shrugs awkwardly, and Lilith claps a hand over her mouth to muffle her scream of laughter. He's supposed to be some sort of Casanova. I've heard all of the rumors. Lilith collapses into a fit of giggles, and Averey goes a little red. He must have started them himself. Averey snorts, and Lilith falls into her best friend's lap, her entire body shaking with laughter. You're so brutal, I love it, Lilith gasps, her hand resting on her chest as she tries to catch her breath. I don't have the mate connection. If I did, he could seem like the best I've ever had, Averey points out, shrugging. Lilith gets a dreamy look in her eyes and sighs. She opens her mouth, and Averey shakes her head rapidly. I'm friends with Zeph, please don't, she hurriedly begs. I might cry if you talk about his love life tonight. Lilith grins and sits back up in her seat, one hand resting on her small bump. Another night, I'm giving you all of the gory details, Lilith cackles, and Averey's eyebrows shoot up. Gory? What the heck are you guys doing? Averey laughs, throwing her head back in mirth. I don't want to know, don't tell me. It's an expression, dummy, Lilith whines, gently slapping Averey's shoulder. Averey grins at her, rolling her eyes. So, did you find out about his mate? Lilith asks curiously, sitting forward eagerly. Zeph walks back into the room with his hands over his ears. You can take them off, Averey shouts, and he lowers his hands cautiously. I'll tell you later, Averey whispers to her as Zeph approaches. Lilith nods slowly, looking pretty confused at the situation. Right, baby, I have to start heading back to the pack, Zeph sighs, and Lilith stands up sadly. I'm going to miss you so much, Lilith mumbles, hugging him tightly. Averey turns away, pulling out her phone to try to give the couple some privacy. I'll miss you and the baby more than words can describe, he whispers to her, kissing her temple and then her lips gently. It won't be for long, we just need to sort out the moles, he murmurs, kissing her again and hugging her tighter. Lilith tears up a little, sniffling and fanning her eyes. Baby, it's okay. Everything will be okay, he whispers. You won't be here. It won't be okay, she mumbles to him, crying into his shirt quietly. Ave is here. You're here for your protection and our babies. Just remember that, he says into her ear, and Lilith wails suddenly. But she can't hug me or cuddle me while she works, or tuck me in and hold me at night, she whimpers, and Zeph makes eye contact with Averey, who looks over quickly. He nods to her, and she clears her throat. Yes, I can, she hesitantly says, never wanting to be in a room less in her life. She feels like she's intruding on a private moment, and so, she gets up and scurries towards the door. She can hear the mates whispering to each other, and she can see that Zeph is struggling to hold it together. It's tough for both of them. She's seen how Callie struggled, and she wouldn't wish it on anybody. Callie isn't pregnant, and she felt like her heart was being ripped out some days at the distance between her and her mate. The pregnancy, for Lilith, is another connection. She makes a mental note to phone Scott tomorrow and see how his vampire problem is going. Callie needs to see him, and she doesn't particularly care if that's on her territory or his. Sitting on the staircase, she waits for the couple to emerge from the dining room. She answers another 3 emails while she waits, and then decides she needs to use the bathroom. She wanders up the stairs to her bedroom and hurries into the bathroom, doing her business and grabbing some of her clothes when she's done. She's decided she'll stay in her house with Lilith. If Callie wants to join them, she can. She's going to offer tomorrow. She had lots of open rooms in her house, and she'd like to get some use out of them before everybody leaves, but she's too afraid to stay there on her own. She types a note into her phone to remind her to ask Lilith about setting up a meeting with some of the more sane rogues. I could have just reminded you, Sonia grumbles, and Averey rolls her eyes. You're about as useful as a ropeless jump rope, Averey retorts. Even I'm better at remembering things than you, and that says a lot. Sonia grumbles and goes quiet again while Averey skips back downstairs, holding a bag of clothes now. As she reaches the bottom step, the couple stumbles out of the dining room, looking slightly ruffled. Averey wrinkles her nose up and rolls her eyes, hiding her smirk. Come on, you lovebirds. We have a lot of stuff to do tonight, she grins, and Zeph kisses Lilith deeply. Lilith responds, and Averey covers her eyes dramatically. You guys just caused a scene in my dining room. Please move it along, she complains jokingly, and after a minute, the couple pulls away. Zeph gives Lilith one last kiss and pulls Averey into a tight hug. Please mind her and yourself, he whispers, patting her head before he kisses his mate on the forehead again, before he gets into his car. Lilith watches after him, her face scrunching up and her eyes instantly filling with tears as she watches him start his engine. Averey tries not to panic as she realizes she has been left with a pregnant she-wolf. The realization that the pregnant she-wolf is about to sob and possibly have a mild mental breakdown on the porch of her childhood home forces Averey into action. She quickly shoos her into her Jeep, helping her get in. Come on, we'll go to my house and we'll get all comfy. We can even have a fire and make s'mores, Averey babbles, making sure that Lilith's suitcases are in the car before she drives off. They follow Zeph's car down the winding road for a minute until they hit the main streets, and then they wave to him before going their own way. How far away is the house? Lilith asks, picking at her nail polish nervously. About 5 minutes, we'll be there in no time, Averey nods. Are you hungry? Any cravings? Do you need anything in particular? She asks quickly, glancing at her friend, who looks unusually pale. No, not right now. I might get some pretzels tomorrow. I really like them right now, Lilith mumbles, and Averey shakes her head quickly. I think I've got some at the house. If I don't, somebody will have some, okay? She reassures, and Lilith gives a little nod. Thank you, she murmurs, shooting Averey a grateful smile as she gets comfortable in the seat. So, what did you find out about Roman's mate? Lilith asks curiously, trying to distract herself from missing her mate. Averey sighs, gritting her teeth a little. That she's fake, she spits, and Lilith makes a noise of confusion. You need to elaborate, she exclaims, flinging her hands into the air. She was never real. He's an unfortunate, too, Averey mumbles, and Lilith gasps. You can't be serious. I'm going to have this baby right now, Lilith gapes, gawping at her friend. Don't do that, keep my godchild safe, Averey retorts distastefully, glancing at Lilith before she looks back at the road. I'm so confused, Lilith mumbles, running a hand down her face. I was too, don't worry, she reassures. So you two are basically meant to be then, Lilith shrugs, satisfied with herself as she sits back. No, goddess, I doubt we're ever going to speak again, Averey chuckles, shaking her head ruefully. Why? She groans, you all make things so awkward and hard. Why can't you all just apologize to each other and move on? She makes good points, Sonia shrugs. I don't really care, we'll have to talk at conferences, and I wasn't that close with him, she sighs. I went a month without thinking about him. I can go longer. Yeah, but you weren't intimate with him before that, Lilith reminds her, rolling her eyes at her friend's detached demeanor. Don't remind me, Averey mutters, pulling into the driveway and looking around. Hurry up, it's cold out here, Lilith whines as she takes an extra minute to squint into the darkness. I'm making sure it's safe, Averey snaps gently, trying to keep the bite out of her tone. If somebody wanted to kill me, they would have already, Lilith grumbles, getting out of the car as soon as Averey undoes the locks. Don't joke about that, Averey mutters, looking around quickly. Why? It's only a joke. Chill out, babes, Lilith rolls her eyes, jumping down from where she was sitting. Make yourself useful and grab one of your suitcases, Averey sighs, sliding out of the car and grabbing her laptop and phone from the back seat. She walks around to the trunk of her car, her ears perking up when she hears a noise nearby. Lilith, stop moving, she murmurs, her voice barely audible. Lilith stares at her blankly, raising an eyebrow until she can hear the rustling too. The two girls stare intensely at the bush nearby, both assuming the sound is coming from there. The noise stops and Averey opens the trunk as fast as possible. She grabs the 3 suitcases out in a blur of movement, flinging them onto the ground and slamming the trunk shut as quickly as she had opened it. Grab them, Averey mutters, hurrying over to the front door. She unlocks it and hurries in, grabbing the suitcases off Lilith and then dragging her friend inside. As soon as they're in the door, Averey bolts it and puts the chain on the door immediately. What do you think that was? Lilith asks nervously, nibbling on her lip and looking like she would rather be anywhere else. Maybe it was a guard, she says, unsurely, pushing her hair back out of her eyes and setting the alarm system up. What if it wasn't a guard? Lilith asks, her persistent questioning slightly irritating Averey, who shoots her friend a look before she walks into the kitchen area. The lights turn on immediately as she walks in, and she's relieved to remember she got motion-sensing lights. Nobody is turning them on to scare the crap out of them. What do you have to eat? Lilith asks, perking up immediately when she realizes that the refrigerator is totally stocked. Do you want those pretzels you were so desperately craving? Averey questions, wandering into her small pantry and standing on her tiptoes to grab the salty snack. Maybe later, Lilith sighs dramatically, staring into the fridge. There's some remaining tension in the room, and both girls are still fairly pale from the fright of outside. Lilith snags a chocolate bar out of the fridge, a grin on her face as she opens the wrapper. She walks away from the fridge and Averey grunts, slamming it closed as she walks by it. It's not air conditioning, it's to keep the food cold, she scolds, nudging her as she walks over to the sink. You sound like such a mom, Averey, Lilith laughs, sitting up on the counter and munching on her chocolate. There are seats over there, Averey reminds her, pointing to the dining area and the living room. But I want to sit here and talk to you, Lilith pouts, widening her eyes and batting her lashes at her friend. Averey feels her heart thawing a little bit, and she rolls her eyes at her with a slight smile. Stop kidding around, we'll go into the living room and watch something, Averey chuckles, offering Lilith her arm to help her get down. Lilith hops down and skips into the living room, bouncing around. Can we watch some reality TV? Lilith begs and Averey shoots her a grin. Obviously, that's not even a question, she teases, switching the television on and plunking down beside her. They settle themselves down, and Averey throws a blanket over their legs as they snuggle up on the couch. Halfway through one episode of their show, something hits the window. Averey immediately bolts up, mind-linking the guards that are supposed to be on the property. She gets no response from them, and she curses under her breath, standing in front of Lilith immediately. A rock hits the glass and Lilith releases a muffled shriek, hiding under the blanket. It's okay, my windows are shatterproof, Averey says calmly, hiding her own fear as best she can for the sake of her friend. She attempts to mind-link the guards again, and when they don't reply this time, she mind-links their boss, who informs her that the guards should be there, but lost contact half an hour ago. Averey widens her eyes when she receives this information, and she wastes no time in hauling Lilith up. We're going to go to my bunker until someone arrives, she reassures her friend and promptly pulls her down the hallway. She yanks her into her home office and walks straight to the bathroom, pressing one of the knobs in the shower and revealing a door. Lilith releases a small exclamation of shock but doesn't try to stop or resist, letting herself be tugged downstairs. As they enter the small space behind the door, a smashing noise echoes through the house. Averey curses quietly again and quickly closes the door behind them. A cranking noise can be heard, and Averey places her hand against the wall, her fingerprints being scanned. A set of stairs promptly appears, and Averey tugs Lilith behind her, glancing back at her every few seconds. Are you okay? Averey checks, walking down a metal corridor and popping into the second door, bolting it behind them. I'm fine, Lilith murmurs, her face ghostly white. Okay, there are soldiers on the way. We just need to wait for them here. It isn't worth risking your safety out there, because we don't know what or who is out there, Averey announces, walking around the wide room, her hands behind her back and her steps quick. Has this happened before? Is that why you have this? Lilith asks nervously, and Averey shakes her head. Every house on my packland has one. They vary in size, but when we build things, we build them safely. Every house has different entry points, so if whoever is outside is in my pack, they could spend the day trying to figure out how to find this bunker, she reassures Lilith, who sinks into one of the chairs. That doesn't make me feel better, Lilith whispers, rubbing her forehead with a deep frown. Since we have time now, Averey mutters, sitting down across from Lilith and pushing her hair back. She inhales slowly and clasps her hands in front of her, making eye contact with the girl across from her. I need you to set up a meeting with the rogue leaders for me, Averey sighs, and Lilith makes a startled noise. No way, not a chance, she quickly spits out, shaking her head rapidly. One of their little minions is phoning me, and it's probably them that are outside. I want to figure out their problem, Averey explains, and Lilith shakes her head again, scowling now. No chance. There is no way that I'd help you organize that, Lilith states, folding her arms and sitting back irritably. Chapter 55. Averey, slow down, Lilith pants, moving as fast as she can through the trees. No, we're going to be late, Averey shoots back irritably, grabbing Lilith's hand and pulling her along. They're rogues, they don't care much about time, Lilith groans, trying to take her hand back. She eventually shakes Averey off, just to promptly trip over a bramble. I thought you were supposed to be some tough rogue, Averey grumbles, picking Lilith up off the ground. Lilith stays quiet, pouting a little bit at her friend's snub. Are you okay? Averey asks reluctantly, and Lilith rolls her eyes. I'm fine, let's hurry, they won't wait for you to show up for too long, Lilith sighs, resting a hand on her bump as they walk at a more manageable pace. I thought you said they didn't care about time? Averey retorts, raising a brow. Lilith stays uncharacteristically quiet. Averey shoots concerned looks over her shoulder to Lilith every couple of seconds. This distracts her so much that she gets hit in the face by a low-hanging branch. Heck, Averey groans, rubbing her forehead. Lilith doubles over laughing, gasping for air as she does, her hands on her knees and her eyes watering from giggling. Don't laugh at me, wobbles, Averey grunts, and Lilith grins at her cheekily. Well, I guess we've lost the element of surprise, she snorts, and this time, she takes the lead, her shoulders back and chin in the air. She looks comical to Averey because her bump is slightly sticking in front of her, and her entire body is unstable as she walks. Are we almost there? Averey asks with a sigh after a couple of more minutes. Lilith rolls her eyes and shoots her a look. Well, at least I'm getting practice parenting, she mutters, and Averey opens her mouth in shock. And what do you mean by that, Mama Bird? She retorts, and Lilith grins wider. Kids are annoying, and so are you. It's a great exercise for my patience, she mocks, leading Averey along a dirt track. I'm not the annoying one. Averey exclaims, I don't cry every 5 minutes. Lilith lets out a hoot of laughter. Yeah. But you lose your temper every 2 minutes, so I'm just waiting for the mother of all tantrums, she grins, squinting into the distance in front of her. I'll be perfectly prepared for a stroppy toddler then. Oh, shut up, Averey groans, folding her arms and sulking. See, you're doing it again, Lilith teases, sniffing the air and then making a sharp turn where she is. Averey nearly runs into a tree at the sudden change in direction, but she just sighs and follows Lilith, who has far more experience and knowledge of this side of the woods. They're just outside of Rapid Rock's pack boundary, searching through the forest for the rogues Lilith ran with. Averey isn't happy being outside the boundary, but the rogues refuse to meet inside it in case it was a trap. Lilith trusted these people, so Averey was trying to force herself to do the same. It wasn't working. If they try anything, I'll stop them, Sonia growls, and Averey nods. I'll let you. Nobody is going near her. Or us, but mainly her, Averey snarls back, perfectly prepared to jump in front of Lilith at any sign of trouble. Lilith lets out a sudden exclamation of excitement, and she takes off in a run. Averey scowls and takes a deep breath before hurrying to follow her, easily catching up with her. She grabs her collar and pulls her back gently, rolling her eyes. Lilith, no running, she scolds, and Lilith rolls her own eyes. Averey, stop being so bossy. I can smell them, she laughs gleefully, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed. Averey is shocked to see how light-hearted her friend has suddenly become, but she nods and releases her. Lilith continues at a fast pace, but doesn't run. In seconds, she makes it across a clearing and lands in somebody's arms. Averey hurries after her, standing a foot behind her as she hugs this man she can't see. She gags again as the scent of rogue fills her nostrils, and she wrinkles up her nose. Lilith moves her hand and gets back to her own feet. Averey, this is, Lilith begins, and Averey cuts her off. Byron, she finishes the sentence, and the man nods, extending his hand to her. It's nice to see you again, Alpha. Although the circumstances aren't the best, he states formally, and she shakes his hand firmly. Are they ever? She sighs, running her free hand through her hair. You two know each other? Lilith asks, her face scrunched up in confusion. I've interviewed him before. Averey quickly interjects before Byron has to lie to her. He had suggestions about safety measures. Byron stares at the female alpha curiously, but shakes his head. We're going to have to go to our cabin to talk. I don't want to be this exposed. Byron nods and Averey shrugs. She feels safer. She knows this rogue. She knows where he used to be, and she knows about his daughter. She confirmed he was actually a former general in the Connors pack, so she had no reason to distrust him. We also have no reason to trust him, Sonia reminds her grimly. Averey follows behind Lilith and Byron, her ears perked up for any sound in the forest. The two in front of her chatter the whole way to the cabin, and Lilith informs Byron about her pregnancy. That's delightful, love, he grins, pulling her into a side hug as they walk. How is your mate doing? He asks her curiously, a wide smile on his face. He's really good, Lilith admits with a shy smile on her lips. Byron told me I had to go be with Zeph. I wasn't sure when I first met him. I had never met a nice alpha before him, Lilith murmurs to Averey, her cheeks going a little red. Well, on behalf of Zeph, thank you, Averey chuckles, nodding to Byron. They arrive at a rustic wooden cabin. Averey furrows her brows at the structure in the middle of the forest, utterly baffled at how this managed to go unnoticed by the surrounding packs. It's human-owned, we rent, Byron announces as they walk up the steps. Averey nods slowly, her mind racing. He unlocks the door and leads them in. Four people spring up from couches in the entry room, staring at the intruders. Lilith nudges Averey roughly, and Averey glares at her until she realizes how much power she's exuding. Averey immediately brings down her dominance a tad and stares back at the rogues in the room. There are 2 males and 2 females, and her eyes are instantly drawn to the taller male. He's attractive, and she's willing to admit it. Guys, this is Alpha Averey Wilcott, Rapid Rocks Alpha, Byron sighs, his tone laced with warning. What happened to the guy? One of the girls asks, raising a brow as she sits back down, spreading out on the couch she's on. He was poisoned like your relatives were, Averey replies for herself, her tone stony. Lilith is being hugged by the other girl, and Averey has one eye on them and one eye on everything else. How do we know that it wasn't you who poisoned him? One of the males asks, and it's the tall one. Even his voice is appealing, Sonia mutters, and Averey tries not to sigh in exasperation. Trust me, I was otherwise occupied that night, she mutters awkwardly, and Lilith pats her on the back sympathetically, no doubt remembering hauling her things from Roman's room. I don't trust you, though, the man shrugs, his dark, straight hair in a low bun at the back of his head. That's fine, Averey responds calmly, shrugging her shoulders, too. She looks him in the eyes, and he takes a step forward, glaring into hers. Byron clears his throat and stands between them, shaking his head. Hayden, back down. She'll hand you your head on a plate, he mutters to the man, and the man rolls her eyes, stepping back and sitting down again. So, why is little Lil here? The other man asks, his arm over the girl's shoulder. I'm staying with Alpha Wilcott right now. There's a security risk in my pack, and hers has proven to be safe, Lilith sighs, ruffling the guy's hair. Averey's phone rings, and she nearly has a heart attack at the sudden intrusion of noise. Excuse me, where can I take this? She asks once she reads the caller identification. Kitchen, but we'll still be able to hear you, Hayden sighs, pointing towards a door. Averey nods to him and refrains from glaring or scowling. She walks into the kitchen and closes the door behind him before she answers the phone. You leave me until the last ring, seriously? Scott grumbles, and Averey rolls her eyes, leaning against the countertop. I was busy, Averey sighs. What do you want? I want Callie to come home, he says bluntly, his tone leaving very little room for argument. Did you sort your pack out? Averey asks, raising a brow. We found the mole, and we found a whole rake of soldiers who were disloyal. So yes, I'd say I have sorted it out, he mutters, sounding more stressed than she's ever heard him. Stop scowling, you'll get wrinkles, she grunts and closes her eyes. Make sure you got them all. I don't want to send her home unless I know it's completely safe. I don't want either of you hurt, Averey murmurs, being as quiet as possible as her tone turns more concerned. I am. I wouldn't take her home unless I knew it was safe, you know that. Scott responds quickly, his tone a good deal calmer. He knows she's only trying to help, even if her way of helping is a little irritating and very useless at times. Just check again, Averey pleads, and he sighs heavily. I will, I promise. Just tell her to pack. I'll be up to collect her before the end of the week. Nothing will hurt her here, and I haven't been near her in too long, he mumbles. I nearly attacked my beta yesterday for questioning me. Averey raises an eyebrow and lets out a small laugh. I can only imagine how bad your wolf is if you did that in human form, she snorts, and Scott releases a laugh, too. Yeah, I'm not planning on telling Callie about that when I phone her tonight. So if you could tell her to pack, I'd really appreciate it. I want to hear her happy again, he says in a voice that almost makes Averey out loud. I will tell her, I promise, Averey vows, and gets a relieved sigh in response. Be careful, Scott. Don't get yourself hurt, please. Don't be such a mother hen, Ave. I'm fine, he groans. I'll talk to you tomorrow with a final report on my ranks, but call me if you get any useful information. I will. Goodbye, Scott. Averey nods and hangs up her phone. She inhales slowly, closes her eyes, and leans against the countertop. Hayden walks in and clears his throat, scowling down at her. Averey opens her eyes irritably and raises an eyebrow at him. What do you want? She grumbles, and he clears his throat again, pointing at the cupboard just behind her. Oh, she mutters, moving about a meter away and beginning to text Callie. She's as enthusiastic as one would expect, and Averey gets a million kisses and emoticons in the response. Pack business or romantic affair? He snorts, staring at her intensely. What? She asks, furrowing her brows as she looks up at him. Scott? He responds questioningly, and she scowls at him. Alpha Petty, she mutters, walking by him. He gently grabs her wrist and turns her back to face him. Be careful what you agree to with them, he murmurs, his face suddenly beside hers. She moves back as quickly as she can, extremely startled by the sudden movement. Okay, she coughs, quickly shaking him off, and then returning to the main room where everybody is waiting. They're all talking, but everything goes quiet when Averey walks back in. Callie? Lilith asks, and Averey nods. Delighted, as one would expect, she snorts, and then clears her throat, looking around the room at everybody. I've been getting prank calls, and my room was vandalized. I think it was one of the rogues, she announces, and Byron furrows his brows. Rose, do you have information on this? He asks, sitting down at the dining table calmly. It isn't one of ours, and if it is, it isn't sanctioned. She shakes her head, picking her laptop up from the coffee table. What do you mean by one of yours? Averey asks curiously, sitting down opposite Byron. We have smaller groups of rogues that we contract things out to. We don't terrorize alphas, Rose shrugs, shaking her head again as she clicks and types on her laptop. What were these prank calls saying? The other guy asks, and Averey sighs. Not much. Just some creepy laughing and singing, but I've also had a few hang-up calls to my office. My press secretary picked them all up, and I managed to answer one before they hung up, Averey mutters, smoothing her forehead with her fingers. Okay. Do you believe you're in immediate danger? Byron asks, leaning forward to look into her eyes. Someone broke into my house last night. I don't know how, though. My house is basically impenetrable. It was built that way. She grits her teeth and hears a snort behind her. Obviously, it isn't impenetrable and somebody got in, Hayden comments. Byron shoots him a look, and Averey doesn't even bother responding to him. My concern is for Lilith. She was sent to my pack for protection and medical care in her pregnancy. I can't look after her if there's something in my pack that could hurt her, she states, leaning on her arms. Lilith can fight. She'll be fine. Hayden shrugs carelessly, and then his eyes widen. Pregnant? That's the problem, then. Lilith's bottom lip wobbles, and Averey hurriedly stands up and moves over to her, wrapping her arms around her gently. He just said my baby is a problem, she whimpers, and Averey shakes her head quickly. He didn't mean it. Your baby is the best, Averey soothes, stroking Lilith's hair. Hayden watches the scene with slightly widened eyes before he plants himself on the nearest arm of the couch. I didn't mean the baby was a problem, he awkwardly says, petting Lilith's arm hesitantly. I'm sorry. Apology not accepted, you jerk, Lilith grumbles, scowling at him and turning around to put her head on Averey's shoulder. Okay, can we finish this discussion now? Was there anybody there who can confirm either the calls or the break-in? Byron asks, and Averey cringes slightly. Alpha Lancaster was, she grits out, and Lilith can't hold in the giggle that escapes her. Averey squeezes her slightly tighter, and Lilith stops snorting. He was more than just there, she mutters, and Averey prods her gently in the back. What does she mean? Byron asks tiredly, and Averey shakes her head. He was there for personal business, she sighs, leading Lilith over to the table to sit down. What kind of personal business? Hayden snorts. That implies romantic involvement. Cool, Averey simply shrugs, patting Lilith's back still. Hayden's eyes widen, and he goes quiet. Could they have been targeting him instead of you? The other boy asks, and Averey shakes her head grimly. It was very obvious that he left yesterday morning, she states, and Byron simply raises an eyebrow. Okay. Well, what do you want me to do? He asks, drawing Averey's attention back to him with ease. I don't know. I'd appreciate if you could put the word out, she shrugs. It's very inconvenient, and it's extremely worrying due to the presence of a pregnant she-wolf on my land. 2. The other girl mutters with a rolling of her eyes. What? Lilith asks, furrowing her brows. There are 2, not just one pregnant she-wolf. Chapter 56. What the heck do you mean? Averey finally asks after a pregnant pause. What the heck did he just say? Sonia snarls, and Averey is struggling to keep her in. Do you think this is all some sort of joke? Averey snarls, her eyes flashing rapidly as she begins pacing the room. She's trying and failing to calm herself down, her canines descending and her bones beginning to crack as they prepare to shift. Roman stays silent, which is possibly the worst thing he could do. Has this all been a funny little play-pretend game to you? She growls, her face slowly shifting, her bone structure changing quickly. It was never a joke, he murmurs, standing up and running both hands through his hair. If we're lucky, at this rate of running his hands through his hair, he'll go bald, Sonia grumbles. Baldness will be a blessing when I get my hands on him, Averey responds sadistically. Then what was it? Please, tell me, she roars at him, her spine cracking. She's livid, and her face is red with anger. Averey barely has a hold on Sonia. Her wolf is trying to surge forward to force a shift, and Averey is clenching every bone and muscle in her body to prevent it because she has no idea what Sonia will try. I just didn't tell you the whole truth, he snaps, his defensive side coming out. Sonia doesn't like this. She forces Averey down, and she turns to Roman angrily. No, Roman, you didn't tell us any of the truth, she snarls, her tone far more guttural than usual. Her wolf has almost entirely taken over. Was it all a lie? She asks quietly, her tone full of potential for anger. Roman stays quiet, and Averey storms up the stairs, at a total loss for words. She and Sonia need time to calm down, and she closes her bedroom door as soon as she reaches the room, sinking down along the wall and putting her head into her hands. What the heck is going on? She whispers, shaking her head and staring at her wooden floors. You need to finish that conversation, Sonia urges, and she grimaces at the thought of it. She knows she has to, but she feels extremely betrayed by his lies. So much could have been prevented if he hadn't lied. If his mate isn't dead, or he didn't have one, as he claimed, then how is he not an unfortunate? Averey leaps to her feet, her anger levels rising yet again. She flies down the stairs, her silent movements allowing her to appear directly behind Roman. She uses her claws to rip his shirt open from the back, running her hands over his shoulder blades. What are you? She growls, squinting at his skin. He removes her hands from his body, glaring down at her. I'm an unfortunate, just like you, he hisses, stalking off into the corner and leaning against the wall, forcing himself to breathe steadily. Tempers are flying high, and Averey knows she'll snap if he doesn't start explaining himself. So you're the unfortunate alpha? She accuses, pointing a finger at him abruptly. Well, I'm one of them, he scowls, Booker trying to make his human calm down. What do you mean one of them? Goddess, is everything that comes out of your mouth a lie? She snarls, flinging her arms into the air. Well, there's more than one, especially since you're one, he mutters awkwardly, and Averey glares harshly at him. If you're an unfortunate, where's your brand? She demands, scowling at him darkly. He stays silent, and Averey lets out a cold laugh. Of course, you don't have one. Conveniently, you have no evidence to back up your little story. What a surprise, she spits in his direction, storming into the kitchen to get a glass of water. You felt my back. It's there, he insists, following closely behind her with his face set in a stubborn state. His jaw is clenched, his brow hard, and his lips pursed. I felt nothing, she barks, slamming her glass onto her countertops. He grabs her free hand, and she shakes him off aggressively, scowling at him. Don't you dare touch me right now, she warns, and he grits his teeth. Feel my back again, he insists, lowering himself down a few inches for her convenience. She stares out of her window, one hand still on her glass and one clenched into a fist as she inhales slowly. After a moment of silence, bar their breathing, Averey turns around and runs her fingers over his shoulder blade, the movement making him shiver. She stares at his tattoo as she traces the outline of his bone, squinting at the dark ink of the wings. She feels a slightly raised patch of skin, and her eyebrows shoot up. How did you cover it? She questions dubiously, pulling her hand back almost immediately and turning back to her glass, filling it up with water from her jug. I found a witch, he mutters. So did I, and she couldn't cover mine, she sharply responds, looking at him out of the corner of her eyes. She used a special ink. I don't know what it was, he grunts, spinning around to lean against the kitchen island, looking around the spacious kitchen. Why didn't you tell me this at the start? She asks, scowling. Because it's embarrassing, he explodes, tugging on his hair angrily. I was literally paraded in front of you like a cow going to market, she fires back. Do you know how much guilt I felt at the idea of taking you from a dead mate? He flinches a little bit, rubbing his neck as he reels back his anger. I shouldn't have acted like I had a mate, he mutters. If you're so ashamed to be branded, how could you ever want to be with one? She asks coldly, sweeping by him with her glass of water. He stays where he is, his eyes widened and his mouth slightly open at what she said. I'm going to be in my room. Whenever you decide on what defense you want to use, She scowls over her shoulder, sloping up the stairs. She pulls her laptop out and brings it to bed, angrily typing out emails. Her phone rings and she picks it up immediately, furrowing her brows when she looks at the time and notices that it's almost 10 p.m. Who the heck needs our attention? Sonia hisses, still extremely irritated. Averey debates not answering it because it doesn't come up with a name. If we don't have them in contacts, are they that important? Sonia reasons. Averey is inclined to agree and puts the phone down. As soon as the ringing stops the first time, and Averey has a moment of silence to return an email, it begins ringing again, and Averey snatches up the phone. What? She barks as soon as she answers, and she hears a laugh on the other end of it. What do you want? She asks in a similarly sharp tone, standing up from her bed and going over to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out intently. Come and find me, a childlike voice sings, and Averey pulls her phone away from her ear in vague horror. Who is this? She demands, quickly hurrying down the stairs to find Roman. She doesn't like him very much at the moment, but he is her best protection. The voice starts singing a nursery rhyme, and as Averey bursts into the kitchen, Roman opens his mouth to question her entrance. Averey shakes her head frantically, putting her phone on speaker and putting her finger over her lips. Who is this? She repeats, putting the phone down on the island in front of them. She and Roman both stare at the device. The singing gets louder and louder until it becomes a relentless scream, causing Averey to immediately end the call. What the heck was that? Roman asks, his face ashen. Averey is spooked. I have no idea. They rang twice, she murmurs, looking through her call logs to see if she's ever had that number ring before. Okay, we need to call the council. This is getting ridiculous, he mutters, and she raises her brows. Call and tell them what? She asks, running her hands through her hair nervously. This is a direct threat to your life now, he states grimly, his eyes flashing as he mind-links his pack. How? She sighs, shaking her head. They've tried to contact you twice in the last 3 hours, he mutters. I'm staying in your room tonight. I'm not risking anything happening to you. Averey isn't happy or unhappy with this solution. She doesn't particularly want him in her room, but she will feel safer this way. Perfect, she responds calmly. Do you need anything or can we move upstairs? I have work to finish. He stares at her for a minute before slowly nodding. I'm ready, unless you can think of anything we might need? He asks, pouring himself a glass of water. He spills a little bit of it and doesn't do anything until he can feel an intense glare directed at him, which makes him pick up some paper towels from their holder and dry up the spillage. I'd never leave a mess in his house. Did he think I'd let him leave a puddle on my countertop? Sonia huffs, thoroughly irritated by the night's events. Averey reluctantly leads the way up the stairs, regretting having such a tall house as the stairs seem endless. You decorated this beautifully, Roman compliments, and Averey forces herself not to snap at him. She has to put up with him for at least that night, so politeness is essential. Thank you. I have some small touches to add whenever I have time, she responds pleasantly, shooting him a tight smile over her shoulder. It's very bare compared to your room, he nods, and Averey continues walking. He clears his throat, wondering if she heard him. As he's about to repeat himself, she sighs. Yeah, well, I've only had this place a year. I've had my room for 28, she shrugs, finally reaching her bedroom and flinging open the door, sliding along the wood in her fluffy socks. Roman peers in cautiously as if he were expecting to be attacked by something. Averey rolls her eyes at his nervousness, folding her arms over her chest and scowling at him. Nobody is in here. Just get in and close the door, she mutters, and he rolls his eyes. If you frown any more, you'll get wrinkles, he grumbles, looking around the room and his eyes landing on her massive bed. His mouth opens and his eyebrows raise in surprise as he blinks at it, shaking his head. Averey rolls her eyes, used to this reaction from her family when they came individually to inspect her home. She likes working from her bed, which means she needs to be comfortable. She would also sleep for a year if she could, so she needs space and layers to ensure temperature regulation. Her bed is ridiculously big. We could do so much on that, Booker sighs wistfully, scowling at his mischance. If you hadn't upset her, we would be doing something right now, he adds irritably, and then shuts his link off with Roman. Roman is exasperated with his snarky wolf, but he knows he should have been truthful from the start. Roman awkwardly perches on the edge of the bed, looking around the room uncomfortably. Averey rolls her eyes yet again. You look like a 12-year-old girl being in a boy's room for the first time. Nothing in here will hurt you, she mutters, opening one of her wardrobes and flinging a hoodie at him. He catches it in confusion, staring between it and her. I sleep with the air conditioning on, she states primly, settling herself back into her side of the bed with her laptop on her lap again. Whose hoodie is this? He asks curiously, staring at the university logo. Mine, she responds, raising a brow. Problem. He shakes his head quickly, feeling slightly jealous before slipping the hoodie on over the shirt he's wearing. She stares at him in horror, shaking her head. What the heck are you doing? She asks, gaping at him. Putting on the hoodie? He replies, his tone portraying how baffled he is. You put it on over a collared shirt, you horrible monster, she gasps, unable to tear her eyes away from him in horror. He slowly pulls off the hoodie he had almost entirely put on, and unbuttons his shirt quickly, never taking his eyes off her. Averey gets a glimpse of his chest and tries to remain unaffected, watching as he pulls off his shirt and deposits it on the bed behind him. He slowly slides himself into the hoodie, pulling it down inch by inch, and then yanking it down once it gets to his abs. Did you notice something? He asks, rolling his eyes and trying to hide a smirk that had crept its way onto his face. Nothing good, she responds huffily, going back to her emails. Her phone rings and they both turn and stare at it, the nervous tension in the room rising rapidly. The name flashes up on the screen, and Averey breathes a sigh of relief, snatching the phone up and answering it quickly. Hey Lil, she chirps, trying to push every ounce of enthusiasm she has left into her voice. How are you? Lilith asks, sounding extremely irritated. I'm okay, what's up? She quickly asks her friend, closing her laptop and giving her full attention to their conversation. I'll be at your pack in 2 days, the girl says abruptly, and I'm not happy, so be prepared for a big, huge ranting session. Averey raises her brows, glancing at Roman to make sure he isn't listening. He's staring at his borrowed laptop, squinting at the screen. Averey momentarily wishes he had his glasses. But she probably would have forgiven him if he had them on, so thank goddess he doesn't have them. What's wrong? Averey queries, settling herself into her mountain of pillows and blankets. I hate this pack, Lilith confesses, sounding rather upset. What happened? Averey asks, sitting up again. Roman turns to look at her when he hears those words, his brows furrowing in concern. Averey shakes her head at him, pointing to her phone, and he slowly looks away. Some of the pack members hung up on me today at the pack meetings, she mumbles into the phone, and Averey furrows her brows. Over what? Averey asks softly. Me going to your pack with the prisoner, she sighs sadly. What did they say, Lil? Averey quickly asks, hearing the girl's tone waver. They said I'm not a proper Luna, so I shouldn't be going to any packs, she mumbles, and Averey grimaces. I suggested to Zeph he say you were coming for training. Don't you dare let them make you think you aren't a real Luna, she warns angrily. Lilith sniffles, and Averey pinches her nose. I'm guessing most of those people are women, she grumbles, and Lilith makes a noise of confirmation. Ignore them, I bet they're just jealous, Averey reassures her, her heart aching for her friend. I don't believe you at all, Lilith laughs shakily, and Averey can hear her sniffling. That's okay. But if you don't come with the prisoner, I'll be coming to see you. Let that pack see their rogue Luna, Averey smirks, and Lilith laughs nervously. I'm not so much of a rogue anymore, she mumbles, and Averey skulls a little. You have that spirit, and if they try corner you or give out, let loose on it, Averey snarls, and Lilith giggles a little at her friend's tone. I have to go, thank you Ave, Lilith murmurs, and Averey nods firmly. Okay, honey. Please ring me if you need anything, Averey responds softly, and Lilith sighs audibly. I will, but hopefully I won't need to. I need to get them to respect me, Lilith groans, and Averey smiles slightly. Trust me, spread the word that you're coming to train under me. We can figure the rest out when you get here, she grins, and Lilith laughs. I'll see you soon, she smiles, hanging up on her phone. Roman raises an eyebrow inquiringly, and Averey scowls at him. He raises his hands in the air in a surrender position, shaking his head and rolling his eyes as he goes back to his work. Averey stabs her keyboard aggressively as she continues replying to emails, shooting glances at Roman as she works. I should be done in about 20 minutes, if that works for you, he mutters, and she nods stiffly. Maybe we should just sleep outside, like a dog, because you got us put into the dog house, Booker snarls, causing Roman to release a puff of laughter that makes Averey turn and stare at him. What's so funny? She demands, and he shakes his head quickly. Nothing. Booker just being ridiculous about a meeting we have to go to, Roman mutters, cursing at his wolf and threatening him with the silent treatment. Sure, Averey drawls, her tone making it clear that she doesn't believe a word that he says. Sonia is equally disbelieving, and she doesn't want to spend an entire night beside the guy. I'd rather go and find those creepy singing children than be here tonight, she grumbles, and Averey rolls her eyes. The 20 minutes pass in a flash, and Averey only has 10 emails to reply to tomorrow, instead of the 400 it had been before she got through some of them today. Satisfied, she nods and closes her laptop, putting it on charge beside her bed. You shouldn't leave things charging overnight, they could burn the house down, Roman states matter-of-factly, placing his laptop on the side of the bed too. Averey glares at him. I'm not that lucky, she grunts, taking her glasses off and starting to get comfortable. Roman silently mimics her, rolling his eyes and turning off the lights before sliding into the bed beside her. Move over, she snarls, I can feel how warm you are. He glares at her through the dark, his eyes shining golden as he looks for her. He wiggles out of his trousers and kicks them off, leaving them lying on the floor, which bothers Averey a lot, but not enough to get up and properly put them away. Good night, he sighs. I hope you choke in your sleep, she spits in his direction, the scowl on her face prominent. Chapter 57. Averey secures her hair into a tight braid and then laces up her boots. You look like you're going into a war, Lilith comments, sitting up slightly from the bed. Callie nods in agreement, eating some of the popcorn out of their shared bowl. I would rather go into war than walk into this interrogation, Averey admits truthfully, sighing ruefully as she smooths down some flyaway hairs. It won't be that bad, you're being dramatic. Lilith exclaims, getting off the bed and walking over to her friend. Averey looks at her and shakes her head, rolling her shoulders back and trying to relax a little. You're so tense, Callie observes, watching the two move around the room, Averey sidestepping away from Lilith, who appears to be trying to straighten the alpha's color. You would be too, if Mama Bird was chasing you, Averey grumbles, eventually stopping and letting Lilith fidget with her clothes. Lilith rights the collar, and she brushes some fluff off the black jumper Averey has on, scowling when she can't get it all off. You need to wash this, Lilith grunts, ripping a larger piece of fluff away from it. Averey looks at her with a deathly serious expression on her face, her jaw stiff. I did, and this is what happened, she sighs, walking over to her jewelry box and retrieving some simple stud earrings. Putting them in, she makes eye contact with Callie, who looks concerned. What's up? Averey asks, moving to sit down beside her. She rests the hand on Callie's shoulder, her brows furrowing in concern. Well, at least we're not worried about our problems anymore, Sonia mutters, and Averey scoffs at her. It's not like we're about to interview a serial murderer and maybe a psychopath, no, it's okay, Sonia drawls, and Averey can practically feel her rolling her eyes. It's not like this man poisoned our brother and so many others that the council has actually had to open an actual investigation. It's totally fine. Let's not prepare for that interrogation. Let us listen to a mated couple's woes, she snaps. And Averey finally blocks her out. I'm nervous about going home because I could be in danger, Callie mumbles, and Sonia groans. You have to trust Scott when he says he has a handle on things, Averey tries to reassure her, not even believing her own words. Lilith can hear the disbelieving note in Averey's voice and decides to intervene before Callie can spiral any further. Look, if Scott doesn't think it's safe, he's gonna make you stay here, Lilith reasons, trying not to roll her eyes. But I miss him, Callie whispers, and Lilith does roll her eyes this time. Averey is totally spaced out, and when Lilith looks to her for help, she rolls her eyes and turns back to the girl in front of her. Okay, and he misses you too, but it isn't worth having to miss you forever, Lilith sighs, and Callie raises an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean forever? She asks quietly, looking past Averey. If you die, he'll never have you again. Simple, Lilith groans, standing up and walking around the room quickly, one hand on her bump and the other on her hip. Averey snaps back to life when she hears the sound of her friend panting. She leaps up from her seat and quickly shadows Lilith, hovering behind her until Lilith turns and snaps at her. What's happening? Are you okay? Do I get a doctor? Averey hurriedly asks, and Lilith glares at her. No, he's just kicking really hard. The little rascal is hammering my kidneys today. How kind of him, she snarls. Thank goddess it isn't you who'll be a mother. You're so concerned over everything. Averey stays quiet and rolls her eyes, staying near Lilith just in case. Callie, be careful, nothing is worth this, Lilith groans, doubling over for a second and holding her bump. Averey raises a brow and her cheeks take on a pink tint as Lilith says that, which Callie immediately notices. Averey? Callie asks as a question, dragging out her name. What did she do now? Lilith whimpers, leaning against the wall. I'm getting the doctor, Averey says abruptly, grabbing her phone and dialing the pack obstetrician. It's an alpha baby, it's just strong, she grunts, hauling herself into the chair by the window. Averey stares at her in concern, releasing a sigh of relief as the doctor answers. Hi, Luna Addison is having sharp pains shooting through her stomach. She says they're kicks, but I've seen a lot of pregnant women, and nobody I've ever seen has been in this type of pain, Averey sighs, nibbling her bottom lip as she waits for the doctor to respond. Okay, bring her over here. If it's really bad, we can send somebody to get her, the doctor replies calmly, and Averey observes her friend silently for a minute. I think that somebody should come here to get her, just to be safe. I don't want to try to move her, Averey finally notes, and Lilith scolds. I'm fine. I'm not going to be the she-wolf who went to the doctor over my baby kicking me, she hisses, and Callie muffles a snort of laughter. It looks like you will be, she whisper-shouts across the room, lying back down on the bed. Averey waves a hand at them to quiet them down, squinting at the wall in an attempt to focus on what the doctor is saying. Where are you right now? The doctor asks, and she can hear typing on the other end. We're in the Alpha House by the lake. 19 Ridge Grove Way, Averey responds, keeping a watchful eye on Lilith, who seems to be cringing into herself every few minutes with the pain. Okay, somebody should be with you in 5 minutes, Alpha, the doctor announces after a second, and Averey releases a sigh of relief. Thank you, that's perfect, she grins, hanging up the phone and hurrying over to Lilith. Okay, somebody is coming to get you now. They're going to take you to the hospital just to be safe, Averey reassures, holding her hand gently. Lilith shakes her off restlessly, shaking her hair back. Fine, whatever, don't tell Zeph yet, she grumbles, closing her eyes and forcing her shoulders down. I won't, but if they keep you in after this evening, I will be, Averey warns her, and Lilith grimaces. He worries so much, and he has a lot to deal with. I don't want to put this onto his plate, too, she whispers, trying to regulate her breathing and blinking rapidly to try to stop herself from crying. None of them verbally confirms what they're all thinking, but Sonia can read the room pretty easily. What do you think will happen to the baby? She asks, and Averey grimaces slightly. I don't know, but Lilith is the priority. They'll run some tests, and then we should know what's going on, Averey sighs. Do you think she'll lose it? Sonia asks hesitantly, seeming to regret asking it immediately. I don't know, I'm not a doctor, Averey responds, but it'll all be okay. Averey glances at her phone for a time and curses out loud, standing to her feet as a knock sounds throughout the house. Okay, hopefully this is them, she murmurs, hurrying down the stairs and leaving the other two in her bedroom. Callie helps Lilith to her feet and slowly walks her onto the hallway, leading her to the stairs at a snail's pace. Averey flings the door open, and her hopeful smile drops immediately, being swapped for a dark skull. "Oh, you aren't the ambulance," she states the obvious, stepping back to allow him in. "I don't look like a big vehicle, so I don't think I am." "I have the paperwork, though," Hayden gruffly says, passing a stack of papers to her and standing across from her in the hallway. "How did you get onto my lands without being captured or stopped?" she asks in confusion, and he shakes his head, looking slightly red. The guards didn't question it, which they probably should have. "I said we had a meeting," he mumbles, and she raises an eyebrow. "But we don't," she points out, and he closes his eyes. "I know that," he sighs. "I just wanted to make sure that the plan is still going ahead." Averey studies him carefully, keeping her face blank. "Why wouldn't it be?" she asks, and he shrugs. "You could have changed your mind," he mutters, rubbing the back of his neck and then scowling. "You're going to be late if we don't leave. Your pack takes ages to cross," he grunts, looking up the stairs. His eyes land on Lilith, and his eyes then immediately widen, quickly hurrying up to her and looping her arm around his shoulder. "What's wrong with her?" he asks Callie, and she looks to Averey for the answers. "We don't know. I have an ambulance on the way for her." "I would have been on time if this hadn't have happened," Averey mutters, looking down the driveway to try and spot any vehicle or person. After a moment of silence as Hayden basically picks Lilith up, Averey can see a vehicle moving in the distance. "Lilith, are you okay, sweetheart?" she asks, walking over to where Hayden is cradling her. "I feel like trash, and my son hates me," Lilith scowls. "I feel like a baby because of the way I'm being carried, but I feel like an elephant because I know I'm heavy." "Do you want Hayden to put you down?" Averey sighs, and Lilith skulls more. "Yes," she demands, and Hayden drops her with little grace. She barely catches her footing as she reaches the floor, and she punches Hayden in the jaw when she gets back up. "You're such a jerk," she mutters, leaning against the wall. Averey's phone rings, and she quickly answers, pressing it to her ear and turning away from the three others in her hallway. "What's up?" she asks, staring at the print she is hanging up. "It's so ugly, we should just get a mirror or something," Sonia comments, and Averey makes a mental note to do so. "We're bringing Preston to the interrogation room now. He'll be there in 5, ma'am." One of her generals barks, and Averey winces at his volume. "That's fine, thank you. I'll be a little late, so make him as uncomfortable as possible," Averey orders, and then hangs up. Her generals know what to do, and surely they can think of something creative amongst themselves. Averey cracks her fingers and her neck, turning back to the others. "Hayden, and I need to go in a minute." "I think the ambulance is there, Lilith," Averey nods, able to hear the sirens. "Callie, you won't be able to go with her, so you can take the car in the garage, or I can have somebody come and get you," Averey lists, and Callie nods. "I'll drive myself," she decides, and Averey steps outside, Hayden nearby. Averey presses the button on her keychain to open the gates, and the ambulance drives in. Averey notes that she doesn't recognize the driver. Still, she recognizes the paramedic who immediately climbs out, so she makes a mental note to revise the staff profiles of the hospital later. "Where is she?" the lady asks, and Averey points to Lilith, who looks slightly gray now. "How far along are you?" the lady asks, and Lilith furrows her brows. 5 weeks today, I think, she nods, and Averey shrugs when the paramedic looks at her. "We're going to take you in for scans," the lady nods and helps her into the back of the ambulance. Averey throws a set of keys to Callie and points to the car key rail in the kitchen before she steps back outside. "Call me if you need anything, but I can't answer for the next hour," Averey nods, and Callie sighs, biting her lip roughly. "That's okay. I'll see you then," she responds, hurrying into the house to the garage. Averey locks the front door and sets the window alarms, leading Hayden to her Jeep. "We need to hurry." We're going to be later than I thought, she mutters, starting the engine before she entirely sits down. I told you we would be, he reminds her, rolling his eyes and sitting in silence. Are you nervous? She asks, trying to make conversation while she tunes the radio. No, he responds, staring ahead of himself. Right, Averey mutters, stepping on the gas and willing her car to go faster. She takes on the corners with little caution, and more than once, Hayden has to hold himself back from cursing as he grabs onto the handle above the window. When she nearly smashes into a tree, Hayden has had enough and grabs the steering wheel. You crazy woman, are you trying to get us both killed? He glares at her, and she slaps his hands off the wheel. I don't want to be any later than we have to be, she comments, not looking over at him. Well, that got his attention, Sonia quips. Well, we'll be very late if we're dead, he fires back. I happen to have something to live for, so slow down. His snappy tone and his remark make her go quiet, and she feels slightly bad. She lifts her foot off the gas a little and takes the next corner at a gentler speed, shooting him a mild glare after she turns. Thank you, he mutters once he gets back on a straight road. I didn't do it for you, I did it for your little boy, she responds, slightly miffed by his horrified reaction to her fast driving. He probably would have asked you to go faster, he chuckles, and Averey raises an eyebrow. Oh, now you want to have a conversation? She asks, and he rolls his eyes. Well, there's no problem with making some, unless you'd rather sit in silence for the whole drive, he shrugs, and she grits her teeth. Well, we're here now, so there's no need to try to make conversation anymore, she remarks, sliding out of her seat as soon as she parks. He gets out and is slightly shocked at how well she parked due to her lack of concern for the roads. Where do we go now? He asks, and she's already walking ahead of him. Just follow me, she sighs, walking into the prison's main doors. She scans her eyes and fingerprints and enters another room, the guards stopping Hayden. She doesn't blame them. He looks a little wild. His black hair goes to his shoulders now that it's untied from its bun, and his figure is large and imposing. He glares at the guards, and Averey waves them off, letting him follow behind her. You really have these guards under control, he mutters to her as they step into an elevator. I know, I pay them to do a job, and I pay them a lot to do it properly, she shrugs, staring ahead of her. Hayden is taking deep breaths, his eyes widening as the elevator journey seems to go on forever. Where are we going? He asks, and she sighs. Bottom level. Maybe 6 kilometers underground? It's where we keep our most dangerous inmates, she responds, and he nods slowly. So he's already been sentenced? He questions, and she shakes her head. Not here. They did an arraignment in Moonstone, so we're carrying out their orders, and nobody can argue that we're not. She smirks slightly, and he feels somewhat intimidated by this willowy imp. He mutters, and her smirk widens slightly. There's no need to be so worried. It'll be fine. He can't go anywhere. There's nowhere to dig, she shrugs, and he scratches his neck. Has anybody tried to escape from here before? He inquires, not entirely sure that he wants to know the answer, as they keep going downwards. Yes, and they all failed. Of the 5 that tried, 3 didn't make it and 2 were recaptured, she responds, her tone factual and cold. Oh, he nods, my old pack wasn't like this. We generally transferred prisoners out or put them on work service. That's why your old pack had such a high reoffending rate, Averey mutters, and Hayden turns slightly pink. They stay silent until the elevator hits the bottom of the channel with a loud bang. Once the doors open, Averey steps out, 2 armed guards standing on either side of her with their machine guns drawn. Hayden raises a brow, and an armed guard settles himself beside him, too. Protection. Nobody will attack, but you can never be too careful these days, she explains without looking at him, and the 5 quickly pace down the bright, almost blinding white corridor. What have you done so far? She asks the guard to her left, and he nods to the one on her right. Ice water, intense questioning, and a touch of hypothermia. We didn't give him any coverings last night, and he hasn't had food or water since yesterday morning before he was transferred, the right guard lists, and Averey lets out a thoughtful hum. And he's in the room with the flickering lights and the viewing window? She checks, and they both nod simultaneously. Guard, bring this man into the viewing room with the others. Do a head count, and ensure that there are 5 people there, she instructs, and Hayden coughs to interrupt her gently. There are more than 5, he mutters to her, and she raises an eyebrow. What? She asks when he doesn't immediately elaborate. When word got out that we were here to see the man that poisoned our families, a lot of other rogues stepped forward wanting to join us, he sighs, running a hand through his hair. Okay, how many? She continues her questioning, stopping in her tracks to look at him. Maybe 30. All contractors. More wanted to come, but we didn't want to overstep, he grits out. I think they've already overstepped, Sonia grunts, and Averey has to hold back an irritated growl. Why didn't Byron tell me this? She demands, turning around to face him, anger visible on her face. He hasn't spoken since we saw you yesterday, and nobody else was brave enough to walk onto your land without being guarded, he explains. Well, I'm glad my guards have a reputation for protecting the pack, then, she mumbles to herself. They were more afraid of you, he adds, looking away from her and staring at the wall. Wonderful, exactly what I needed today, she grumbles, rubbing her temple. Guard, put him in the viewing room and make sure they're all spaced out. Bring in 5 more guards to the room, on my orders, she instructs, and the guard nods, taking Hayden's arm. He rips his arm out of the man's grip and, in seconds, has him against the wall. Hayden, she barks, release him. Hayden does as she says, looking slightly angry. You can't attack my guards, she snaps, and he rolls his eyes. Tell them not to touch me, and we won't have any problems, he hisses, walking himself into the room. So he doesn't like to be touched. I wonder if he likes touching, Sonia muses, and Averey blocks her out. She needs to be serious for this interview, and she can't do that if her wolf is spitting suggestive nothings in her ear. Once the viewing room's door closes, Averey closes her eyes and inhales slowly. Okay, stay in the corners, Averey orders, and then opens the door to the interrogation room. The door swings open, and Averey strolls in, her shoulders back and chin in the air, her mouth in a slight frown. She holds her files in her hands as she slides into the seat opposite the man accused of these crimes. Elijah Preston? She asks, and the man nods, rolling his eyes. You've caused me a lot of trouble this month, she muses, and he bangs his chained hands on the metal table. That wasn't me, I'm innocent, he hisses, his eyes turning to slits as he glares at her. Of course you are, so how did your actions end up harming one of my pack members and getting her pregnant? How did the Moonstone Mountain investigative team put together a case that led them to you? She asks calmly, staring into his eyes. I've been framed, he barks at her, trying to stand up. He manages to get to his feet, the chains holding him in place as he does. Sit down, Averey barks at him, her dominance forcing him into his seat. He plants himself into the seat, his eyes never leaving hers as he glares at her. I want you to tell me the truth this time, she whispers breathily, or I might have to get it out of you some other way, and trust me, that won't be fun for you. She widens her eyes and rests her head on her hands as she gazes at him. He twitches a little at the intensity of her stare and tries to get the guards to look at him for help. They stare straight ahead, one in each corner. Averey doesn't need them there, but it's a protocol to have more security than anybody actually ever needs present at any sort of meeting or interrogation. Why should I tell you the truth? I'm the one who has the answers, Preston drawls, tapping his fingers on the metal table. One truth for one answer, she shrugs, and he scowls in confusion. How is that fair? He asks, and she gives him a sinister smile, all of her teeth showing. For each truth that you give me, I won't cause you more pain, she beams. You can't be a scientist if you can't use your hands. So 10 truths? He asks, unable to hide the slight tremor in his voice. He's chained to a table with 4 guards surrounding them. The guards aren't going to help him. It seems to have finally hit him that he needs to cooperate and that nobody is kidding around. Well, 20. We can't forget your toes, she smirks, standing up and walking over to the briefcase sitting on the plastic table in the corner. What are you doing? He asks shakily, and she looks at him over her shoulder. Getting my knives, of course, she frowns, widening her eyes as she picks up a carving knife. His eyes widen, and he sinks back into his seat, his chained hands pulling him forward again. The onlookers in the viewing room are watching the scene like it's a horror movie, unable to look away. First question, Averey sings, walking towards Preston slowly, like a predator about to attack its prey. He sinks back as far as he can, watching in horror as one of her hands lands on top of his, pinning it to the table. "What's in the poison that you made?" she asks coldly, and he flinches. "I know the answer to this one, so don't even think about lying to me," she hisses, bringing her face down beside his. "Wolfsbane, silver, and garlic," he blurts out, sweat building on his forehead. "Correct answer. How do we get it out of people's systems?" she asks, and his eyes shoot open. "You haven't figured that out yet?" he asks, and a smile begins to spread over his lips. It continues to spread until Averey presses the knife hard against his pinky finger. Rose gasps behind the window, and Byron grimaces. Hayden doesn't even flinch. Averey seems unfazed by the blood welling up, staring into Preston's eyes blankly. "It's time for the answering, Prezi." "I don't have time for your nonsense," she snarls, pulling his head back by his hair. He's gasping in shock from the pain, and he's looking between her and his bleeding hand as much as he can, his mouth open and his eyes streaming. "What the heck, you crazy woman," he yells, trying to wiggle out of her grasp. She tightens her hold on him, a scowl on her face. "I'll press harder, trust me, I don't care how much you bleed," she breathes into his ear. She walks a few steps away and then turns around to look at him. "I might let Freya come in and continue this interrogation. You know, restitution and all that is an expensive business," Averey shrugs, widening her eyes and tapping her chin innocently. "Don't do that, I'll tell you," he spits, and she turns around from where she had gotten to, right beside the door. "Oh, that's a relief. I didn't want to disturb her today," Averey shrugs, turning and sitting back down in her chair. "Can I get something to cover my finger with before I tell you?" he asks angrily, and Averey ponders this for a minute. "I mean, I suppose," she sighs, nodding to one of the guards who walks over with a bandage in hand. He wraps Preston's hand, and Averey raises a brow. "Okay, now tell me how to get it out of somebody's system," she orders, sitting back in the seat. "Blood transfusions," he shrugs, trying to seem casual. It fails, and Averey sits forward. "Already tried." "You lose your points for today," she hisses, and puts the knife against the knuckle of another finger. "I'll tell you something else," he cries out, and she stares at him, waiting for him to continue. When he doesn't, she presses the knife against his finger harder, staring into his eyes. "Just tell me if my family are being harmed," he shrieks, and she exhales heavily. "I thought I told you this wasn't a place you got to ask any questions," she sighs, pressing the knife against his left index finger. Rose gags and tries to stop herself from vomiting. She fails and retches into a bucket. A guard passes her, Byron holding her hair back and Hayden rubbing her back while staring at the scene in front of them. "Besides, which family are you asking about?" Averey asks, and Preston balks. "We know about Sam, so you can't hide that secret. He's proof you assaulted Freya, and trust me, you'll be punished for that, too." "Abusers don't do well in here," she snarls, leaning across the table and pinching his chin between her fingers. She was 17. He cries out in a rage, and she pinches harder. He tries to wiggle his face away from her, and she holds on tighter. "Hence, a child," she hisses, "and they'll believe a bulletin I release more than the words you say." "Alpha," a guard cautions, taking a step forward. Averey rolls her eyes and lets go of Preston's face, flinging him backwards. "So you don't deny the claim of assault?" she asks, opening one of her files and wiping the blood off the cover page distastefully. "I can't really, can I?" he mutters, and she slowly nods in satisfaction. "Well, that's one problem done. We still have you on child abuse, poisoning, and distribution of a chemical weapon with intent to cause harm," she calmly continues, leafing through her files. "Child abuse." He gasps, and she smirks, crossing her legs over one another. Tobias Nakamura. He was 4.5 when you poisoned him, she shrugs, leaning back and sliding the file across the table to him. That wasn't me. I didn't poison that boy. He gapes, and she sits forward again, scowling at him. Every single person that gets hurt or injured by this poison will join your list of charges. You have a count of injury to an alpha as well. You are never getting out of here alive, she snarls. Then, just kill me. He blurts, and she raises an eyebrow. But that would be easy. And I don't like easy, she pouts, playing with the end of her braid. Sonia is sitting near the surface, paying close attention to Elijah Preston's wolf. The wolf is entirely silent. I can barely sense him. It's like he's drugged, Sonia informs Averey, and she bites the inside of her mouth in thought. Has he been? Averey asks, and Sonia releases a distressed sigh. I don't know. He isn't responding to my orders, she mutters. I'm going to try again. Maybe he's just being blocked by Preston. Averey shuts the link with her wolf promptly, and then returns to face Preston. How do we remove the toxin from people's systems? She asks again, and he fidgets with his chains. I'll cut the rest of your fingers, and your hand, too, she warns, and he looks at her. I don't think you will, he taunts suddenly, and she raises an eyebrow. Where did this confidence come from? Sonia snorts. Averey looks him dead in the eyes while she cleanly presses the knife against the tops of his remaining fingers on his left hand. I can keep going unless you want to give me some useful information, she suggests, and his face turns a shade of ghostly white. The perspiration on his face grows, and his mouth opens and shuts rapidly as his body begins to shake. Guard, Averey calls, standing up and walking over to his side. She grabs him by the throat, and the guard inspects inside his mouth, shaking his head when he finds nothing. Get him to the infirmary. We're done for today, she orders, releasing Preston in disgust. Two of the guards chain Preston up even more, restricting all of his movements as they begin carting him off to the hospital wing. Averey sighs, and once he's gone, she flicks the viewing window to clear on both sides. We're done for today. He's gone into shock. I wouldn't have been able to get anything out of him. I apologize for what you all saw. I hope everybody is okay, Averey announces, her tone cold and detached as she walks out of the interrogation room, dropping her knife into the trash can and washing her hands in the sink outside. Byron hurries out of the viewing room and appears by Averey's side, barely making it around the nearest guards. Are you okay? He asks anxiously, and Averey stares at him blankly. I'm fine. Why would I not be? She asks, drying her hands on a towel a guard supplies. She begins walking, and Hayden and Rose pour out of the viewing room behind Byron. You just heard a man, Rose whimpers, and Averey raises an eyebrow. That wasn't torture, she comments, and the four of them step into the elevator. Rose is terrified, and Averey can smell her fear. It's potent, and she scrunches up her nose, shooting the woman a dirty look. Hayden stays silent, and Byron is buried in his own thoughts, staring at the glass walls of the elevator as they fly upwards. Averey pulls out her phone and notices that she has 11 missed calls. Her eyes widen slightly, and she realizes they're from Callie. She tries calling her back, but there's no signal so far underground. Heck, she mutters to herself, willing the elevator to speed up. As soon as it gets back to the upper level, she gets out and dials Callie's cell. The other girl picks up immediately, gasping for breath. Averey, Callie says tearfully, I can't find Lilith. Chapter 58. The next few hours, everybody was on autopilot. Everybody was going everywhere, but nobody knew what they were doing. Zeph was called, but nobody could remember who phoned him. This had never happened before. The Alpha of Moonstone Mountain burst onto their packlands with no warning in a flurry of horror. Averey had stormed into the emergency room, her trench coat swirling around her legs and her eyes flashing black. Nurses and doctors had gotten out of the way as quickly as they possibly could, and some patients fainted at the sheer level of dominance she was giving off. When Zeph arrived at the hospital, he found Averey pinning the paramedic she had recognized up against the wall. Her eyes were completely black, and Sonia didn't even make a note of Zeph entering the break room. She was completely distracted by the possibility of bloodshed. Averey, have you found anything? He barks, and she turns to him quickly, holding the woman up by her throat. No. I'm trying to get information out of this woman, she hisses, slowly turning back to face the paramedic. The paramedic's face is bright red, and both of her hands are clawing at Averey's single one. Her eyes are bulging, and she's gasping for breath as she tries to get out of the Alpha's clutches. You'll kill her, let her go, Zeph orders, and Averey shoots him a glare. I don't care if I kill her. She won't tell us where Lilith is, she snarls, flinging the woman to the ground and storming to the other side of the room. She can't tell us anything if she's dead, Zeph points out, his tone low and sharp. There's a knock on the door, and Averey and Zeph turn around quickly. Both of their sets of eyes land on a small doctor, and they both shout yes at her in unison. The woman is shaking like a leaf in a tornado, and she looks like she would rather be in an actual storm than walk into this tense room. The administrator wants me to ask you if you could maybe leave the hospital because you're scaring patients, she almost whispers, her pale face matching her lab coat. Oh, sorry, Averey shrugs, gritting her teeth. The last thing she needs is a complaint from the hospital. She has enough on her plate even without Lilith being missing. Averey picks up the paramedic by her collar and makes her stand, dragging her out of the room roughly. Zeph watches Averey do this in silence. He isn't sure what to do. He has no idea where his mate is, and he doesn't know how to find her. Who called you? Averey asks as he catches up with her, and he shrugs. It sounded like a girl. I don't know, I thought it might be your secretary, he mutters, and Averey pauses, making the paramedic stumble. Get your phone to my investigations team. They'll find out who called, because that could be who took her, she sighs, and Zeph pales slightly. What if they call again and I don't have the phone? He asks, and she does her best to put herself in his shoes. I bet you wish we had loved somebody before so we could comfort him, Sonia mutters, and Averey refrains from rolling her eyes. I'll act like I would if it were York who had been taken, she decides, and Sonia grudgingly agrees. If they call, I'll have them patch it into my office phone. You can stay in my office. It's where we have the command center, she nods, and he bites his lips. I want to be there when we find her, he whispers, and Averey hesitates. She doesn't want to bring up the possibility that she might not be found. Shaking her head roughly, she turns and stares at him, pulling the paramedic with her. Keep trying to contact her, Wolf, she orders, and Zeph nods. I'll have a guard bring you to the office. I'm going to get some answers out of her, Averey adds, nodding to the paramedic still on the end of her arm. Zeph stays silent and nods. He looks like he aged 20 years in 2 hours. Averey mentally crosses her fingers and scowls, yanking the paramedic along once a guard comes over to Zeph. Who the hell was he? Averey snaps, and the woman shakes her head frantically. I don't know, I had never seen him before, I swear, she whispers, her eyes wide. I'm going to command you now, Averey warns, flinging the woman to the ground again. Don't run, she first commands, and the woman stops trying to scramble away. She is frozen in her half-sitting position on the dirt ground of the forest trek. Who is the driver? Averey asks calmly, coming down to eye level with the woman. I swear, I don't know. We were supposed to receive new ones this week, so I thought he was my new one. She quickly gets out, her entire body vibrating in fear. She can't shake because the command is keeping her frozen in position. How did he get Lilith alone? She questions, and the woman furrows her brows and then cringes. I got out of the ambulance to open the door to wheel her in. As soon as I got out, he drove off. He didn't even close the doors, she whispers, and Averey's eyes shoot open. Was the stretcher locked into place? Averey asks, rubbing her jaw. Yes, I made sure it was. He was a terrible driver, the woman nods. Did you find anything wrong with her on the journey? Averey inquires, almost wanting to take the question back. The woman hesitates and then frowns. Answer the question, Averey orders, and the lady closes her eyes for a second. I couldn't figure out what was wrong. She seemed okay, her pain was going down quickly. I didn't even have to give her morphine. There was no bleeding or anything, it didn't make sense, she admits. Did you get any samples? Averey asks, standing up slowly. I got some blood. I checked her glucose. It was normal, though, the woman murmurs thoughtfully. Do you have the sample still? Averey asks impatiently, and the woman nods frantically. It's in my bag at the hospital. I always take my bag with me no matter where I go. Except for right now, obviously, she mumbles awkwardly, and Averey stands straight up. Where is it? Averey asks, you need to mind link somebody to get the blood and get it to testing right away. The woman immediately nods, and Averey watches her eyes flash as she organizes the testing. Good. You can go, Averey permits, and the woman scrambles away, looking over her shoulder as she runs. She barely misses slamming into a large oak tree, but she manages to right herself and put herself back onto a straight path. Averey watches her flee and then curses under her breath. She can at least try to figure out what happened to Lilith before she was taken, but that doesn't help in figuring out where she was taken to. Averey grimaces as she walks towards the pack house determinately, fielding mind links for search requests. Her guards are coming through every inch of their land, checking houses and bunkers for any sign of Lilith. She doubts her pack was involved, but she has to make sure so that she can't be accused of bias by outside sources. The council had been alerted before Averey found the paramedic, and they were on their way to help. Averey didn't think they'd be much use, though. Her entrance to the pack house was noted, and her generals all nodded to her as they walked past. She storms into her office, a deep scowl sitting on her face as she walks to the whiteboard that was propped up against the wall. She grabs the marker and scribbles out the bubble with the suggestion that the paramedic was helping the driver of the ambulance to kidnap Lilith. Not involved, she announces, and one of the generals lets out a string of curses. Averey is in agreement with his outrage and irritation, but she can't verbalize that, so she sits silently at her desk and stares ahead of her. A knock is heard from the door, and Averey marches over and flings it open before anybody can move. Alpha Averey Wilcott? A teenager asks, looking bored out of his mind. His smell fills the room, and they all realize in unison that this boy is human. The generals position their guns behind them and stare awkwardly at the boy, who has a large box in his hands. Yes, Averey asks after a minute, cocking a brow at him. You need to sign for this, he sighs, nodding to the paper on top of the box. I need a pen, she calls behind her, and 3 generals produce one from their pockets. She stares at them distastefully, plucking a black one out of the hand of the general nearest to her. She scribbles her signature and holds her hands out for the box. The boy dumps it in her arms and walks out, not seeming to give much of a thought to what happens to the box when he leaves. Averey goes to rip it open, but a general stops her. Ma'am, this could be dangerous, she cautions her, and Averey rolls her eyes. She shakes the package, and there's no noise, so Averey opts to rip it open then and there. She runs into some trouble due to the tremendous amount of tape used, but she eventually cracks it. Everyone is holding their breath, but some of the closer generals are sniffing the air intensely in case they can scent blood. Averey scoffs once she realizes what it is, and flings the box into the corner. What is it? Zeph asks, hurrying into the room and spotting the box in the corner. What was it? He asks again, walking over to it with ease. He picks up the silky thing with one hand and stares at her with a raised eyebrow. Roman, she says through gritted teeth, stomping over to her desk. Zeph murmurs, depositing the dress back into the box and leaving it in the corner as he walks back over to the desk where he was initially sitting before he went to the kitchen. Any progress? He asks eagerly, watching as Averey clicks into her emails on her laptop. No, we have some of her blood, so we're testing it to see if she and the baby are okay, Averey sighs. Why wouldn't they be okay? Zeph asks anxiously, standing up and pacing in front of the desk. Averey's eyes widen, and she covers her mouth quietly. I forgot we didn't call you. The reason she was in the ambulance was that she was in a lot of pain, she whispers, and his eyes close. He sits down and leans against the desk, trying not to hyperventilate. Everybody out, Averey orders, and all of the generals quickly leave the room, no questions asked. I shouldn't have sent her away, he whispers, and Averey sinks down beside him. If they got her on my territory, Where we had beefed up security already, they would have gotten her on yours. Averey sighs, rubbing his back gently. Was she okay when you last saw her? He whispers, looking exhausted. She was in a lot of pain, but she was all right, Averey admits truthfully, looking into his eyes. Why did you send her to the hospital? He asks, struggling to keep the anger out of his voice. I didn't know if she was having cramps or contractions, and I wasn't about to risk your baby, Averey states, keeping the irritation out of hers. He nods slowly, rubbing his eyes. She'll be okay, she's tough, Averey says unconvincingly. Zeph stays quiet, no doubt trying to calm himself down. I can't reach her, Wolf, at all, he whispers, looking heartbroken. The office door bursts open, and they both bolt upright, instantly in defensive mode. The two manage to grab guns and point them in unison at the intruder, who raised his hands in confusion. We're here to offer our help, Byron states awkwardly, rubbing his neck as his face heats up at the tension. Who's we? Zeph sneers, and Hayden and Rose appear behind him. We already have some people out looking for Luna Addison, and we have people figuring out who took her, he sighs. Zeph has his nose scrunched up at the scent of the rogues. Averey has become used to their particular brand of stink and almost forgets why he looks like a baby who ate a lemon. Zeph, these are 3 people who have lost people to Elijah Preston's chemical warfare, Averey introduces calmly. Guys, this is Alpha Zeph Addison. Zeph and Hayden nod to each other in an almost familiar manner, which spikes Averey's curiosity, but she knows that her question can wait until later. Have you found anything yet? She asks Byron, and he sighs. We found the ambulance, but it was stripped. No sense left. We assume he abandoned it as soon as they left your territory, he grimaces. Averey nods, putting the gun in her hand onto her desk. What can Rose do? Averey asks, and Byron looks to the woman in question. I can be useful when we find something, she says hesitantly, biting her lip and seeming to shrink into herself. What about Hayden? She asks, and Hayden scoffs. Darling, you saw me take down that tree yesterday, he smirks, tying his hair up calmly. Averey slowly nods before turning back to Zeph. Byron is just really helpful, she shrugs, a very good organizer. Byron hides his smile, shaking his head at her. Okay, is there anything we can do? He asks, and Averey looks at the whiteboard and then at Zeph. Maybe we can leave Rose here with Zeph. She's good at knowing things, she murmurs, walking over to the whiteboard. She's a trained psychologist, Hayden pipes up, and Averey raises an eyebrow. Perfect, she can listen in on any calls we receive, she claps her hands, the loud noise startling Rose and making her stand slightly behind Hayden. Zeph, you stay here. I'll call Kathleen's cell if we find anything, she nods, pointing at the pink phone resting on the desk. Perfect, Zeph whispers, sitting back into his seat and resting his head in his hands. We're going to join the search, Averey announces, leading Byron and Hayden out of the office. She nearly bumps into the crowd of generals waiting outside. I forgot about you guys, she murmurs. I need half of you to come with me to join the search. Alpha, we already have all of our trackers out there, one hesitantly says, and Averey stares at him. I didn't mention the word trackers, Martin. I said half of you, she shrugs, and he slowly nods at her. We don't have enough trackers, the same general says, and Averey grimaces. How short are we? She asks, and the man bites his lip. We have 1 for every 20 soldiers, he whispers, and she swears under her breath. Okay, go to the prison and get trackers who are eligible for day release. Link them with a soldier or 2, and they won't get away. Make sure you get Louisa Wilcott out with them and bring her directly to me. I'll link myself to her, Averey grunts and storms out the door. Hayden and Byron follow her, quickly pacing after her to try to keep up with the speedy female alpha. Your sister? Byron asks, and Averey nods irritably. She's a terrible person, but she's a great tracker. We'd be on a much more level playing field with these creeps if she were with us, she mutters, and Byron nods. Hayden is completely silent, and it freaks Averey out a little. We're gonna go to the border near where you guys have your cabin, Averey sighs, and Byron clears his throat, looking at Hayden pointedly. She isn't there. I searched the entire area. Nothing breached my perimeter today, he states, and Averey raises a brow. How wide is the perimeter? She asks, and he clenches his jaw. A mile around the cabin. Nothing went within it, not even any animals, he finally spits, and Averey nods at him. Okay, thank you, she responds, walking in the other direction. Where to, now? Byron asks, and Averey takes a minute to think. My house. They've been there at least twice now, and not all of the lake is on my territory, she grumbles, and the two men stay quiet as she paces ahead of them. She gets a mind link, and she curses out loud, stopping in her tracks. My sister will be here in a minute, apparently, she mutters, leaning against a tree and crossing her arms. True to her word, Louisa Wilcott is dragged through the clearing by a guard, who salutes Averey and hands her sister over. Averey gives him a wary smile and handcuffs Louisa to her arm. Hello, Louisa, Averey greets formally, and Louisa skulls at her. I can't believe you have me in handcuffs, she huffs, 2 months pregnant and I'm in handcuffs. Averey rolls her eyes and clicks her fingers at her sister. We're looking for Luna Addison. She was kidnapped. I know your tracking abilities aren't at their best because of your pregnancy, but you need to try, Averey snaps, not having the time or patience needed for her sister to complain. Do you have her scent then? Louisa grumbles, scowling again. She hasn't even noticed the 2 rogues standing beside Averey, which makes her seriously doubt Louisa's current abilities. Averey doubtfully raises one of Lilith's sweatshirts to Louisa's nose, and she's like a dog with a bone. After a full minute of Louisa sniffing and feeling the sweatshirt, she puts her nose in the air. Okay, I can smell something, she mutters, and in an instant, she takes off, leading the 3 with her. Can you tell the rogues to calm down? Their anger is interfering with the scent, Louisa scoffs, shooting glares at the 2 men, who look slightly surprised that they're even being brought up. Both men comply, though, and try to calm themselves down. Byron succeeds, but Hayden somehow gets angrier, his scent becoming more potent. Louisa scrunches her nose and stomps her foot, shaking her head. Averey, tell him to stop, or I won't help, she demands, and Averey rolls her eyes. She looks over at Hayden, who looks ready to rip somebody's head off. Averey drags Louisa with her as she walks over to the tall man, and she pulls him down by his neck. You need to calm down, she hisses, and he closes his eyes, breathing heavily. Tobias is on his way here, now calm down before we can't find Lilith, she adds, and Louisa's ears perk up. Who's Tobias? She cackles, and Averey grits her teeth. Focus, or you'll be going back to the cells now, Averey snarls. Louisa shoots her a dirty look and pulls her sister through the trees. She's being rough, and Averey suspects it's because she isn't a huge fan of having to do what she's told in the cells. The trio hurries through the forest until they approach Averey's house, when Louisa suddenly vanishes. Averey releases a loud swear, and then she's suddenly dragged with her, plunging down a hole. Louisa, what the heck? Averey snarls as they finally land on the ground in a tunnel. I could smell her scent, Louisa mutters, and then quickly moves as they can hear the 2 men arguing at the top of the tunnel. Byron suddenly appears beside them in a heap, hauling himself to his feet. Seconds later, Hayden lands beside him on his feet, dusting himself off as he lands far more gracefully than the rest of them. What are we waiting for? There's a missing Luna, he shrugs, the other 3 gaping at him. As soon as they started walking, Averey got a mind link. Yes, she snaps, wanting to know what the interruption was for. We tracked the phone number that called Alpha Addison, the man on the other end says nervously. Tracked it to who? Averey asks impatiently, trying to make her tone as pleasant as possible. Well, that's the weird thing, the man begins hesitantly. He pauses, and Averey tries not to lose her composure. What's the weird thing, she requests, clenching her jaw so hard she thinks she might break some teeth. We analyzed the signal, and we dug up a voice recording from that same number, the man continues, and it doesn't make any sense. Tell me why it doesn't make any sense before I come through this link and rip your throat out, Averey snaps again, trying her best not to carry out her promise. I'm sorry for the hesitation, Alpha, It just doesn't make any sense to me, the man murmurs. Okay, spit it out, we won't punish you, she sighs. It's coming from your office phone, but they blocked their number. We recognize the voice, he whispers. Okay, who is it, and how did you recognize it? She asks urgently, stopping walking. The other three stop, too, and even Louisa looks slightly concerned. It's Luna Calipetty. Chapter 59. Okay, honestly, I did not see that one coming, Sonia admits, absolutely baffled. Neither of them is really sure what's going on. Okay, that doesn't mean she had anything to do with Lilith's disappearance. Averey reasons to herself and then clears her throat, returning to speaking to the man who's waiting for a response. What time was the call made at? Averey asks, and the man clears his throat awkwardly. She can practically feel his nervousness through the link. Just before 2 p.m., he quickly responds, and Averey furrows her brows, pulling out her cell phone and looking at her call history. She squints at the recent callers until she finds Callie's number, and then she frowns. Somebody tell me I'm not crazy, and that this number is 2, Averey urges, holding her phone out in front of her. Louisa grumbles and then peers at the screen and rolls her eyes. Yes, it says 2, she drawls, putting her free hand onto her hip. Averey silently nods and returns to the man on the link. Thank you, she ends with, cutting the link immediately. She called Zeph before she knew Lilith was missing, Sonia grumbles miserably. Averey exhales slowly and closes her eyes in thought. Any sightings of Luna Calipetty are to be reported immediately. Averey booms through her pack link, and everybody quickly responds with agreement. Nobody tries to protest, and nobody questions the order. The generals will as soon as they see her, though, and she isn't looking forward to that interrogation. Byron, I need you to get the message to your contractors. Any sightings of Luna Calipetty are to be reported to us immediately, she instructs, and he nods warily. Captured as well? He asks quietly, and Averey pauses for a moment. No, we just need her location as soon as possible, she settles on saying, nodding as she speaks. She's trying to hold in her anger. She opened her arms to this girl, and she paid her back by kidnapping another friend of hers. This is the last Luna we befriended. We have enough, Sonia hisses, equally angry. Is she missing as well? Louisa asks, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Not in the same way Callie is hiding, Averey growls, her eyes turning to slits as she continues walking down the corridor. Louisa quickly steps in front of her, sniffing the air intensely. Can you smell her? Hayden asks, not exactly believing in this red-headed pregnant lady. Yes, Louisa snaps, but if you're so convinced I can't, maybe you should give the tracking a go. Hayden raises an eyebrow and snorts, rolling his eyes. They walk in silence for a few minutes, slowly beginning to go downhill. The metal-walled corridor begins to give way to a stony and mucky tunnel. The temperature drops quickly as they get deeper, and Averey looks at Louisa in concern. Her sister has been entirely silent and entirely focused on the task at hand, which is unusual for her. Are you sure she's down here? Averey asks in a hushed tone, and Louisa shoots her a glare. I'm pregnant, not dumb, she hisses. She was here at some point recently. I can't guarantee she's still here. Not dumb? That's debatable, Sonia snorts. Averey nods silently, keeping her tongue in check. Her sister is always difficult. The hormones just made it a little worse. What were you mind-linking about a few minutes ago, Alpha? Byron asks, and Averey bites her lip. Should we tell them? She asks Sonia, and her wolf rolls her eyes. They're helping us look for Lilith. They should know what they could be getting into. Sonia shrugs, and Averey is inclined to agree. We know who called Alpha Zeph earlier, Averey finally says, and they all turn and look at her while walking, waiting for her to continue. When she doesn't, Hayden lets out a noise of frustration. Who is it then? He snaps, scowling as the silence continues. Callie, from my office, she responds, her tone sharp. She doesn't appreciate his irritation at her. She isn't the one who kidnapped a Luna. Okay, and? Why is that important? Louisa asks, pulling Averey along and walking faster and faster downhill. Because she rang him before she went to the hospital, Averey grimaces, trying to slow Louisa down. Okay, Byron nods, sounding somewhat confused. How did she know Lilith was missing if she didn't go to the hospital? Louisa asks, and Averey refrains from face-palming. She grits her teeth, and she can hear Hayden sigh. That's the problem. She must have been involved in Lilith's disappearance. Averey drawls, and Louisa slowly nods. And how well does she know your pax land? Byron asks urgently, and Averey closes her eyes for a second. She opens her eyes just in time to avoid hitting her head on a low-hanging rock. Hayden moves her out of the way of another one as she goes back to having her eyes closed. She opens her eyes and brushes his hands off her shoulders after he successfully moves her. She doesn't know at all. She knows mostly the main areas, and I've had her running one track in particular. Nowhere near here, she sighs, and Louisa frowns. I can't smell any other Luna down here, except for Lilith. Louisa shakes her head, and then stops walking. It's almost like she's beside us, she mumbles, and Averey raises her eyebrows in alarm. The men turn in opposite directions and stare at the dirt walls. No, she might be under us, Louisa mutters, sniffing more. Averey inhales the scent from Lilith's sweater, and she forces herself to recall it when she sniffs the air. Definitely below us, Averey says with certainty, and she and her sister begin walking again. The men quickly hurry after them, neither of them liking being this far underground. Is it safe down here? Byron asks, and Averey shrugs. I forgot this was here, to be honest. I don't think that it's caved in for a few years, though, she comments, and Hayden's eyes widen. Okay, I don't think we should be down here. Then, he clears his throat, looking around wildly. Byron rests a hand on the taller man's shoulder, and he shakes it off, his amber eyes flashing between black and their usual molten gold color. It's okay, it won't fall in, Averey sighs, looking over her shoulder at him nervously. If he starts freaking out, Louisa will get an attitude. And Averey cannot deal with that today. The four of them keep walking, but Hayden isn't happy. He doesn't want to be in danger of dying when he has the chance to finally see his son again. But he also doesn't go back on his word, so he's struggling to continue. His wolf is at war with him, torn between self-preservation and a need to protect others. Averey is having a similar battle, but the need to protect her friend wins every time. She can sense the tension in the air, and she glances back at Hayden. You can go back if you want to, she shrugs, and he clenches his jaw. I'm no coward, he snarls, and she rolls her eyes away from him. I never said you were, she says quietly. I'd just understand if you wanted to go to the surface. He doesn't respond, and they walk for another few meters until Louisa stops suddenly. What's wrong? Averey asks, and Louisa slams her hand over her sister's mouth immediately, pointing to the wall beside them. Averey raises an eyebrow and tries to talk, and Louisa frantically shakes her head, emphasizing the wall more. Byron puts a finger to his lips and walks over to it, gently feeling the rugged surface. Behind, he mouths to Louisa, who nods, her face set in certainty. Byron beckons Hayden to stand at the other side of the wall, and they silently count down on their fingers before forcing all of their body weight onto the wall. Averey can see them straining, and she joins in, flinging herself at the wall and dragging Louisa with her. Their combined movements cause the wall to shift slightly, and Averey's ears physically perk up, listening for any noises. Louisa shakes her head suddenly and claws at Averey and Byron's arms, pulling them back a little. Hayden doesn't notice them moving and continues to push against the wall, forcing it to crumble. Move, Louisa hisses to him, but it's too late. Hayden stumbles into the opening he created with sheer force. Oh, he whispers faintly, looking around the cavern. Averey tries to get a grip on the back of his t-shirt, but he slips out of her fingers. Hayden takes another step into the cavern, and instantly, 7 knives are pointed at him. Oh heck, he snarls, looking over his shoulder. Averey unlocks herself from Louisa, and she exchanges a look with Byron. I knew I should have left, he grumbles, edging backwards as one of the knives gets closer to his throat. Louisa, run, Averey snarls to her sister, shoving her back the way they came. Louisa does as she's told for once, quickly waddling up the steep slopes. Averey moves closer to Hayden, stepping forward and standing slightly behind him. Byron puts a hand on Averey's arm, gently squeezing it as he edges forward too. "I am Alpha Wilcott, stand down," she snarls, unable to see the faces of the knife wielders. One laughs, and she grits her teeth, trying to push in front of Hayden. He doesn't move, merely scooping her backwards and remaining between her and the faceless attackers. "Stand down," she orders, putting all of her energy into the command. 3 of the knives drop, and she grimaces, knowing that they must be from her pack. "Show yourselves," she adds, and the 3 that dropped the knives step forward, looking remarkably pale. Averey hides her smirk, knowing that they probably had been told they wouldn't be found. She recognizes all 3 as some of the teenagers from the training academy. She mind-links a guard to come and collect them, and then takes a step forward. The 4 remaining people in the shadows seem far more unsure, and she can see one of the knives shaking. "I hope you are aware you're currently threatening the Deputy General Inspector of the Connors Pack, and well as the alpha of this pack, and the biggest rogue contractor in the country," she hisses. One more of the knives is thrown to the ground. The one who drops the knife flees, and Averey sidesteps Hayden, picking it up. "I wonder what I can do with this," she sighs. "This is your last chance to surrender yourself." She gives them a minute while she collects the other 3 knives. When none of them move and Hayden stays as still as a statue, Averey moves with blinding speed, disabling each of them with a strike to the leg. 2 more of the knives are thrown to the ground, but one remains. "Brave," she muses, and Hayden quickly disarms him while Averey speaks. He pins the young boy against the rocky wall, securing his arms. "I don't recognize these 3, Averey frowns. "They're not my pack." "They could be from the Addison pack," Byron suggests, checking on the 3 youths on the ground. "She attacked us," one of them gasps, his face sheet white. "She didn't, you were in the way," Hayden corrects, scowling over his shoulder at them. "Where's the Luna?" Averey asks, walking over to one of the boys. He grimaces and then passes out from the pain, which makes Averey sigh. She moves on to the second one, who blurts out an answer before she can even speak. "Down, go through the other tunnel in this cavern," he hurriedly spits, scrabbling backwards and away from Averey. "Thank you," she smirks, hauling him and his friend to their feet. "Walk," she orders, and they quickly obey. "Are we good to go?" She asks Byron and Hayden nods grimly, pulling the boy he's holding along. Byron looks hesitant and looks at Averey anxiously. "Maybe we should wait," he suggests, and she shakes her head. "You can wait here if you'd like, and when Zeph gets here, you can direct him," she suggests, and the man nods. "That would probably be best," he mutters, staring at the 3 boys from Averey's pack, and the 3 who she doesn't recognize. Averey nods, understanding that Byron doesn't feel comfortable going in any further. She doesn't blame him. She actually understands why, but she has to go. It's her pack. "We'll leave you here with them. They're under orders to stay where they are. Any problems, contact me, and I'll have their primary educator down here in moments," she snarls. Byron settles himself against the wall, for boys sitting and staring up at him in fear. He holds 4 knives in his hands, and his canines have descended. His face looks particularly wolfish, and he smirks at the boys. Averey tries not to laugh at the facial expression on the man she has come to know as having a constant small smile on his lips. He looks ready to attack the boys. Averey and Hayden proceed to take 1 boy each, and Averey shoves her boy a little to take the lead. "Okay, where are we going?" she snaps, and the boys hesitate. "Don't lie to me, you don't want to do that," she warns. "Straight down, follow the path," he whispers, limping on his injured leg. Averey tries not to roll her eyes at the dramatics, shaking her head at him as he continues to limp. Hayden is looking around, his hold still tight on the kid who threatened him. There's no hope he'll be letting him go until they reach their destination. The risk isn't worth it, and he won't let this kid hurt anyone else. They follow the path as instructed, Averey on alert as they turn some corners. She doesn't like not being able to see what's in front of her. It's so dark in the tunnels that it's almost impossible to see more than 5 feet in front of yourself. "I'm the one doing all of the work," Sonia reminds her irritably. Her phone rings suddenly, and she pulls it out of her pocket after she pushes the boy against a wall to keep a hold on him. "Yeah?" she asks, and she hears coughing on the other end. "Ave, I'm sending Zeph in," Louisa chirps, and Averey nods. She realizes her sister can't see her through a phone and resists the urge to groan. "That's perfect, thanks, Lou," she sighs, and Louisa hangs up. She was civil in that sentence, Sonia gasps dramatically. Averey ignores her wolf and pulls the boy away from the wall, continuing the descent. It eventually levels out, and the front boy starts shaking. Averey notices there's a large emission of power somewhere nearby, nothing that she can't handle, but she can see Hayden is trying not to flinch, and the boys are both vibrating with fear. "What is that?" Averey asks her prisoner, and he shakes his head. She doesn't press for answers. She'll find out soon enough. He walks up to a metal-barred door, pushing it open after knocking. Averey pushes Hayden's boy in front of them as well and puts a hand out to halt Hayden until the boys are 3 or 4 feet in front of them. "Could be a trap," Averey hisses, and Hayden rolls his eyes, nudging Averey forward. "Could be where their boss is," he responds in the same tone, mocking her. They follow the boys for a few more feet until one of them opens another door. Inside is another cavern, and Averey furrows her brows. "I don't think we're in my territory anymore," she murmurs to Hayden, who grimaces. "The Luna is in there," one of the boys announces, pointing to a room nearby. "Go and get her," Averey sharply spits once she realizes the boys are expecting them to go over to the room. "But we can't," one of them quickly says, and Averey shrugs. "I guess neither of us can either, so I suppose we'll just have to take you to the cells right away," she sighs, receiving a mind link from her guards telling her that they've found Byron and the boys. 3 guards and Zeph will be joining them soon, apparently following their scent. One of the boys begins to walk towards the room, and the other grabs his arm and stops him. They exchange a look, and Averey clears her throat. "No," she simply says, and the first boy trudges towards the room with his head down and a pronounced tremble racking his body. The remaining boy turns and tries to attack Hayden, who subdues him in 2 movements, holding him by his arms again and scowling. "I thought we went through this," Hayden mutters, squeezing the boy harder. A gasp leaves the boy's lips, and Hayden remains emotionless, staring straight ahead of him grimly. "Hayden, you can let him go," Averey shrugs. "He'll attack you next, I'm not stupid," Hayden scowls, forcing the boy to walk towards the room as well. Averey watches him in concern, raising an eyebrow. At least he's consistently gruff. There are no surprise emotions, unlike with Roman. At least Hayden is always grumpy. Averey walks behind them, looking over her shoulder. The cavern is lit up with weird lights decorating the walls, and it gives an eerie glow to the entire room. Averey hates the dark, and so she sticks as close to Hayden as she can without it being weird. "Over here," the boy she escorted down to the cavern shouts, and they follow his screech, Hayden and Averey exchanging a cautious look before they enter the room. Both are ready for anything, and they're prepared to fight. Once they're inside the room, they spot a bundle of clothes on the floor. Averey realizes that the bundle is shivering, and she hurries over to it, abandoning any and all caution. "Lilith," she whispers, approaching it from the side. Out of nowhere, a kid swings a knife and strikes Averey across the face with it. On an adrenaline rush, she grabs his hand and subdues him immediately. The boy falls to the floor, and Averey claps a hand to her face, cursing and hissing in pain. "You okay?" Hayden asks, staring at her in shock. She steps over the unconscious boy out of her path and sniffs the air, unable to smell anybody else in the room. As she approaches the bundle, Zeph and 2 guards burst into the room, all stopping short when they smell the scent of blood. "It's me, don't worry," she grumbles, yanking the blanket off the top of the pile. A shivering Lilith is underneath it, and Averey's eyes widen. "Zeph," she screams, scooping Lilith up from the ground. Her face is white, her eyes are bulging, and there's blood all over her clothes. Averey runs over to Zeph, throwing Lilith into his arms and immediately calling for an ambulance to meet them at the entrance. Zeph is frozen, but Averey can see the vein in his neck pulsing. Get her upstairs now, Averey roars, shoving him in the direction of the door. He turns and partially morphs in her direction, snapping at her with the jaws of his wolf. She half shifts and does the same, snarling at him fiercely. He seems to suddenly realize that he's holding his mate, and he immediately takes off in a run, sprinting up the slopes before anyone can say anything else. Hayden has handcuffed the boys and passed them to the guards before he walks over to Averey, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Averey has lowered herself to the bundle, searching through it for anything they can use, clawing desperately at the blankets and clothes. It's all soaked in blood, some of it certainly Lilith's. She finds a knife and sniffs it, thankful when it doesn't smell like Lilith's blood. Averey, you're bleeding, he informs her, as if she couldn't feel the wound on her face. What? She asks distractedly, searching through the last blanket determinedly. Take these, she screams to one of the guards who has just arrived, pointing to the blankets. She stands up slowly, and her legs begin to shake. Her head spins, and she closes her eyes, grasping for the nearest thing to her in an attempt to hold herself up. Chapter 60. A tapping noise greets Averey as she opens her eyes. Shoo, she mumbles, rolling over. As she rolls over, she rests her weight on her face. A hiss leaves her lips, and she bolts upright, clapping a hand over the bandage covering her cheek. Wasn't that stupid? Hayden mutters, looking up from his cell phone. Why am I here? She grumbles, and he sighs, pulling his legs off the arm of the chair he's slumped in. You fainted. I had to carry you all the way here, and you're a lot heavier than you look, he grunts, and Averey scowls at him. You could have left me there, she snaps, looking down at the hospital gown she's in. Who changed me? She asks sharply, and he rolls his eyes at her. One of the nurses. They wouldn't let you wear filthy jeans to lay down on their clean beds, he sighs, settling back into the seat. Oh, she mutters, why did I faint? Hayden sighs again, shaking his head at her. I'm not a doctor, so I have no idea. I pressed the call button when you started making noises, so one should arrive soon, he mutters, looking up from his phone for a second. Thank you, she sighs, sitting up and grasping the bed for her phone. Bedside table, he grunts, not even looking up from his phone. Oh, she repeats, quickly turning and picking it up. She has some notifications, and she scowls as she quickly flicks through them. How's Lilith? Averey asks, and Hayden opens his mouth and then closes it. What's wrong? She quickly questions, sitting up on her knees and furrowing her brows. She had the baby, he murmurs, and she curses. Heck. Poor Lilith, she whispers, rubbing her forehead. He's alive, Hayden adds cautiously, raising an eyebrow. What? Averey gapes at him, clapping a hand over her mouth. Yeah, the doctors don't know how, but he's hanging on, Hayden nods, equally as shocked. The two sit in silence, Averey beyond shocked. Pups born this early didn't survive ever. She supposes the alpha blood running through his veins probably helped with that, though, but it didn't make it any less shocking. Wow, she mutters, and Hayden nods in agreement, returning to his phone. He's so focused on it that she feels slightly irritated. What are you doing? She asks, leaning towards him as she sprawls across the bed. Texting, he simply responds, and Averey scowls. She doesn't want to respond to any of her texts or emails, and she's too unfocused to read or do anything useful. Who? She asks, trying not to pout. One of the guys who works for me, he sighs, glancing at her. He's slightly surprised at how bored she looks. She looks half asleep, her palm resting against her cheek. Are you okay? He asks, slightly wary of the way her face is drooping. I'm bored, she groans, rolling onto her back and splaying her arms out. There's a knock on the door, and a doctor pokes his head in, smiling at Averey. Hello, Alpha. I'm here to double-check your blood pressure and your face, he nods, and Averey shrugs, beckoning him into the room. The doctor hesitantly walks in, taking small steps as he walks further in. His eyes dart between Averey and Hayden, his eyebrows furrowing. Alpha, do you want me to excuse this man? He asks nervously, and Averey shakes her head. He can stay if he would like, she sighs, glancing at Hayden. I'm on your security detail, so I think I'll have to stay, he states grimly, his dark eyes following the doctor as he moves across the room. Averey raises her eyebrows and suddenly realizes that's why Hayden was there when she woke up. Did Byron send you? She asks as the doctor peers at her cheek, looking over his shoulder to Hayden. No, we split up, and I decided to stay near you. I'm the one who carried you here, after all, he drawls, standing up and moving to stand behind the doctor with his arms folded. Alpha, could you make him take a step back, please? The doctor whispers, and Averey sighs and gives Hayden a look. Hayden takes a step back, his arms still folded and his face set like stone. What are you doing? Averey asks as the doctor swabs her cheek carefully. I couldn't get any samples earlier. We just wanted to get the bleeding to stop. It's stopped now, so we're taking everything we need, he informs her, and she raises an eyebrow. What do you need samples for? She inquires curiously, and the doctor laughs awkwardly. We need to figure out why this hasn't healed properly, he coughs, and her eyes widen. What do you mean it hasn't healed properly? She grits out, pulling up the camera on her phone. She makes a note of the deep gash decorating her left cheek, and she groans, squinting at it irritably. When will it heal? She snarls, moving her mouth and watching the skin stretch with it. We aren't sure, the doctor stutters and Averey scowls. When will you know? She barks, standing up from the bed. Hayden bolts to her side and makes sure she doesn't fall. She's thankful he hurried over, because her body felt weak. When we get the results back, the doctor hurriedly gets out. We need to figure out what metal was used. Then find out, she snarls, and the doctor practically sprints from the room. Calm down, it'll be okay, Hayden soothes, and Averey pushes him away, sitting back onto the bed. What's wrong? He asks, and she grits her teeth. I don't want a scar, she hisses, and Sonia agrees. It would really screw with everything, she mutters. You have plenty, one more won't hurt, Hayden sighs, rolling his eyes a little as he returns to his chair. Yeah, you'll notice that I don't have any on my face, she snaps, scowling as she peers into her phone camera again. Hayden sighs, frowning as he looks over at her. Stop looking at it, you'll make yourself feel worse, he mutters, getting up and putting a fresh bandage on her cheek. I don't feel bad about it, I just hate it, she grunts, brushing her hair back and forcing it back into a ponytail. The ponytail and the open-backed hospital gown expose her brand, and Hayden can't help but stare at it. Averey looks at him irritably and knows precisely what he's looking at. The circles are hypnotizing and almost impossible to hide with other tattoos because of their ink. Stop it, you can Google it if you want to see a picture of it, she scowls, snatching her clothes up from the chair next to the attached bathroom and storming into it. She clambered into her jumper and a skirt her mother must have dropped off. The Wilcotts were used to their eldest daughter ending up in a hospital bed, so the worry had long dispersed. Fixing her hair and patting down the bandage, she stomps out of the bathroom and scowls at Hayden again. I'm ready to go, she mutters, grabbing her phone and stepping into her shoes. Take it slow. You've had a busy day, he sighs, getting up and grabbing his jacket. It's raining, so don't be shocked by that, he mutters, opening the door and walking out first to check the hallway. Once he's satisfied, he lets her out too. He's treating us like a child, Averey growls. He's watching out for us, accept the help. You're useless right now, and I'm using my energy for our face. Let him worry about sniffing everyone else out, Sonia warns her. I'm not letting him do it all day, Averey warns grudgingly. You'll let him do whatever he says until we're back in proper condition, Sonia grunts. Averey inhales angrily, blocking her wolf out and following Hayden silently. He's slightly surprised at her lack of arguing, but he doesn't question it. It's nice to have some silence for once. He's been surrounded by people who like to talk all day. His wolf is on edge, probably because they're in the hospital. He hates hospitals because they never bring good news for him. His mate died in one, and his son has been in one for almost 2 years. This reminds him of a question he meant to ask this morning. Do you know when Tobias will be here? He asks quietly, looking down the hall and away from her. Averey twitches, pulling out her phone and checking her emails before she answers. She clicks into a message from his former pack and lets out a little hum of satisfaction. He's being airlifted here tonight, so he should arrive here tomorrow morning. You won't be able to see him until they get him settled and run their tests, so it'll be tomorrow night by the time you can be with your son, Averey announces after 2 minutes of unnerving silence. Hayden takes a minute to process this. He hadn't seen his son in over a year. His former alpha had refused to let him onto pack territory once he went on the hunt for his son's attacker. It was understandable, but he had only been sent text updates and pictures by friends he had left in the pack. His cousin video called him whenever she was with Toby, so he at least knew his son was relatively safe. His family was there, and they had refused many times to let any medical changes happen without Hayden. His son had grown up so much in just a year, and he couldn't believe it. He couldn't wait to hold his son, and he clenched his jaw in an attempt not to let his tears fall. "Thank you, Alpha Wilcott," he whispers, and Averey simply nods. "Of course, you get rewarded for helping," she justifies it, and he stops walking. He pulls her into a hug, and she doesn't know what to do. "Hug him back," Sonia urges, and Averey grimaces. She awkwardly pats his back, letting him squeeze her. He pulls back and clears his throat, nodding to her. "I'm sorry about that," he announces, and she nods in confusion. There's an awkward silence as he leads her into the hospital lobby, his hand resting on her upper back for security and reassurance. He leads her towards the exit, but she shakes her head, pulling him towards the elevator. "We're going to see Zeph and Lilith," she mumbles, her face set in a firm frown. "Of course, why didn't I think of that?" he mutters sarcastically, jamming on the button for the doors. As soon as the door opens, Hayden shoos her into the small box, closing the door as soon as they enter it. He can see somebody walking towards the doors as he's closing them, and he slams on the button again. Averey eyes him cautiously, making a note of his anxiousness and eagerness to get the doors closed. "Relax, it's probably just a doctor," she mutters, watching him get more and more agitated as the doors won't close. They eventually do, and he still isn't calm, much to her confusion. "What floor?" he asks, and she recalls the plans on the wall. 6, she finally nodded confidently. It opens on the lab floor, and Averey sighs. "I was wrong, 7, she mutters, and Hayden rolls his eyes as he presses the correct button. They finally arrive on the right floor, and Averey can hear Lilith immediately. It sounds like she's shouting at somebody, and Averey follows the noise to a conference room. Zeph is sitting in silence, staring straight ahead blankly. Lilith is about to hit a doctor until Averey gets in between them, grabbing her fists and pulling her to her chest. "How is he?" she whispers, and Lilith starts sobbing. "They don't know if he'll survive overnight," she gasps, her body racking with her cries. Averey curses softly, squeezing Lilith gently before she lowers her into a chair. "It's okay, it's all right, he's strong," Averey murmurs into her ear, and she glances over to Zeph while she strokes Lilith's hair. He's completely still, staring at the wall blankly. Averey's heart squeezes for him. He barely seems to know what's going on. Chapter 61. Averey had thrown herself into her work. Baby Emmett had been moved home after a month in intensive care, and Lilith and Zeph's relationship was barely hanging on. The rogues had continued patrolling around Averey's pack, everyone still on the lookout for Callie. Scott and Averey were in contact every day, and he was heartbroken. He had no idea she was involved. That much was apparent even before the council interrogated him with truth serums. Averey felt huge pity for him. He had been dealt a terrible hand, and Averey had rekindled their friendship in an attempt to show her support. Hayden and Averey had also grown close, bonding over their relatives being in similar medical states. Louisa had gone home almost immediately after Lilith had been found. Apparently, she was shaken by the discovery, and she wanted to spend time with her mate before their pup came. Averey permitted her to leave, and ended her prison sentence as long as she went to counseling. Xavier was making her go every day, so Averey let her do whatever else she wanted. York still had made no improvements, and it annoyed Averey. She had interrogated Elijah Preston every week for the last 2 months. There was no news or leads on anything. Close to giving up, Averey slams her laptop closed and grits her teeth. Kathleen looks up from her desk, as does Mitchell, her mate. Everything okay? Her new beta asks, furrowing his brows. Absolutely fine, Averey grumbles, standing up from her seat. Where are you going, Ave? Kathleen asks nervously, biting her lip as she exchanges a look with her mate. I'm going to go by the center, and then I'm going to go by the orphanage, she sighs, running a hand through her hair. Drive, it's really warm, Mitchell advises, standing up from his seat and retrieving Averey's blazer for her. He passes it to her over the desk and gives her a look. I'm fine, Mitchell, seriously, she snaps, buttoning her blazer on and storming out of the room in a cloud of frustration. She didn't mean to snap, Kathleen says quietly, rubbing her mate's back gently. Mitchell leans down and kisses his mate on the lips, giving her a small smile. I know, she's just upset, he whispers, returning to sitting back down and pulling his laptop closer to him. The two sit in the room in silence, typing away on their computers, occasionally chatting about the work they're doing. Averey leaned against the wall as soon as she left her office. She rubs her face and holds her stomach, feeling nauseous as she exits the warm room. Taking a deep breath, she shakes it off and then walks out of the pack house, squinting as the sun hits her eyes. It's midday and it's the warmest day in weeks, and she instantly regrets leaving. She gets into her car, blasting the air conditioning as fast as she can. She feels hollow, and she has no idea what to do. Everything has gone downhill, and nothing is coming together. Before she pulls out of the driveway, she takes a deep breath and dials Scott's number, letting the phone connect to her car. Hey, Ave, are you okay? Scott asks as soon as he answers, confused by the abrupt call. They usually phone in the evening, their scheduled calls keeping them both some degree of sane. I'm on my way to visit the center. I just needed company, Averey sighs, her distress evident in her tone. What's wrong? Scott questions immediately, sounding concerned. He's sitting in his office, which he cleaned for the first time in years, staring at his laptop screen blankly. The call came at the perfect time for him. He was contemplating shifting into his wolf and going to hide in the forests for a while. I feel so useless, she whispers, pulling onto the highway. It isn't your fault, he reprimands, and Averey releases a humorless laugh. She was my charge, it was my fault, she grimaces, and Scott shakes his head defiantly. No, she came to your pack in order to be protected from her own pack, he reprimands. Zeph doesn't blame you, so you shouldn't blame yourself. How were you supposed to know this was going to happen? Averey listens to the words Scott has said almost daily for the last 2 months. She doesn't believe them, and she's completely detached from reality. Okay, she simply says, focusing on the road. Averey, don't block me out, Scott warns angrily, standing up from his chair and pacing in front of his desk. Do you want me to come down there for a few days? He asks, and Averey considers it. If you're not busy, we could both use the time off, she admits truthfully, rubbing her eyes with one hand. Isn't that the truth? He mutters, sitting back down. I'll get the plane ready. We're getting nowhere up here, so I may as well come down there again, he sighs, and she nods. I'll make sure the cabin is cleaned, she responds. The same one as last month? He asks, and she nods absently before realizing he can't see her. Yeah, or we can just stay in mine if you want to be plagued with calls, she snorts, and he lets out a small laugh. I just want silence, he whispers, and Averey stays silent too. There's nothing to be said, so she doesn't say anything for a minute. Okay, I'll call you later, she finally says, pulling into the parking lot of the partially constructed center. Right, I'll see you tomorrow. Try not to get busy with that rogue again before I get there, he lightly teases before hanging up. Averey chuckles to herself for a minute at his dig, and then lets her face fall back to its neutral expression. Averey gets out of her car and locks it, walking over to where she can see the site manager from her vehicle. She cracks her fingers and folds her arms once she arrives in front of him, waiting for him to look up from his plans. He does after a minute, once he feels a shadow blocking the sun. Oh, Alpha, he mutters, looking back down at his plans with a grimace on his face. Yes, hello, she grumbles, scowling slightly. The construction manager and Averey aren't fans of each other. He doesn't like that she places such emphasis on protective structures. He thinks that it's outdated and useless. She dislikes his disregard of her suggestions, and she's convinced he has an issue with her being a female. York was also serious about protection and security, and this man never had a problem with him. Every time they had a meeting, Averey prepared to be in a terrible mood for the rest of the day. "How are we getting on?" she asks politely, keeping her tone even and calm. She's so tempted to throttle him for the disrespect and disregard he showed her the previous week, but she won't. She has more ethical ways to run her business than harming a rude man. If she didn't, she'd have a lot of problems on her hands. "Fine," the man says stiffly. "When do you expect to be done?" Averey questions, giving him a minute to think about his answer. "Maybe a month. Maybe less," he mutters, and Averey nods slowly. "Okay, thank you," she sighs. "Does that include the interior being built?" "Yes. All interior structures will be completed, and alarm systems will be done when the plumbing is done," he replies with certainty. Averey claps her hands and nods. That was all she needed. "Excellent. Let me know when that's being done, and then I'll send in interior designers." She cheers. "Thank you for your hard work." Her enthusiastic exclamation of appreciation makes the man raise his eyebrows. He stiffly nods to her, and Averey walks back to her car. "I don't know how his mate lives with him," Sonia snarls, and Averey sighs. "It's women in power. I could have him under my thumb in seconds, and he knows it." Averey smirks. "He could use his manners," Sonia protests. "That would be the reasonable thing," Averey reminds her, smirking as she cuts off the link and gets into her car. She unlocks her phone and rings one of her maids, buckling in her seat belt. "Hey, Cynthia, is it possible for the cabin to be scrubbed by tomorrow?" she asks, and the maid sighs down the phone line. "Yes, Alpha. What time do you need it to be done for?" the woman asks grumpily. "4. Averey grins cheekily, and Cynthia goes off rambling in French for a moment. "It'll be done. Goodbye," Cynthia says, hanging up abruptly. Averey chuckles to herself, putting the address for the orphanage into her Maps app. The center was on the outskirts of the pack, hidden from the main area. She did this on purpose, and she had it located beside a human-owned shopping mall. Nobody would know who went into the center, as it could also be accessed through the mall, or it would be able to when it was completely finished. Privacy had been one of the factors Averey had been most concerned about when she was working with Freya to organize the construction of this service. Freya had agreed, and between them, they had figured out that the service would be located a little further from the pack's central business district. There were buses that frequently ran to it, and it was easy enough to get to. This is the stuff she excelled at. She's good at projects. She takes things and fixes them. Averey fixes her lipstick and then begins driving, her phone instructing her on where to go. She dutifully listens, and she arrives at the orphanage soon after, stepping out and being drawn into her aunt's arms almost immediately. "Hello, Ave. How are you today?" Faye cheers, and Averey shrugs, plastering a smile onto her face. "I'm okay. I'm here to do the welfare checks and look at the expenses." She sighs, and Faye scowls. "You should have somebody to do that for you," she scolds, and Averey rolls her eyes. "Who do you suggest?" "Everyone else is busy." "York is in his coma still, in case you forgot," Averey grumbles, walking herself into the house. Faye follows her, watching as her niece maneuvers around the few toddlers who are gathered in the hallway to greet their visitor. "Is everyone at school today?" Averey asks over her shoulder, walking into the office with Faye close behind her. "Yes, nobody even has a sniffle today," Faye sighs, shaking her head. Averey raises a brow at her aunt. "Seriously?" "Maybe they could sense I'd be coming today," she laughs, shaking her head too. Averey sits at the desk her aunt usually resides at, and Faye lays a binder in front of her. "I'll bring you some tea, dear." Faye nods, and Averey shakes her head. "No, water would be better. I feel a bit sick," Averey admits, and Faye scowls at her. "It's dehydration, I'll bet. It's so warm out, and you don't take care of yourself." I tell you every day to drink water, but you don't, and then this happens. I'll be telling your mother, Faye scolds, and Averey feels like an overgrown child. Okay, Averey sighs, watching as her aunt stomps out of the office. She gazes at the expense reports and groans aloud, regretting everything. One of the toddlers wanders in and clambers onto her lap, sucking his thumb as he gets comfortable. Hello, Averey greets gently, and the child, who couldn't be more than 2, stays quiet and continues staring at her. Are you going to help me do my work? She asks, and the child nods enthusiastically, continuing to suck his thumb. Averey shrugs to herself and wraps an arm around the child's waist, holding him tightly to make sure that he doesn't topple off the chair. She reads over the accounts, finding no issue with any of the figures presented, and so does not raise any issues. The child makes some noises of dissatisfaction, so Averey bounces her knee, letting the child fly and land while giggling. Here's your water, Ave. Oh, you found Milo. Faye smiles gently, placing the water beside her. More like he found me, Averey chuckles, and the child widens his eyes, resting his head in the crook of Averey's neck. Do you want me to take him out of here? Faye asks, and Averey shakes her head. He's okay. He's just keeping me company, aren't you, little man? She grins, gently tickling the little boy. He bursts into a fit of giggles before calming down and wrapping his arms around her neck. Averey lets the little boy cuddle up to her, and Faye leaves after nodding to her niece. He doesn't speak. Faye informs her after she walks out of the room. What do you mean? Averey asks, glancing at the little boy before she returns to her papers. His eyes are drooping as he watches what she's doing, and she can tell he's about to fall asleep. Nobody has ever heard him speak. We've had him here for most of his life, Faye explains, and Averey furrows her brows. How old is he? She asks curiously. He's almost 3, but he's so small that nobody would know it, Faye sighs, and Averey can feel her aunt's concern and sadness through the link. Where was he found? Averey asks, could you send me his file? Faye sends her a visual of Milo's file, and Averey is slightly horrified. He was dumped just outside the boundary and found by night patrol in December. It was lucky he hadn't frozen to death, Sonia comments, her protective side emerging in full force. I don't know how he didn't. There was snow on the ground that December, and he only had a blanket, according to this, Averey exclaims. She looks down at the little boy who has fallen fast asleep on her lap, his arms remaining gently around her neck. Nothing was wrong with the boy when he was found, and he is apparently entirely healthy and has been since he was found. Who left you in the forest, huh? Averey murmurs, lightly kissing his forehead. Averey flips her hair back again, running through the last of the accounts before she finishes up. Standing up slowly, she scoops Milo into her arms, walking slowly towards the kitchen. Averey, Faye begins, and Averey hisses at her to be quiet. What? Faye whispers, turning around and noticing the boy in her niece's arms. Oh, she softly exclaims, walking over to them. I need to finish making the kids their snacks. Could you hold him for another minute? Faye pleads, and Averey shrugs as much as she can without disturbing the young boy. That's fine, she nods, walking over to one of the chairs by the kitchen table. She slips into the chair and looks down at the little boy, resting him over her shoulder, patting his back lightly. He doesn't normally get so comfortable with people, Faye notes, and Averey raises a brow, looking down at the boy again. Well, my hugs are better than yours. Maybe he could sense that, she teases, and Faye rolls her eyes dramatically. Don't give yourself such good reviews. You're not that amazing, Faye snorts, shaking her head at Averey. Excuse you. Averey exclaims in mock outrage, whisper shouting at her aunt across the room. Faye smirks, a twinkle in her eye as she sticks her tongue out at Averey. She continues cutting the fruit in front of her into shapes, glancing at her niece every few minutes. Averey has one hand supporting the boy and holding him in place, and one using her phone. She's replying to emails and organizing phone calls when Milo begins to stir, making soft noises and looking at Averey with wide eyes. Hello, honey, she smiles, and the boy gives her a toothy smile, some of his hair falling into his eyes. Okay, snacks are ready. Milo, do you want to get everyone else? Faye asks, looking at the pair out of the corner of her eyes. Milo shakes his head, looking at the ground and putting his thumb back into his mouth. Averey gently pulls it out, shaking her head at him and pulling a face. Milo giggles at her face and Faye rolls her eyes, going to the doorway. Kids, she roars, and all of the toddlers and young children in the house thunder down the stairs and in from the toy room. All of the kids skid to a stop as they arrive in the kitchen, and Faye hands them each a bowl of fruit. They scatter off to different corners of the kitchen and the attached dining hall to eat in peace or with their friends. Milo picks at his fruit, and Averey notices this with a frown. If you eat your fruit, you'll get big and strong, she suggests, and he nibbles a little more on a strawberry. They continue like this for a few more minutes until Averey's cell phone rings, startling the happy atmosphere. Averey manages to pull it out of her back pocket with some shifting on her chair. Yeah, Mitchell, she asks after checking the contact ID, glancing down at Milo as she waits for her beta to speak. Preston just started talking, Mitchell announces, and Averey bolts upwards, startling Milo and almost making him drop his fruit. Okay, I'll go over there right now. Averey nods rapidly, hanging up on him and putting Milo into her seat gently. As soon as she puts him down, he starts crying, whimpering at the loss of heat and contact. It's okay, sweetheart, I need to go do some work, she whispers, kissing his forehead gently. Faye watches with a frown, scooping Milo up into her arms. He continues to cry, staring at Averey with teary eyes. Averey tries to stop herself from getting irritated, and she takes Milo out of her aunt's arms. I have to go do some work, she says sternly. I have to go help some people, okay? I can come back later if you'd like. Milo considers this quietly, looking up at her shyly. His tears dried up almost as soon as Averey took him back, and he reluctantly nods, wrapping his arms around her. Averey presumes his attachment is due to the power she exudes. Children find it comforting, they like being protected, and her energy is protective. Averey gently hugs him back before passing him to Faye. Be good, she murmurs as she passes them, nodding to Faye. He really likes you, Faye comments over the link. Well, if he likes me so much, maybe I should consider taking him, Averey jokingly says, and Faye's mood turns serious. Maybe you should, Faye responds. Averey raises her eyebrows, blinking in astonishment as she gets into her car and drives to the prison service. Chapter 62. Averey was so distracted walking into the prison that she bumped into 4 separate security guards and soldiers. She hit each of them with a cold glare, and they all immediately apologized, which satisfied her. They should have moved when they saw her coming, but she wasn't going to hold it against them this time. She had changed into heels in the car, and the clip-clop of the heels on the tile floor was satisfying. Flicking some of her hair over her shoulder, she straightens her back and pushes her shoulders back, schooling her face into a stony expression as she leaves the elevator. Her steady walk down the corridor to the interrogation room encourages her. This will be okay, Sonia encourages. What if he doesn't say anything? Averey asks, slightly panicked. Then we're just in the same place we are now, relax. We have nothing to lose by going in here, Sonia shrugs, being a voice of reason for once. Averey knows she's right, and she forces herself to relax. She's terrified that she could make everything worse somehow, which doesn't make sense at all, because her words can't make Yurk's coma any worse. She nods to the guards outside of the interrogation room, and then she opens the door, wiping her clammy hands on her trousers. Averey steps into the room, slowly letting some of her power ooze out. Hello, Elijah. How are you today? She asks the emaciated man, who smiles with the few teeth he has left. Pack members are incredibly protective of their alpha and the alpha family, even if they have been punished. Their wolves will quite literally fight to the death in their protection, which Averey finds slightly weird. She doesn't want forced loyalty. She wants the pack members to respect her based on her actions. Preston had been beaten 4 times in 1 week, a few weeks previous, for his comments and threats. The guards couldn't pry the other prisoners off him on one occasion, and they beat him until he was nearly dead. He had made a full recovery. He had also tried a hunger strike after one of the other prisoners threatened to poison his food. Her pack members, imprisoned or not, didn't take kindly to an abuser. Averey was a bit shocked that the man in front of her had survived so long. She had his file with her, and it just grew every day. The warden was on the phone with her almost every night to inform her about incidents that had happened. Fights, hunger strikes, and attempted suicides were just part of the list that sat in front of her. "I'm alright today, Alpha. I tried to harm myself again last night, but I wasn't allowed," he casually comments, shooting a glare in the guard's direction. "Oh, you want to leave your children without a father?" Averey asks calmly, raising a brow as she stares across the table at him. "I don't particularly care if I do or not. You've taken me away from them anyway," he sighs, sitting back and crossing his legs. His white t-shirt and orange trousers hang off his frame. He looks 20 years older than he did when he arrived, and Averey makes a mental note of that. "You got yourself taken away from them," Averey mutters, and he pokes his chin into the air. "What?" "I couldn't hear you," he sneers, his eyes boring into her as he waits for her to back down. Unfortunately for him, she doesn't. She slowly emits more dominance as the minutes go on, and he begins flinching as it gets too much. "I said that you are the reason you're not with your kids, not me," Averey states, clasping her hands in front of her. "Oh," he whispers, closing his eyes as his body begins to shake a little at the dominance filling the room. Averey glances at the guards who are also buckling slightly, and she nods for them to leave the room. They stagger out, holding each other up as they move quickly. Averey slowly reclaims some of her power, and Elijah stops shaking after a minute or two of continually vibrating. "I wonder if we kept letting out power, would he shake so much that he turned his brain into a smoothie?" Sonia muses, and Averey smirks slightly. "We wouldn't be that lucky," she grins. "Thank you," he gasps, clutching his chest with both of his hands. "Cut the dramatic nonsense. I'm here for the answers." "I was told you were talking," she says primly, staring into his eyes. Elijah hesitates, looking everywhere but in her direction. "Do I need to remind you that I have an entire case of weapons over here?" she asks, her eyes flitting down to his hands, where he has stubs for fingers now. "No, I definitely remember," he mumbles, looking around the room quickly. "Are there cameras in here?" he asks suspiciously, and she raises her brows. "No, do you want some?" She sighs, running a hand through her hair impatiently. "Alpha, we have all of the rogues who have loved ones in comas here. They're in the viewing room now," a guard informs her, and Averey nods. "Thank you," she simply says. "Yes. I want this on the record because I'm going to tell you who did this. When they harm me, you'll have proof," he says determinedly, furrowing his brows while his eyes continue to dart around. Averey raises a brow and then nods slowly, mind-linking a guard to bring a digital camera and turn the security cameras on. The guard obliges, and the cameras on the wall swivel and hone in on the interrogation table. "Could I get some water?" he asks, and Averey shrugs, standing up and grabbing one of the bottles from the weapons table. She unscrews the cap and pours some water into a rubber cup, handing it to him as she sits down. He frowns at her as she discards the lid, and she shrugs again. "You're a harm risk, you might choke," she mutters, staring at him again. A guard drops in a camera and a stand, and he sets it up near the table, raising it so that the two of them are in the middle of the frame of the camera. Averey nods in satisfaction and sends a thank you to him over the mind link. Elijah grumbles to himself as the guard leaves, sipping his water irritably. "Okay, so how do we get everyone out of the comas?" Averey begins, and Elijah shakes his head. "No, not that. I'm going to tell you everything else first," he reprimands, and Averey sighs, sitting back in her seat. She hides her irritation well, but Sonia doesn't. "He had better hurry up, or I'll jump across this table and claw his eyes out," Sonia growls, and Averey tuts at her. "If we let him tell his silly little story, we might find out something useful," she reminds her wolf. "He's about as useful as a glass hammer," Sonia scoffs. Averey grimaces as her wolf continues to give out, and she stares at Elijah expectantly, folding her hands into her lap. Go ahead, she encourages after a few minutes of wondering why he hasn't started yet. Vampires, he spits, and Averey raises her eyebrows. Yes, what about them? She sighs, wondering if this will be the type of thing she gets out of him for the rest of the time she spends here. They made me work for them, he grits out, and she nods, leaning forward a little. Okay, how? She asks, and he rolls his shoulders backwards. They threatened to tell my wife about Freya and Sam, he mutters, looking slightly distressed. Averey raises her eyebrows. Why didn't you tell us this a month ago when you got here then? She questions, and he nibbles his lip. I was holding on to the hope that she wouldn't find out, he murmurs. And she did. Averey guesses. She filed the papers for separation and asked to annul the mating, he grimaces, so I have nothing to lose now. Okay, but these vampires started before Sam was born, Averey points out, gritting her teeth. She feels like he's playing with her, and she doesn't like being played with. She isn't a toy. Well, Sam isn't the only one, he awkwardly says, playing with his fingers. Averey's jaw opens slightly, and she snaps it closed. Who's the other girl? Averey asks, and he closes his eyes. Daisy Matthews, she lives in the Lancaster pack, and she has a little girl called Ariel. The little girl is 8, he explains. Averey raises her eyebrows, trying not to grimace as she realizes this means she'll have to contact Roman to inform him that they solved a case, if the girl even filed a complaint. We'll just call him tonight and sort it out, Sonia reassures her. Yes, of course, but it won't be that easy. Nothing is easy with Roman, Averey grumbles. Okay, we'll look into that. So the vampires threatened to tell your wife about Daisy and Ariel? And then about Freya and Sam? Averey affirms, and he nods. How did you meet them? She asks, and he rubs his neck. Yes, I met them in my office. They posed as though they were donors for a university program I was running. Once I let them in, they threatened to harm me unless I sat and do what they said, he states primly. Okay, and was it then that you made your poison? Averey asks, and he immediately shakes his head. Goddess, no. That took over a year to perfect, he gasps, shaking his head in disbelief. It's not that easy to do. I had to test everything against some werewolf blood, my blood usually. I combined the most reactive compounds I could because they caused the worst problems with the samples we had, he continues determinately, clenching his jaw. All of his words have a slight lisp due to his missing teeth, and Averey slowly nods. So during your experiments, you didn't happen to find anything that the vampires reacted to, did you? She asks curiously. He pauses for a second, and her eyes widen as he hesitates. I did, technically, he finally says. What was it? She asks eagerly, leaning forward in her seat. She could mix it into the water and flush out any vampires on her land. What seemed most effective was chlorine and copper mixed together, forming copper chloride. It was very volatile even in a lab, so it would have been impossible to use outside of one, he admits mournfully. I could have sorted my problem out entirely, and nobody would have been hurt. Averey sits in silence, and then Elijah clears his throat. But you wanted the cure? He asks anxiously, sitting forward nervously. Yes, or anything that could help to bring them out of the coma, she shrugs, drumming her nails against the metal table. He stares at her hands until she stops tapping, the high-pitched and constant noise clearly irritating him as he refuses to speak until she removes her hands from the table. Alcohol will help, he states confidently, and Averey frowns and then opens her mouth. But York was drinking before he fell into his coma. Would the alcohol not have counteracted with the poison and stopped working? She asks, and he gnaws on his lip and then sips some of his water. He takes a minute to think about his answer, and Averey lets him. I can't explain how it helps. It doesn't make sense that the poison mixed with Alpha York's drink, because the alcohol should have denatured it, he admits, looking slightly distressed. And did the vampires know that alcohol would stop the reactions? Averey asks curiously. Of course not. Elijah exclaims, appalled. I could barely keep them convinced that they needed my help, never mind be sure that they wouldn't poison me. They thought it would poison them too, so they kept me in case that happened, he adds, shaking his head. Averey nods slowly and stands up from her seat. You've been very helpful, she says, absorbed in her thoughts. Will you come back tomorrow? He asks hesitantly, and she nods firmly. I will. I'm going to organize for you to see a dentist, too. I can't imagine it's easy to eat with those teeth, she notes, and he gives her a weak smile. The month in prison has humbled him far more than she expected. He isn't combative at all anymore, and it concerns her slightly. Should we have them drink it or inject them with it? She asks as she reaches the door, glancing over her shoulder. He takes a sip of his water and places the cup onto the table gently. Inject them, he murmurs, and Averey nods, quickly leaving the room. Hayden and Byron are waiting for her, their faces full of anxious tension. We've got something to try, she promises, and the three of them hurry to the elevator as fast as they can. Averey closes the doors as soon as they get in, not willing to waste any time waiting for anyone else to get in. She mind-links Mitchell immediately. Tell the doctors to inject York and the other poison victims with alcohol, she orders, and she can feel Mitchell hesitate. Will that harm them? He asks cautiously, and Averey grits her teeth. Start with a low percentage, she instructs, and he doesn't fight back. Their blood is basically sludge anyway, Sonia quietly points out. Averey can feel her wolf's nervous tension, and she sighs, pulling out her phone as soon as they reach the ground floor. Lancaster is boomed at her as soon as she dials the number, and she rolls her eyes slightly as she, Hayden, and Byron all hurry to her car. Daisy Matthews, an assault victim from 8 or 9 years ago, she states, her heels echoing in the parking structure. Byron and Hayden exchange a look and then stare at Averey in confusion as she speaks on the phone, holding it so tightly that her fingers are turning white. Who is this? Roman asks in confusion, and Averey scowls. This is Alpha Wilcott, she snaps. Roman makes a noise of confirmation. Okay, who is Daisy Matthews, and why is she my problem? He sighs, sounding like he would rather be anywhere else. I would rather speak to Carolyn or Beta Ryan if this is how you plan on having this conversation, Averey grits out, swinging open her car door and connecting her phone to her car so that the conversation booms out. The men clamber in too, buckling in while they wait for Averey to start the engine. No, I will be holding this conversation with you, not anybody else, Roman snarls, and Averey scowls again. Hayden glances at her, and then at the phone with an expression of disgust on his face. That isn't how you speak to a lady, he snaps, and everyone goes silent. Who's there with you? Roman growls, and Averey grits her teeth, starting the engine. A consultant, she retorts plainly, giving him no room to question or probe into her words. Fine, tell your consultant to stay out of this conversation, Roman mocks. Someone got bitter, Sonia scoffs. Daisy Matthews is a woman living in your pack. She's probably about 26 now, based on the pattern we've established with this abuser, Averey simply responds, not giving him anything to argue with. She can hear typing, and she presumes it's him looking through his pack database. Yes, I have her here, almost 9 years ago, Roman frowns. We caught her abuser. Give her the good news for me, Averey grimaces as she pulls onto the main road. Her sharp turn makes the men grab onto their seats, their eyes widening drastically. What, no conversation today? Roman sneers, and Averey inhales slowly. No, because I just got an abuser to admit to a crime nobody was aware of. I'm on the way to the hospital now, goodbye, she shrugs, forcing herself to seem nonchalant and carefree. Oh, Roman mutters, and then she hears a sharp inhale of breath. Why are you going to the hospital? Averey scowls a little at his questioning. None of your business, she snaps. You're not pregnant, are you? He asks, seeming alarmed at the possibility. Her eyes widen, and her nose scrunches as her upper lip curls up. No. I would inform you if I were. I'm not a total jerk. Goodbye, Roman, Averey hisses, slamming on the end call button. She is met by silence as Byron and Hayden look at her with slack-jawed stares. What? She mutters, pulling into the hospital parking lot. Alpha Roman Lancaster, and you? Byron murmurs, and Averey shoots him a slight glare. Why is that so unbelievable? She grumbles, shaking her head as she gets the more common reaction from Hayden, which is just total surprise. He's just so. And you're just so. Byron tries to word his thoughts, but fails miserably, trailing off as they walk into the hospital as fast as they can. At least we were the entertainment for the journey, Averey sighs, practically sprinting to the hospital wing. I've seen some unlikely pairings in my day, but you and Lancaster. Didn't see that one coming, Byron murmurs. Yeah, it's unlikely because it isn't happening. It was a one-time thing, nothing serious, she shrugs, waiting for the elevator to arrive. As soon as it does, she hurries into it, her nerves rising by the minute. I'd have thought you and Hayden were more likely to happen, Byron admits, and Averey raises an eyebrow, looking between Hayden and Byron. Hayden's cheeks have gone a light pink color, and Byron is still totally aghast by the revelation of Roman and Averey together. Chapter 63. Averey is holding York's hand when he wakes up. It took 3 hours for the alcohol to take effect, and the children awoke first. Hayden and Toby were curled up in the corner, the father not releasing his son as soon as his eyes started fluttering. It was a lovely sight. Byron's daughter had woken up 5 minutes before York. She had been unable to move when she first opened her eyes, and everyone was terrified she was paralyzed in an unknown side effect. It took her a minute or two to be able to feel her limbs again, and Byron was slowly sitting her up as York opened his eyes. His hand started twitching first, his muscles spasming. Averey could see York's eyes shoot open, and she put her hands on his shoulders and held him down to the bed as he started thrashing. She puts as much weight as she can on him, not wanting to suffocate him or scare him, but not wanting him to fly off the bed. York, you're okay. You're in the hospital, she quickly says as clearly as she can. Her words don't seem to register at all, and his thrashing increases in speed and aggression. His heart rate shoots upwards, and the intense beeping starts to scare some of the children in the room, even as their parents comfort them. Averey slams on the button to call for a doctor and nearly gets flung off her brother as he shakes. York, stop, she roars, not wanting to put any dominance into the order. That could hurt him as he comes out of the coma, and she doesn't want him to revert to the unresponsive state he's been in for over 2 months. A doctor hurries in and grabs York's left shoulder, pinning him down as best he can. Mr. Wilcott, you need to calm down, the doctor barks, another hurrying into the room to pin down his other shoulder. Averey steps back from her brother, covering her mouth with her hands in horror. Her brother was never violent. Even drunk, York was calm and laid back. She quickly linked her parents to get back to the wing from the house. Richmond and Maria had been there most of the night. Averey had told them to go home and sleep for a while because nobody knew how quickly everyone would wake up. We're on our way, sweetheart, Richmond immediately responds, closing the link. He could sense his daughter's distress, and Averey pulled her phone out. Louisa, he's woken up, she chokes out, backing up to the wall facing the beds. Why do you not sound happy? Her sister asks after a second, and she can actually feel her sister's concern. He's freaking out, she manages to spit out, watching as another doctor secures York's legs and a nurse injects something into his foreline. What do you mean, freaking out? Louisa asks, and Averey can hear her stand up and begin to pace. I'll come down today. Averey rubs her face, closing her eyes and turning away from the scene in front of her. No, you're over 3 months pregnant. Stay where you are, it isn't worth the risk, Averey babbles, and Louisa releases a puff of air. What do you mean he's freaking out? Louisa repeats. He's fighting off 3 doctors right now. They're trying to sedate him, I think. He's gonna hurt himself if he keeps going, Averey whispers, turning back around to look at her brother. She can't handle not knowing what's happening with him. It's been too long since he moved properly, and she wants to watch everything he does, even if it isn't good. Heck, Louisa swears, and Averey nods. Yeah, she mumbles shakily, looking around the room cautiously. The smaller children are being cuddled by their parents, their eyes covered by hands or being blocked by bodies. It's okay, he's just reacting differently, Averey announces, like when Amy couldn't move when she woke up. Some of them slowly nod, but the younger ones look less impressed. Toby sucks on his thumb and curls up into Hayden's lap, his dark eyes looking into Averey's. She gives him a small smile, and he hides in Hayden's shirt, peeking out after a minute. Okay, I'm gonna see what they want to do with him, Averey sighs, running a hand through her hair. Keep me updated, please, Louisa pleads, and Averey nods absently. Of course, I'll phone you later. Is the baby okay? She asks, and she can hear a little giggle on the phone. She kicks when she hears your voice. Right now, it feels like she's playing a game of soccer. She's okay, not ready to leave anytime soon, Louisa sighs, chuckling as she holds her bump lightly. Averey releases a little laugh before she says goodbye to her sister. Louisa has changed for the better, at least in Averey's presence. Her therapist forced her to see her attitude from others' perspectives, and it seemed to have worked. Averey wasn't going to question it. It was nice to be building a relationship with her sister, especially since York had been absent for over 2 months. York's body gradually stops jerking as the medication he was given starts to take effect. Slowly, the 5 doctors who had been holding him down released him, looking between each other and him as they stepped back from their alpha. They look around, and they all seem to lay eyes on Averey at the same time. Oh, Alpha, 3 of them stutter out. Averey nods at them blankly, stepping forward and looking them evenly in the eyes. What was that? She asks calmly, and one of them clears his throat, stepping forward to speak. We think it was a reaction to the alcohol. He hasn't been awake in nearly 3 months. It was probably just the shock of it too, he reassures her, and Averey raises her eyebrow. Hayden appears by her side, resting a hand on her upper back while holding his son on his hip. You okay? He murmurs under his breath, and Averey nods, smiling down at Toby. Okay, so what can we do? Averey asks the doctors, clasping her hands in front of her and straightening her back a little. Hayden gently rubs her back, staring at the doctors. They seem slightly reluctant to talk in front of him, but he doesn't move, and Averey doesn't ask him to. The presence of her friend is comforting, and she knows that nobody will mess her around with somebody as dominating as him. The fear he created rivaled the fear she could cause, and she respected that. We're going to bring him out of the induced sedative slowly. We might give him a paralytic so that he can't move when he wakes up, he announces after some murmured conversation with the other doctors. Wonderful, you can tell my parents that, Averey mutters, running a hand through her hair as she lays eyes on Richmond and Maria. The 2 look ruffled and exhausted, clambering through the sliding door and clinging to one another's hands. They rush up to Averey, and she shakes her head. Maria doesn't acknowledge the intimidating figure behind Averey, ignoring him and directing all of her attention to her daughter. Richmond nods to Hayden, who quirks a brow in his direction. How is my baby? Maria demands, and Averey shakes her head. Ask the doctors, she simply responds, and the doctors all seem to pale at those words. Maria turns to them, and Richmond turns with her, the 2 forming a human wall between the doctors and her. Averey breathes a sigh of relief, and Hayden guides her gently over to the corner where Toby lies. She sits in the chair by the bed while the father and son sit on the bed. Are you okay? Hayden repeats quietly, and Averey nods again. Happy he's awake, concerned about what will happen next, she mumbles, and Hayden lays a tender hand on her arm, glancing down at his son. He'll be okay, Toby exclaims loudly, eager to reassure his father's friend. Yes, he will, Averey chuckles softly, grinning at the child. Toby has a broad smile on his face as he looks up at his father, delighted that he could make the woman laugh. Hayden winks at his son before looking back at Averey quickly. They all glance at Maria and Richmond, who look devastated at the doctor's news. Averey looks away from her parents, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply. She rubs her forehead and sits back, pulling out her phone and texting her sister the updates. She gets a response of several different emoticons, and Averey rolls her eyes at the range. Louisa? Hayden asks, adjusting his hold on his son as Toby slightly slips. He has some muscle wastage from his time in his coma, even with physiotherapy throughout it, so his father is doing his best to support him. How did you know? Averey teases jokingly, responding with some emoticons of her own. Who else can speak fluent emoji? Hayden chuckles, kissing Toby's forehead and looking around the room. The room is full of happy families and couples. Everyone is trying not to cry, everyone cuddled up and talked as fast as they could. Nurses are checking blood pressure and running basic cognitive tests while the patients sit up in bed. Out of the 30 patients, York is the only one not awake. Everyone else in the room of 10 is still slightly startled by the outburst, and Maria and Richmond are basically sitting on their son, holding one of his hands each. Maria is praying to the goddess for relief or help, while Richmond is clenching his jaw furiously in an attempt not to let any tears fall. Toby begins to fall asleep in Hayden's arms, and the nurses give him the nod to take him out of there. Bring him back tomorrow morning for the tests, a nurse whispers to him, and Hayden nods firmly, the boy looking tiny in his massive arms. Averey stands up too, nodding to Hayden. I'll give you a ride. You can bring him back to mine if you want, Averey offers, and Hayden nods gently. I'd appreciate that. It's closer to the hospital than the pack house, he murmurs, his eyes glued to the small form in his hold. Averey hides a small smile at how careful Hayden is being. Mom, I'm going home, Averey whispers, kissing her parents on the cheeks. Goodbye, sweetheart, we'll call if anything changes, Richmond mutters, staring at his son intensely as if he could wake the young man up by the sheer force of his glare. Averey nods and takes her leave quickly, in no mood to stick around all day. Her brother was definitely going to be out of it until at least the morning. They probably wouldn't have him up and talking for another 2 days if they were lucky. She was disappointed. At least we got the poison out of his system, Sonia reminds her. But he isn't awake, Averey sighs. He's closer to being awake than he has been in 2 months, Sonia chirps, delighted at the prospect of Ezra coming back to keep her company. She could feel his wolf stirring again, and that gave her hope that she could see him soon. The knowledge that York's wolf was okay reassured Averey that everything might just be a little more okay as she led Hayden to her car. She opens the door to where she had a child's car seat installed by a pack member while they waited for everyone to wake up. She knew Hayden wouldn't leave Tobias alone, and she didn't really mind. She wasn't going to let him try to stay in the hospital bed unless there was something wrong with Toby that forced him to stay in the hospital. She had room in her house. There were 4 vacant bedrooms upstairs, and she had transformed one into a nursery and children's bedroom for when Louisa or some of her alpha friends visited with their children. The company might make it seem a little less empty. She had been living there by herself for over a month, and going home to an empty house wasn't her idea of fun. She was scared something could happen to her. Nobody would realize until she didn't turn up to the office for a few days. Averey had isolated herself from most of her friends when it was discovered that Callie was one of the masterminds behind the kidnapping of Lilith. She felt responsible. She had brought this girl into her friendship circle. Meredith had been furious and had sworn that the McConaughey pack would help to find the woman. They had been trying, and Averey appreciated it, but there was little hope of finding the woman if she didn't want to be found. Scott was the exception. They had bonded over what had happened, and they had remembered why they got together in the first place. It was a bond of mutual respect, and everybody had been surprised by the treaty they had signed a few weeks ago. Some of the elders had raised some eyebrows, wondering if this was a sign of a chosen mating on the horizon. Averey already had one meeting with the council with regard to her alpha position, and she didn't want to have them bring up anything else. It was going to be bad enough already. They had propositioned it as a hearing to everyone but her. Scott had eventually informed her that it wasn't a meeting and that they were expecting her to testify in her defense. She had sworn she wouldn't tell anyone she knew, because it was apparent they didn't want her to know. Averey was enraged by this, but she hadn't said anything. She had informed Mitchell, Byron, and Hayden. They were the only 3 in her pack who knew that she was being investigated. Apparently, only the alphas of packs knew. No Lunas or alpha mates knew. She was slightly offended that nobody had told her, though. Pushing these thoughts away, Averey watches as Hayden finishes strapping Toby into the car seat. Ready? She asks quietly, and he nods, closing the door as softly as he can and then climbing into the passenger seat. I'll have some of the pack members drop off some clothes he can wear. A ton of people have already offered, according to my betas, she murmurs as she starts the engine, cringing as it revs loudly. She glances back at Toby, and when she notices that he didn't move, she reverses out of her parking space, quickly driving home on the road she's practically memorized at this point. Thank you, Hayden whispers, his eyes never leaving his son in the mirror. It's all right. Averey responds softly, looking at him quickly before facing the road again. No other alpha would have done all of this, Hayden insists, and Averey properly turns and looks at him this time. Yes, they would, she shakes her head, furrowing her brows as she swerves around a deer. She mind-links some of her patrol wolves to inform them about the carcass on the road. No, you're maybe the only alpha that would take in 30 people on the word of a group of rogues, he insists stubbornly, and Averey shrugs. My pack is about improvement, not punishment, she mutters, pulling onto the road that leads to her house. She makes a mental note to make sure there are more lanterns placed along the road. It's creepy at night, and she worries about the teenagers and younger wolves who come down to the lake for parties in the summer. It would be relatively easy for someone to hide in the bushes and jump out at their prey. I know a lot of other alphas that would do what I did, Averey adds after a minute of silence. No, they wouldn't. You need to swear us in before your hearing, he points out, and Averey runs a hand through her hair as she pulls into her driveway. Yeah, we can't have the idea that I have 60 rogues running around my pack territory freely. I'll announce it in the morning when we go back to the hospital. I can arrange transfers for people who want to return home, or they can stay here as medical refugees, she mumbles, sighing heavily. Hayden leans over and smooths out her forehead, frowning at her. You'll get wrinkles like that. You don't need to worry about it all tonight. You've got 3 of us to delegate to, he reminds her as they get out of the car. Yeah, but I can't put everything on you guys, she mutters, and he rolls his eyes. That's what we're here for, he snorts. You wouldn't want to leave me unemployed. Averey rolls her eyes and waits for him to scoop Toby out of the car while she opens the house. She closes the door behind them, setting the alarms as Toby is carried into the kitchen. I'm going to put him to bed. Do you want me to make something after? Hayden whisper shouts, walking up the stairs. No, I'll cook. 3rd room, she calls back. On the right, I remember. He calls back in a whisper, and she can hear the door opening as Hayden deposits his son into the room. Averey walks into the kitchen and begins dicing up some vegetables immediately, turning on the stove. By the time Hayden walks downstairs, he's in his pajamas, and she has the food cooking in a pan. I'll watch it, you go get ready for bed, he orders, and she rolls her eyes but listens to him, traipsing up the stairs. She had been more or less forced to let Hayden Indiana. He was the calm to her impatience, and she appreciated having him as an advisor. If she didn't have Mitchell, she would consider inducting him as her beta. We do need a gamma, Sonia reminds her, and Averey sighs. If we're only alpha for another week, no, we don't, she grimaces, and Sonia cringes. The thought of giving back their title was hard. It had been bad the first time, but the thoughts of doing it again were horrifying. It was excruciating to remove a title, and Averey was relieved York had been in a coma when it was done. I wouldn't think York would mind having an actually competent gamma, Sonia points out. What about Byron? Averey asks, and Sonia sighs. We need an elders committee, and we have had one for a few years. Put him on it. He might not know this pack very well, but he knows all about the Connors and the other southern packs, Sonia volunteers. Averey contemplates this while she slips into her furry hoodie and plaid pajama pants, flopping down the stairs in her bunny slippers. Averey, dinner, Hayden whispers, screaming up the stairs until he spots her wandering downwards. What's up? He asks, noticing the serious expression on her face. I have a question to ask you, she hesitantly begins, rubbing her nose. Hayden pales slightly, but nods. Averey inhales first. She reconsiders all of her thoughts for a second and wonders if it's a good idea. Mitchell said he would trust her judgment for whoever she chose as Gamma. He and Hayden got along well. Hayden had protected Kathleen from a rabid rogue a few weeks ago, and that won him a lot of favor among the pack, as Kathleen is hugely liked. She sits down at the dining table absently, and Hayden slides her plate and a can of Sprite in front of her. He sits down beside her, turning his body to face her with a concerned frown on his face. "Go ahead," he encourages anxiously, nibbling on his lip. "Would you be interested in the gamma position?" She asks first, and Hayden straightens up a little. "Yes, absolutely. It would be a huge honor to be even considered," he immediately responds. "It would be an honor to have you as the Gamma of Rapid Rock," she beams, and he looks extremely baffled. He draws her into a tight hug, kissing her hair lightly and rubbing her back. "Of course, Alpha," he grins, blinking in disbelief. She appreciated that, although at times sardonic and miserable, Hayden never had any problems respecting her authority. A lot of high-ranked men in her pack revolted when they heard she was the Alpha again. She had shut them down immediately, but it didn't stop the shock that she felt when she found out that members of her pack actually wanted her gone. Hayden respected her for her abilities regardless of gender, as did Mitchell and her new generals. She had brought a lot more females into the general ranking, and there was much more training satisfaction being reported since females began being represented. Averey can see the confusion still on Hayden's face, even if he tries to hide it. "What did you think I was gonna say?" she asks with a little laugh, pulling away from his hug and beginning to eat her stir-fry. "I actually have no idea," he chuckles, eating his own dinner. Chapter 64. The next morning is busy. Averey has induction ceremonies to organize, transfers to sort out, and the problem of the council to try and untangle. And Scott Petty was supposed to come and stay for a few days. She had forgotten about that fact with all of the excitement around York and the others. She was woken up at 7 a.m. by an excited Toby, who was curious about where he was. Hayden appeared not long after his son, looking disgruntled and confused. He walks into Averey's room to see his son passed out on the bed beside Averey, her arm around his shoulders and his hands around her arm, holding onto her. He smiles at the sight, and then he clears his throat, looking at the time. Both of them open their eyes and stare at him in worry. "It's time to get ready to go." Hayden rolls his eyes, holding his arms out for Toby to clamber into. The boy is a little slower in movement than he should be, but Averey knows that some physiotherapy will help with that over time. "Are you excited to see the doctor?" Hayden asks, swinging Toby around carefully. Averey sits up reluctantly against her pillows, scraping her hair into a messy ponytail as she tries to wake up properly. A glance at her clock tells her that she and Toby fell back asleep for around an hour. Alphas have a natural nurturing side. It's essential to keep their bloodlines going, but they are also generally softer when it comes to children as a whole. Toby immediately knew he could trust Averey simply because his wolf was at complete ease with her. "Why do I have to go to the doctor?" Toby huffs, looking a little sulky. "You had a really long nap, and they need to check on you." Averey manages to get out in between, stretching like a cat. Hayden chuckles to himself, resting his son on his hip. "We're going to get dressed and leave you in peace. We'll get breakfast started, won't we, little man?" He grins, gently tickling his son, who lets out a shriek of laughter. "Yeah," he cheers once the tickling subsides, and he and Hayden leave the room, closing the door gently behind them. Averey lies back on her pillows, rubbing her eyes. That scene felt almost domestic to her, and it made her chest feel a little hollow at the fact that she was unlikely to ever have that for herself. She pushes these thoughts aside quickly. She's having breakfast cooked for her. She needs to get ready. Springing from bed after another minute of contemplation, Averey strolls into her bathroom and brushes her teeth while using the toilet, organizing her daily list in her head. Multitasking at its finest, Sonia remarks in slight disgust. "You pee in the forest, shut up." Averey scowls, gargling some mouthwash and turning on the shower. She spits the mouthwash out and puts her hair into a shower cap, not wanting to get it wet or do anything at all with it. She hops into the shower, quickly scrubbing herself and letting the scalding hot water wake her up. "Yeah, you're going to look like a tomato if you don't get out," Sonia comments cheekily. Averey shuts off the link abruptly, finishing her shower and then moisturizing her body. She wanders into her room in her towel and shower cap, and a knock is heard from her door. She walks over and opens it with a raised eyebrow. Hayden flushes red at the sight of her in a towel, and Averey rolls her eyes slightly. "What's up?" she asks, and he rubs the back of his neck while looking everywhere but her. She finds it adorable how bashful he is sometimes. "I'm just looking for clothes for Toby." He awkwardly gets out, and Averey wonders what would happen to him if she dropped the towel. He'd probably have a heart attack. Sonia forces her comment into Averey's head, and it takes a lot for her not to laugh out loud. "He was so confident a month ago when he made me give him his T-shirt. Where did that man go?" Averey laughs, appreciating the respect he has for her. "The difference is that now he knows you," Sonia retorts. Averey agrees with the simple remark and raises a brow again at Hayden. "I think the mums said that they would leave a bag outside of the door for Toby," she says after a moment of racking her brain. "Oh, okay," he responds, unsurely, and she sighs. "I'll check, don't worry," she mutters, and he blocks her way. "No, there are guards out there," he immediately says, shaking his head. "It's fine, they've probably seen me in less during shifts," she shrugs, and he looks slightly concerned for her. "You stay up here and get dressed, I can open a door," he states with surety, nodding firmly to try to bolster his point. Averey rolls her eyes, shaking her head at him. "Fine, if it isn't there, though, tell me, and I'll get something brought over for him," she sighs, closing her bedroom door as he walks away. Averey drops her towel and rips the shower cap off, letting her hair flow down past her shoulders as she traipses around the room, looking for something to wear. "Go for comfy." "We have so much to do," Sonia pleads. "Trousers or a skirt?" Averey ponders, and Sonia cringes. "Skirt," she decides after a moment, and Averey nods at the decision. Averey throws on a short skirt, a white shirt, and a baggy knit jumper, slipping her feet into her trainers and then moving on to fix her hair. She grimaces and then decides to twist some of it back, adding some pins and then earrings to her piercings. She quickly fills in her brows, swipes on some mascara, and smooths on some colored lip balm, bouncing out of her room once she packs her bag. As soon as she lands on the ground at the bottom of the stairs, Toby squeals, closing the kitchen door as he runs in. Averey raises an eyebrow and follows him, trying to open the door. "No, we're not ready," he screams, his high-pitched little voice making her laugh. "Okay, how much time do you need?" She plays along, putting her handbag at the bottom of the stairs and taking out her phone. "We're ready," Hayden booms from further in the kitchen, and Toby steps back from the door, letting it slowly open. Averey snaps a picture of a startled-looking Toby before she's led to the dining table. "Pancakes," Toby grins, and he slides into a seat beside Averey. He hasn't asked many questions about how he got here or anything, and Averey is wondering if he remembers anything. Hayden glances at her, wondering what the cause for such a stern expression at such an early hour is. Averey puts a napkin onto her knees, covering her skirt from the copious amounts of icing sugar that decorate her pancakes. She grins, picking up her knife and fork and slowly cutting the stack into more edible sections. Both of the boys stare at her eagerly, Hayden wiggling his eyebrows as she begins eating. "How are they?" he asks, sitting forward a little in his seat. She takes a moment to contemplate, furrowing her brows and staring at them. "Are these chocolate chip?" she asks with her mouth full, raising her eyebrows. Toby bursts into giggles, flinging himself backwards in his seat and continuing to laugh to himself. "Yes," Toby's request, Hayden cringes and Averey grins. "They're good, almost restaurant quality," she finally announces, and Toby beams at her, sitting forward and tucking into his two smaller pancakes that are decorated with berry smiles. Hayden finally tucks into his meal once he's sure the other two are okay, and he ruffles his son's hair gently before he can relax. "What's on the agenda for today?" he asks, and Averey sighs. "I need to organize induction ceremonies, I need to phone Moonstone Mountain and check on baby Emmett, I need to see who wants to go back to their former packs, and I need to figure out what I'll do about the council." She grimaces, and Hayden raises an eyebrow. He wipes his mouth before speaking. "They're only investigating you because you're the only current Tier 1 female alpha," he shrugs, scowling slightly. Yeah, that's one of the reasons, I'm sure, she mutters. What does Tier 1 mean? Toby chirps, looking at the two adults. It means she's really strong, stronger than our old alpha, Hayden whispers to him, and Averey winks at the little boy. What are the other reasons you can think of? Mitch and I will be there, no doubt, because you can't go to this alone, he warns, and she nods. No, I know that. I think they'll ask why I wasn't alpha this entire time. They'll probably drag in the fact that I'm an unfortunate, and I have no trouble throwing anyone else under the bus. They'll also probably drag my controversial past up, she lists, and he rolls his eyes again. Yeah, if they bring that up, it's free rein for me to remind them of every female my alpha was involved with while he was mated. They have no ground to bring that up, he retorts, his neck reddening as he continues eating. He's a calm and relaxed person who rarely gets riled up. He's extremely protective of those he cares for, though, and his wolf has bonded with Sonia now. They'll bring it up anyway, she says around a mouthful of pancakes. Toby looks confused but stays quiet, nibbling on his berries. Who would be getting thrown under the bus if they bring up your unfortunate status, actually? Hayden asks after a pause in the conversation, his forehead scrunching up. Lancaster, she mutters, and Hayden's eyes bulge. Excuse me? He gasps, putting his fork down and staring at her. Toby sits forward in his seat. He's not entirely sure what an unfortunate is, but he knows that when his father reacts so visibly, something is serious or shocking. So he mirrors him. You didn't hear it from me, though, she murmurs, shrugging. How the heck did you figure that out? He asks in horror. I caught him in a lie, and then we had a huge argument. It turns out that he pretended, or, actually, he lied to me, to have a mate for 3 months, she shrugs, seeming very detached from the situation. Goddess, he has issues. Hayden shakes his head, blessing himself in the sign of the moon goddess and scowling. Daddy, what's an unfortunate? Toby butts in, and Hayden looks at Averey hesitantly. It's an awkward topic, and children struggle to understand it. It means people like me don't have a mate, Averey explains briefly, and Toby's eyes widen. Neither does my daddy. He exclaims excitedly, you could be each other's mates. Averey laughs softly, and Hayden goes a bright red shade. Toby, it's a little different, honey, he manages to get out, looking down quickly at his pancakes. Well, my mommy died. Did your mate die too, Averey? He asks curiously, furrowing his brows and scrunching up his little nose as he looks at her. Averey hesitates, glancing at Hayden. Hayden is no help. No, I never got one. The moon goddess decided I was too cool to have one, she settles on saying, and Toby seems satisfied with that answer. You are pretty cool, he comments, returning to the mangled remains of his pancakes. Averey chuckles to herself, finishing her pancakes and standing up. She chugs the rest of her juice and then picks up the empty plates and glasses, loading the dishwasher and then washing her hands. Are we ready to go? She asks, and the two guys nod. Yes, let's go see my doctor. Toby cheers, jumping up. He really thinks the doctor is just for him, and not for anybody else, Hayden whispers to Averey with a grin. He looks happier than she's seen him the entire time she's known him. He has a twinkle in his eye, and he looks delighted every time he glances at Toby. They leave the house and arrive at the hospital in no time, greeting the doctors and nurses as they go. While Hayden goes in with Toby, Averey goes to visit her brother. Hello, stranger, he grunts, looking up at her as she enters the cubicle. Goodness, she roars, nearly dropping her phone. What the heck is your problem? He groans, rolling his eyes at her. When did you wake up? She asks, rushing to his side and peering at him. A few hours ago. They paralyzed me for the day, he grumbles, looking extremely irritated at being immobile. Yeah, I'm not surprised, she mutters. You nearly attacked some doctors yesterday. Oh, I don't remember that, he remarks, looking as surprised as he possibly could. I think they do, she chuckles, sitting in the chair by his bed and holding his hand. Can you feel that? She asks, and he shoots her a glare. Yes, I can, he responds. If you tickle me, I'll knock you out when I can move again, he warns her, and a devious smirk creeps onto her face. Don't you dare, I'll tell Mom, he warns her, and Averey sits back into her seat sulkily. How has the time I've been gone been? He asks after a minute, and she shrugs. As good as it could be. I've been alpha. Louisa came back, and she got arrested. Roman Lancaster is an unfortunate. I'm being investigated by the council. Zeph and Lilith had their baby boy, and he isn't doing well, she lists, and she watches as York's eyes get progressively wider as he listens to what she's saying. I need a few minutes to process all of that, he mumbles, staring at the ceiling. That's fine, I have a call to make, she shrugs, standing up. She pulls her phone out and walks out of the room, standing in the hallway and typing in Zeph's number. It rings for a minute, and then he answers. Addison, he greets shortly. Hey, Zeffie, she sighs, leaning against the wall and folding her arms. She's in the coma wing, and nobody is around. Nobody is around to listen to her conversation. How are you? He greets, his voice sounding oddly formal. I'm all right. How are you, Lilith, and the baby? She asks, and she can hear him clearing his throat. She left Emmett and me. She ran out yesterday, he informs her coldly, and Averey's heart drops. What? She whispers, sitting down against the wall and covering her mouth with her hand. She's genuinely in shock. Lilith was such a loyal person that she would have been the last person Averey ever expected to run away from responsibility or family, if you can expect someone to do that. Are you two okay? Averey asks when the line goes silent. She actually checks her phone to see if he hung up. I'm okay. I'm assuming this means she wants to file for separation, so I'm going to have those papers organized today. Emmett is doing well. He's gaining weight now, and he can breathe on his own for longer, he murmurs, and his tone sounds remarkably sad. Is there anything I can do? Averey asks, closing her eyes and leaning her head back as her heart slowly breaks for her friend. Keep an eye out for her. She might go to you. Or somewhere else. I don't know, I just know that I won't keep her here if she doesn't want to be here, he whispers, and Averey swallows the lump in her throat. I have to go, Very. I appreciate you calling, I really do, he murmurs softly. Okay, Zeph. Please let me know if I can do anything, she responds quietly. I'll see you at the meeting, he says as he hangs up, and she closes her eyes. Taking a minute to compose herself, she opens her eyes and sees Hayden and Toby walking down the corridor to where she is. They said I'm really good. Toby cheers, rushing up to where Averey is sitting. She looks up at him and gives him a wide smile. That's really good. I knew you were good anyway, even without a doctor telling us. She exclaims, using the wall to help herself get up. Hayden quickly rushes to her aid, furrowing his brows when he notices how much she's struggling. She gives him a nod of thanks, and he notices the tension on her face, even around the smile she has on for the benefit of Toby. What happened? He whispers to her, and she shakes her head. I'll tell you later. I can't wait until we can mind link, she chuckles ruefully, rubbing between her eyebrows as she straightens her clothes out. Will I be able to mind link you, Averey? Toby asks excitedly, and Averey shakes her head. Not for a few years, honey. You need to be able to shift to be able to mind link everyone, she nods, and he frowns. But you're the alpha. I'm supposed to be able to always mind link my family and the alpha, he stubbornly insists, and she hesitates before ducking down beside him. I'm not always the alpha here, she explains, so you'll be able to mind link my little brother, no matter where you are. You'll be able to mind link me in a couple of years, though. He still isn't pleased with this explanation, clenching his little jaw and looking away from her sulkily. Hayden shakes his head, ruffling his son's hair again. Toby, don't be rude, he whispers, and Toby pouts. But I want to be able to mind link Averey, he whines, and Hayden sighs, kneeling down beside his son. Averey watches the moment with observant eyes, following both of their every move. You can't just yet, but one day you will be able to, I promise. You can't get everything you demand, and you know that, he reminds him, and Toby breathes out slowly, forcing himself to relax. I know. I'm sorry, Averey, I shouldn't have been mean, the little boy mumbles, and Averey raises an eyebrow. Yeah, it's no problem, you weren't mean. You just got excited. I would be too. Imagine mind linking me, she gently teases, and Toby grins at her as she jokes around with him. Hayden hides his grin at their banter, looking instead at the wall where there are some scattered paintings. I need to speak to York. I'll be done in a few minutes, though, she nods, and Hayden shrugs. We'll go to the canteen. I think I owe Mr. Toby a juice box for being such a good boy while the doctors talk to me. Hayden winks, and Toby grins at him, grabbing his hand. Hayden lifts him up again, putting him onto his back this time. Hayden gives Averey a firm nod, and Averey nods back, inhaling deeply before she walks back into York's private room. Sorry about that. I was talking to Zeph from Moonstone Mountain. She gets abruptly cut off by her brother, who's staring right at her as she walks in. I don't want to be alpha. Chapter 65. The first thing York did when he could stand up and move was buy a plane ticket. He didn't say where he was going, but he said he was definitely going. Averey is baffled. Her parents were furious, the elders were horrified, the council was outraged, and Averey was screwed. The news was unexpected. Shockwaves had gone through the pack, and Mitchell and Hayden had been dealing with tons of calls from the other alphas. York signed off on the documents, passing the title to Averey unofficially. Her hearing needed to be completed before she could be declared as the proper, permanent alpha. Scott arrives 2 hours after York's shock announcement. He finds Averey sitting in her kitchen, zoned out and eating her way through a pint of cookie dough ice cream. His eyebrows slowly raise as he homes in on the bundled-up figure in the corner. Are you okay? He asks, kneeling down beside her curiously. York renounced his title, she splutters out, turning and staring at her friend, her eyes wide and wild. Scott is speechless, and he raises his eyebrows again, his mouth slowly opening in utter surprise. Wow, he mutters, I didn't expect that. Yeah, she nods rapidly, running a hand through her hair. Half of it has fallen out of its braid, fluttering around her face and sticking up everywhere. Okay, he whispers, grabbing her shoulders, we can get this sorted out. Averey is doubtful of his optimistic words. Silence fills the kitchen, and then Scott releases Averey. You get your title back for good now, he shrugs after a minute, sitting back against the cupboards and staring at the wall. Yeah, I guess, she whispers. You're a good alpha, he shrugs, taking the ice cream from her and eating some of it himself. Technically, we just kissed, he says through a mouthful of cookie dough. She shoots him a disgusted glare, and he shrugs, shoveling more into his mouth. In your dreams, pig, she grunts, standing up and pouring herself a glass of water. What are you going to do? He asks, putting the ice cream down and pulling out his phone to check in with his beta. I don't know. I might have a little cry first, she admits, shrugging her shoulders and sitting on the counter. Crying is always a good idea, he agrees, standing up slowly and cracking his back as he moves. I knew you'd agree with me. How are your tear ducts feeling? She cheers, popping down off the counter. Empty, but I have plenty to cry about, he snorts, dragging her into the living room. What sad movie are we watching today? She asks, getting settled under her mountain of blankets. Not The Notebook. I watched that on the plane ride, he sighs, and she frowns. That's the best one, though, she grumbles, slumping under her blankets. Titanic. He suggests, and she shakes her head. Rookie choice. Not sad enough. I want my heart to be ripped out and stomped on, she announces, and then her eyes light up. Me before you, they both exclaim, and Averey grins slowly. We're psychic, I swear, Scott mutters, shaking his head ruefully. Imagine if my pack saw me right now, he groans, rubbing his face roughly. You'd probably win the respect of all of the teenagers, she shrugs, crossing her legs and switching on the old movie. It's not the teenagers I'd be worried about, he grumbles, and Averey grins at him, taking a sip of her glass of water. Midway through the movie, the two are sobbing dramatically. Hayden opens the front door and hears crying, and he's immediately on alert. His wolf surfaces immediately in defense of his alpha. Slowly prowling into the living room, he creeps up behind Scott and quickly grabs him in a chokehold, squeezing hard. Averey stops crying for a second out of shock, her eyes wide and her mouth open, as she leaps up. "Let him go." She quickly shrieks, going to stand behind Hayden and trying to tug him away from her friend. Hayden releases him immediately when Averey tells him to, and he steps away with his hands in the air. "Who is that?" he asks, waiting for Scott to turn around. Scott turns around and raises his eyebrows, aiming a punch at Hayden. Hayden catches it and rolls his eyes, shaking his head. "Sorry, I didn't realize it was him," he mutters, stepping back into the kitchen. Averey rolls her eyes, looking between the two men. "You're like children," she hisses, wiping the tears off her cheeks and stomping into the kitchen to get a snack. The two men exchange looks and slowly walk towards Averey. "What's wrong, Ave?" Scott asks, and Hayden shoots him a slight glare. "He scared me. I was having a good cry," she sniffles, tying her hair back into a ponytail again. "You can continue it." "I don't mind leaving," Hayden shrugs awkwardly, and Averey glares at him. "There's no point, my cry has been ruined already," she grunts, and Scott sighs dramatically. "Come on, wipe the tears away, and we'll go back to your office." "I can be helpful for once," he snorts, and Averey lets out a grunt. "Let me change," she mutters, wandering upstairs. She jumps into a pair of tracksuit bottoms, sliding her trainers back on afterwards. She slips on a tank top and throws a sweatshirt over it, scowling at herself in the mirror. She has a fancy blouse in her office. If she gets a video call, she can quickly slip that on to give some illusion of formality. She slumps down the stairs, feeling a bit like a worm. The two formally dressed men stare at her briefly, and she raises an eyebrow. They quickly look away, and she grabs her keys. She may as well do some work. She didn't have a relaxation day on her schedule, especially since York dropped the bombshell on everyone that he was going to leave. Now more than ever, how she was seen by her pack was essential. She needed to be a good crisis leader. She had been told that some of her pack members, chosen at random, could be selected to speak at her trial, and while this irked her, it just encouraged her to increase her community outreach. She had a pack dinner planned tonight in the form of a pack barbecue. Everyone was to show up, though attendance wasn't mandatory, at least, that's how she phrased it. Some of her guards might have gotten a little confused. Either way, the majority of the pack would be there tonight. She had plans to announce her plans for the Sexual Health and Violence Advocacy Clinic, and Mitch was working on figuring out what she would say. Averey had her own ideas, and she knew that she'd stick to them no matter what Mitch came up with. She wanted to reconnect with her pack, and she knew she didn't want to be some Ice Queen Alpha. Her trial had been moved forward, and it was now 2 days away. Anything she did now could be scrutinized and questioned, and there was very little that she wasn't ready for. Everyone who knew what she was in for prepared mock questions for her to compose herself for. Kathleen had attacked her personal life. Mitch had attacked her political affiliations. Zeph half-heartedly attacked her family history. Hayden attacked her pack's beliefs. York had ripped her personal history to shreds, and Scott had done the same. She was almost sure that there was very little else anyone could question. She had a file of anything significant that she had been involved in, including the original removal of her title, any fights she had contributed to or been involved in, her assault, and her relationships with other alphas. She had prepared herself for an attack on her unfortunate status, and she was ready for anything else thrown at her. Inhaling slowly as she gets into the car, Averey shuts her eyes for a moment, ruffling her hair up. "Where's Toby?" she asks Hayden, glancing at him where he sits in the passenger seat. Scott grudgingly slides into the back seat, a frown on his face as he gets comfortable. "He's with your mom." The doctors wanted somebody to keep a close eye on him, and who better to do that than an actual doctor? He snorts, shaking his head as he looks up from his phone briefly. "What do you have left to do today?" Scott asks, leaning forward and planting himself between their seats. "I have to make some calls, I have to organize transfers, and I have to prepare for tonight's barbecue," she lists, and Scott nods. "Is it okay if I go with you guys to your hearing on Wednesday?" he asks, and Averey shrugs. "If you're okay with the questions that will be asked," she mutters, pulling into the pack house garage. It looks like it might rain, which isn't great news. The barbecue is outside, so she's hoping it's only a quick shower. I'd never be ashamed of being accused of dating you again, Scott snorts. You're my mistake. I can't seem to learn. Averey's jaw drops, and she shoots him a joking glare over her shoulder, holding her laughter in. Get out, you fool, she chuckles, leaving the car and strolling inside. Alpha, Kathleen says that there's a call for you. One of the teenagers runs after her, waving a bright pink sticky note in the air. Averey takes the sticky note and sighs, shaking her head. Thank you, I appreciate you finding me. She smiles at the teen, continuing to her office. She strolls in and Kathleen raises an eyebrow. Averey ignores her friend and turns to Mitch with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry for being so rude earlier. It wasn't called for, and there's no excuse for my behavior, she announces, and Mitchell shrugs. It's okay, you're under a lot of pressure, but I do appreciate the apology, he replies, slightly confused. He didn't expect an apology, but he wasn't going to question why he got one. Kathleen holds in her laugh, shaking her head. Is everything ready for the swearing-in and the barbecue? Averey asks as she sits down, getting comfortable in her chair and taking her pink blanket out of her desk drawer. She drapes it around her shoulders and stares at Mitchell expectantly. Yeah, it is, he finally gets out, looking back down at his laptop. I have the names of everybody who wants to transfer out, Kathleen calls from the file storeroom where she wandered off to while Averey got situated. Hayden places himself at his desk, gazing around the room. Scott has dumped himself in an armchair and is scrolling on his phone, oblivious to the outside world. Averey sighs, splitting the transfer forms between herself and Mitchell. She instructs Hayden to try to get through some of the joining forms. Kathleen helps Hayden, keeping an eye on Scott and making sure he doesn't wander off anywhere. Averey may trust him, but Kathleen only trusts him as far as she can throw him, which isn't far. She's tiny and not very strong. The next few hours pass like this, the files being quickly finished and Averey altering some minor details for the evening's plans. Soon, it's time for them all to go home and get ready for the event. Averey locks herself in her room and begins her intensive preparation, curling her hair patiently and throwing on some natural but glowy makeup. She dons a mid-calf flowy dress, the green and white pattern a nice contrast to her usual monochrome outfits. Tightening the straps, she settles on a simple pair of black kitten heels, sliding them on and then moving on to jewelry. After an hour and a half, Averey decides she's finished. She looks as good as she'll get, and she grabs her phone and walks down the stairs, cursing when she discovers she lacks pockets. She finds Scott, Hayden, and Toby all draped on couches in the living room, all looking a little bored. Toby gives her a wide grin and hurries up to her, his steps a little shaky still. You look really pretty, he beams, hugging her as tight as he can. She winks at him and ruffles his hair gently, pulling away from the hug and admiring his little ensemble. You look lovely too, Toby. Very handsome, she whispers conspiratorially, and he grins again. Better than my dad? He asks deviously, and Averey glances at Hayden, who rolls his eyes. Of course, she says after a moment of gazing at Hayden. Toby drags Hayden outside, and Scott gets up, nudging Averey with a smirk. If you looked at him for any longer, I think the whole pack would have seen it, he teases, and she rolls her eyes, tossing him the keys. You can drive, since you're such a wise guy, she grumbles, sliding into the back seat with Toby. The little boy is only delighted to have a seat companion. The drive to the sports field is quick and painless, and Averey can smell food being cooked as soon as she steps out of the vehicle. She's greeted with smiles and waves from enthusiastic children, and happy nods from parents and older pack members as she makes her way to the stage. Is all of the audio equipment ready? She murmurs to one of the technicians, and he furrows his brows nervously. No, but it will be in about 10 minutes, he quickly responds, and she shrugs. Perfect, she grins, patting him on the shoulder and then walking back to her little group. I think we'll eat first, and then I'll make the announcements, she sighs, and Kathleen shrugs. Yeah, then everybody might listen, she laughs. I like your dress. Averey grins at her friend. It doesn't have pockets. Kathleen feigns an angry face, rolling her eyes. The food is ready quickly because Averey has had people working since the morning, so that everything is prepared and so that everybody will have enough food. Everyone seems to be happy. There's music playing from beside the stage. A few of the teenagers had formed a band, and Averey had hired them for the evening. The kids were delighted, and Averey was only too happy to oblige and support her pack. There are bouncing castles for the children and young teens, and there are plenty of picnic benches and sitting areas, as well as picnic blankets and mats to sit on. Averey was happy with how the setup had turned out. Everything was working, and she didn't mind that much about the audio not being fully prepared. Everything else was working, and she couldn't complain about one thing not being perfect when everything else had worked out so well. "We're getting so good at this calm thing," Sonia beams, and Averey holds in a laugh. "I know, we've gone like 8 hours without being angry. That's a record for such a busy day," she grins, and Sonia snorts. "How's Sonia doing?" Scott grins, and Averey chuckles. "She's as wild as ever, still wanting to run after everything that goes past her," she scoffs, playing with one of her curls. "She was the only wolf faster than mine," Scott shrugs, and Averey releases a laugh. They watch some children playing in a ball pit in silence, and he hesitates before speaking. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if we had kids together?" He asks quietly, and Averey turns so quickly she swears she could have gotten whiplash. "Where did that come from?" She questions curiously, raising her eyebrows. "No, I was just wondering. I thought of this last week, and it really hit me. I was thinking about baby Emmett, and how his parents were mates. Even if they're splitting up now," he ponders, and then looks at her again. "So do you?" Averey pauses, furrowing her brows and allowing herself a second to think. "I mean, I suppose I used to. It would have been the natural thing to do if you hadn't found Callie," she shrugs, glancing at him and then back at the children. "Not anymore?" he inquires, and she raises her eyebrows at him. Her silence answers his questions, perhaps better than any words could. "We both need heirs, is all I'm saying," he mutters, clenching his jaw and staring ahead of him.